Mental. Are you serious? It's gonna be mental.
It's gonna be massive out here this afternoon.
The 50th season of the World Tour has roared to life.
Throws everything at it and somehow he's gonna reel this in.
Miguel Pupo was a bell ringer no one heard coming, but the revered veteran of the Brazilian Storm shook the brass following an emotional win.
We're gonna have a Pupo #1 in the world, yellow jersey.
In the women's draw, Gabriela Bryant surged into the world title spotlight by powering through a field that included defending world champion Molly Picklum in the final. As bells still ring in the distance, the Dream Tour charges on to the natural wonder and raw power of Western Australia.
Have a look at the size of these waves. 4 times overhead, stop it.
Oh my God!
Oh, that was psycho!
Imagine what's next as the best take on the West at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Hiya and good morning. Welcome back to the Western Australia Margaret River Pro Stop 2 on the World Surf League's Championship Tour. The world's best getting out there nice and early for a warm-up. Anticipating another big day of competition here. World champs, CT winner Conor O'Leary making his way up the stairs. Ethan Ewing enjoying a surf out there this morning. Building swell out there in the lineup as we see the current world #1 making his way in from a little earlier today. Grey skies, but with it, a bit of energy in the lineup and a really good chance that we're going to get competition back underway here pretty soon as we see Linda Hopkins heading down those famous stairs where your name will be etched if you are victorious at this venue. And she'll be taking on Gabriela Bryant, the world #1 in that first heat of the morning. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a WA great from right here at Margaret River, big wave surfer, former CT campaigner, Felicity Parmentier, my good friend.
Oh, Ronnie.
And Flick, thank God we had a day off yesterday because we needed it. We had too much fun at Lewin Estate a couple of days ago, and yeah, I think we're fresh and ready to roll now.
Oh, we're more than ready this morning, but yeah, yesterday would have been a different story. But yeah, look, we've had a look this morning, and I think things have cleaned up a bit. And look, yes, it's still a little bit onshore, but it looks contestable out there. We watched the free surf. There was a couple of good waves going down, so yeah, anticipating the start.
Well, let's get the official word now from Jessie Starling. Morning, Jess.
Morning, guys. Connor, fill me in. What was it like out there? What was the chirp on the conditions this morning?
A lot of opportunity, Jess. No, heaps of waves. Yeah, it's a little bit onshore and a bit fluffy, but yeah, heaps of waves. There'll be a lot of good surfing, I think, entertaining. And yeah, I mean, everyone will be able to ride a lot of waves, which is the coolest part, and that's what we want at the end of the day. So yeah, it's going to be a fun day.
I'm not going to lie, I've seen a couple lefts this morning. This could mean good business for the goofy footers.
Yeah, shh, don't tell anyone. It's a secret. No, there definitely are. It's kind of like, it's a full-blown beachy out there. It's not traditional main break, but yeah, it's kind of heaps of waves everywhere, lefts, rights, all of it. So yeah, I think it's going to be a fun day of surfing.
And let's get down to business. What's the call?
Call is on. We're doing women's overlapping and then straight into men's, I think. So yeah, action from all ends. We're going to have fun, and yeah, we're going to see some good surfing.
Beautiful. Let's do it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Have fun out there today, and yeah, that's huge. Overlapping heats once again on that opening day of competition. Flick, we saw so much surfing, which we absolutely love. 46-minute heats for the competitors, obviously, in the first half of your heat. You know, you're out there without priority. The heat before you has ultimate priority, but then as you move into the second half of your heat, you really get to pick and choose the gems out there. But there is a benefit to being in the first heat of the day, isn't there?
Oh, totally. I mean, you get priority for the essential whole 46 minutes, which is epic. I'm liking that, you know, the call is to run this morning. I think that, like to what Connor said, there's plenty of opportunity out there, and he did speak to it. It is very much like a beach break, and I think that's why you are maybe going to see some sneaky lefts caught from, you know, deep on the reef, more from the right, running over towards the left. And yeah, I like that we're going to see, you know, until, well, eventually 4 surfers in the water at the time, because there is so many different waves and opportunities out there.
Most definitely. We're officially underway here. Sunday, April 19, just after 7 a.m. Gabriella Bryan, the world #1. Can she maintain her position at the top of the leaderboard? How do you like her chances in this heat against the Portuguese rookie?
I think it's going to be a toughest matchup yet. I think this is really, it's challenging, right? Obviously, coming into this event, as we said, beautiful pod of dolphins out the back, no shortage of wildlife here. But yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty tough matchup. Obviously, Gabby is the defending champ out here. She's won out here twice. You know, she's in the morning show for a reason. Can she go 3 times in a row? It's just, you know, she'd be on everyone's fantasy team, and you know that power is just so beautifully matched to this wave here. I think Yolanda's probably going to be taking some confidence from her earlier heat win here a couple of days ago, and it looks like Gabriella may be opening up her account.
Yeah, and she's going to need to rely on her backhand on this one, and she's looking, well, like aggressive. She attacks the first section, falls, and an opportunity now for Yolanda to win this opening exchange and take control of this heat. But as Connor said, there's going to be lots of opportunity, a building swell today, and pretty short interval. So should see a lot of waves ridden, and hopefully some excellent scores dropping. But I like what you were saying. Gabriella Bryan's got the power. I guess the thing that Yolanda Hopkins has as a real ace up her sleeve against the world #1 is just a willingness to throw herself into the heaviest sections at any venue on the schedule. Yeah,
for sure. I think the one thing that comes to mind, if there's an opportunity there or a big section, you know Yolanda's going to hit that. She's not going to back down from that sort of a challenge. Yeah, so I think if the section presents itself, we know she's going to go hard. There's no backing down. But yeah, in this matchup, I think it's just going to, as we see Yolanda having a look here.
Yeah, sizing up the right. So going to the forehand. Takes a moment before laying that first track. Really just a set-up turn. Gets back to the power source, already starting to look out the back and see if there's better opportunity on the outside. Opts to take that one right through to the inside, and she's going to catch the ski back around.
I think this morning, Connor also said it right. He's like, it's kind of like a beach break out there. There's so many opportunities breaking so many different places. You're going to have to just kind of take off and see, you know, it's like throwing caution, just take off and have a look, right? Some waves are going to be obvious that they're going to be good ones, but then there might be those ones that are not so obvious. So, yeah, definitely a different sort of approach to what we're traditionally seeing here at Main Break.
Love taking in these shots on the Western Australia flight cam. Give you an idea of that keyhole, and you know, it's not an easy read for the competitors coming through that section at different stages, especially when that swell starts to really do its thing. But yeah, Yolanda on the back of the ski now. So not a whole lot in that opening exchange, Fleet.
Nah, just I guess like both. I think Gabriella was potentially on her way to a great score. She just fell. I mean, she looks that she was sizing up that section nicely, and also to, you know, Jessie mentioned it when she was talking to Connor, but there is a few lefts out there this morning, so it's cool to see her on her backhand. But yeah, not much, you know, has come from that first exchange, but I think we're going to see plenty more waves ridden. You know, that consistency is definitely there with that short period swell, and yeah, we're going to see bigger scores obviously from both these women.
So just a 2 for Yolanda Hopkins, Gabriella Bryan, a 1-point ride. Throwaways in the context of this heat. But the goofy footers, they stay thick together, and they're hanging out once again. Good morning, Kuiper.
Morning, Ron. Yeah, here with Luke Egan and just the super coach. Luke, your assessment of, you know, how are you going to win heats today? What's the formula?
Well, I'm so glad they didn't run yesterday, Kuiper, because there were just rogue waves everywhere. The swell was so wind affected, but now we've got a bit more longer period swell, and even though the wind's pretty strong west-northwest, at least these guys can sit in the right spot and waves will come. So today you're going to have to catch waves and stay on your feet. Still bumpy out there, but there's still some good high-scoring waves to be had, and I'm actually really excited because these guys make anything look good.
You got a couple of key players today. You got Caroline Marks coming up on the women's side, Jack Robinson on the men's side. Do you give them the same advice, or do you custom different advice between your two surfers?
Well, Jack has been surfing this place before he was probably even in kindergarten at school, so I'm actually asking Jack for advice. It's a flipped thing here, so I actually draw on Jack for Caroline as well, which is a great asset. And Caroline's very experienced out here. She's won heats when it's onshore and average like today. So yeah, you know, catching a lot of waves, overlapping heats. I think there's enough waves out there for it. So you just got to catch a lot of waves, especially if you can have a good scoring wave out of your non-priority heat, you're doing all right for the next one to go and control priority. So that's kind of the way. I can't tell you everything, Kaipo, but yeah, that's kind of the way. But I'm excited for the day. We're on hold all day yesterday, but I'm stoked that we waited for today. There's going to be some really good surfing.
Thank you for your time, Luke.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kipes. So Luke just giving some great insights there, leaning on the local knowledge of Jack, and you can tell why. This is such a big lineup, has a lot of different faces, main break flick. You're super familiar with the location. It's so unique to this championship tour schedule because it is a performance wave that can hold a hell of a lot of swell. What's the biggest you've surfed it?
You probably witnessed it here last year, one of those days. It was the day we got called off. Nah, it honestly, it holds anywhere from 2 foot to 20 foot. I've seen it on its biggest days, and you know, I've been lucky to surf it on those big days. It has a few different takeoff spots, but yeah, when it gets, you know, super XXL, there's a bubble really far out the back, and actually the main bubble, which is usually the takeoff zone or what you're centering your position off when you take off. What happens when it gets about 15 to 20 foot is it actually goes top to bottom right on that bubble, and it actually tubes. So yeah, it has many faces, but that's the thing with this wave. You know, we heard Kaipo talking to Luke about it, is that because there's so many faces and it breaks at so many different, you know, sizes, really there's a game plan for all those different moments. And yeah, to be able to lean into Jack is pretty incredible because he's seen it at all those different moments.
Well, a bit of time off the clock now, just over 6 minutes, and no major scores locked in. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast, run it through us, Flick. Things kind of improving towards the back of the window, which is why we didn't push the button yesterday, but today all the surfers out there, they were collecting some good rides this morning, so the decision made to get competition back underway.
Oh yeah, I think it's the right decision, you know, that we didn't run yesterday. There was so much lump and bump, and I think overnight, you know, those winds have kind of stayed relatively light, and it does, okay, it's still onshore, but it does look a lot more groomed this morning, if you could even say that for out an onshore wave compared to yesterday. We've still got heaps of swell out there this morning. You know, it's solid. You got 10 to 12 foot faces, and that swell height's going to continue through into the afternoon. I think the only iffy thing for me is potentially the wind today. Obviously this morning it's still light, but we'll just have to wait and see how the day pans out and if that onshore kicks in stronger or not. You look to the next 4 days, it is Armageddon. It's storm at sea. Take shelter is all I will say. Like, when do you see that on a swell forecast when you come to a championship tour location? It's pretty crazy. So I dare say, look, I'm going to put myself out there. I think we'll be off for those days, but the good news is moving through to, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next weekend, things are shaping up to look really nice, and going to see some light winds and some offshore flow again, which means potential finals day next weekend.
All right. Well, straight from a local in these parts. That is the Surfline forecast for the rest of the event window. As we get back out into the lineup here, two incredibly accomplished surfers at the championship tour level. Yolanda Hopkins yet to really do her thing. Coming in as a rookie this year at 27 years of age, she did quarterfinal in the 2020 Olympics. Put in a good showing there, but Gabrielle O'Brien has just come on as a serious dominant force, especially on the forehand these past couple of seasons, winning 3 CTs last year and giving herself a real world title shot. I think she'd like her chances with the return to the accumulative point system, and so many right-handers being on this schedule.
Oh, definitely. I think she's a threat in absolutely all locations. Like, You look at the schedule and you think about all the results she's had at every venue, right? Like, I mean, pretty much she's made quarterfinals onwards, almost at every venue on the World Tour stop, like every stop. So her chances are so good when we come to this, you know, accumulative point system. And I think it's Fiji where she, you know, maybe hasn't quite cracked the quarters onwards. So, yeah, it's pretty impressive when you think about it like that. And you kind of think, okay, well, who really is going to be able to stop her, right? And, you know, I just think it's a case of, I'm going to touch wood when I say this, but she's just got to stay healthy, you know, and keep her body right, because she is absolutely, yeah, just a powerhouse at all these venues.
All right, here goes Yolanda once again, finding some space on the right. There's a better turn, draws it right back into the bowl. This wave starting to flatten for a moment, but it will steepen as it hits that inside shelf. Yolanda not really getting the big finishing turn there, but one thing about Yolanda is she's not afraid to get onto a step-up board. You can tell she's got a bit of extra length in her equipment there as she brings this second ride through to the inside. Gabriella Bryan being a little bit more patient there on the outside. But yeah, it's been amazing to watch the evolution in the current world #1's performance these last couple of seasons. And in particular, this unbelievably powerful forehand, bringing it through to the inside, bashes through the lip. It's just a different dispersion of water off the rail from Gabriella when she lets go of those turns. You know, she's not having to sort of, I guess, compromise her attack. She's got enough power to really push back on the walls here at main break. But Yo-Yo on the replay here with a nice opening turn.
Yeah, a couple of nice carving manoeuvres from Yo-Yo here on this one, but yeah, probably didn't get the finish she would have liked. And then behind her, Gabriella, I mean, first opening carve here is pretty strong, really. I mean, you can really see that lump and bump still. Yes, it's a lot better than yesterday, but it still is, you know, really playing sort of havoc, you know, as the surfers are drawing their lines on these waves this morning. So not an easy read. However, I will say, when I was watching this morning, there is still those moments for, you know, that cleaner face. I think, you know, you're thinking like the second, third wave of the set are generally going to be, you know, a lot cleaner, or especially if a set's just rolled through and you find one of those small to medium ones afterwards. I did see some really good surfing going down in the free surf this morning early. So those opportunities are out there, and I'd say that we're going to see that unfold, you know, as this heat goes on. This is sort of like that guinea pig heat. Obviously, you know, the scales being set by the judges this morning, and the women are also, you know, sort of putting one foot in front of the other and sort of feeling this out.
Well, Gabriella Bryan, she has worked with Richard Dogmarsh in the past. A bit of a change up last year, started working with Brett Simpson for the WSL finals. This year, she's leaning into the knowledge of some locals at each of the championship tour spots. But let's reflect on her incredible campaign last year. I mean, it was Molly Picklum and Gabriella Bryan just dominating and cracking the finals at all but one of the events on the schedule last year.
Yeah, it's incredible when you look at those results. And then I think obviously the change in the format and the accumulative point system is going to serve her really well. And then you think, obviously, with Pipeline, you know, being 15,000 points at the end of the year and more people being in contention for that world title potentially. You know, a couple of years ago, and Gabriella Bryan would have said this herself, that she was wanting to put more waves in, put more effort in at waves of consequence, and, you know, really feel confident when she goes into these stops on tour. But you know, she did win the Challenger Series event there at the end of last year. And for me, it's evident that she's put in the effort at those waves. You know, last year in Tahiti, I think every heat we saw her grow in confidence. She got her best wave ever out there in the jersey. And I think, you know, maybe 2 years ago, there would have been a question mark on those sort of events on the tour, those consequential waves, but not anymore. I feel like going into Hawaii, she's going to be a massive threat if that's to be where the world title's decided.
Yeah, she already sort of speaks to of getting the venues early or getting the venues in breaks in the schedule to, you know, continue the evolution of her performance because the forehand is rock solid.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if she can improve on that, she might be unbeatable when we get to these rights. But it is on those lefts, those heavier lefts, where, you know, she sees the opportunity for growth. You mentioned the win in the Pipe Challenger. That's a huge confidence builder. The other thing that she'll have a big benefit over the field is that seeding. Getting a top 8 finish or being in the top 8 heading into that final event means you'll starting that next round, and that just puts you one step closer to your dream, realising your world title potential. But the heat is still in the balance here at the moment with just under 32 minutes to go. A couple of reasonable numbers coming through for the last exchange. 5.5 for Gabriella Bryan, 4.17 for Yolanda, the rookie. And you can understand why the judges gave Gabriella the nod, some sharper angles, really getting a little bit more punch into the lip with those turns. Mentioned that Gabriella's working with Taj Burrow, and even Luke said he's leaning into the local experience of Jack here. Well, Taj, he had great success here, and Kaipo has tracked him down.
Yeah, that's right. Talk about a support squad. Gabby Bryan with Western Australia legend Taj Burrow. Taj, what do you see out there, and what's the game plan?
Well, I see some waves. Looks better than yesterday. There's a longer period today, so there's actual proper lines coming through. So there's decent waves, but the wind is up. But they've belted a few already. I saw the free surface get a couple good ones. So, yeah, we're all good to go. I just told Gabby to catch waves, basically. I'm not going to give away all my secrets, but yeah, I told her to ride a bigger board just to make sure she catches waves, because it's pretty much like a washing machine at times out there. So just get on a few waves. She's got 46 minutes, so yeah, hopefully she connects with a couple. But yeah, these guys are the world's best. They can make fun of it.
Yeah, do you know how big a board she took out?
She's on a 6.2.
Okay, so that's probably a couple inches more than her average short board.
Yeah, her short board is a 5.10, so she has a 6.0 behind me here, and she wanted to ride that, but I talked her into the 6.2, so hopefully I've made the right call. She did get a wave just before, and it looked plenty loose enough, so I think she's good to go.
Awesome, thanks for your time. Oh, one more thing, you guys. This is kind of a key element when you're observing all the way out there at main break. A good pair of binoculars.
That's true.
Like at Kipes, yeah, they're a long way off the point here, surface point. But Taj, what an absolute icon in these parts, Flick. For you, coming up as a junior, and you know, like, where did Taj sit in sort of your list of heroes?
Oh, just the Holy Grail, the Bible, really, at that stage. Well, you know, he really was, you know, the best talent that had come out of West in my era. You know, before that it's Jake Patterson. You know, you got Ant-Man. There's obviously, you know, on the women's side you got Mel Redmond-Carr. You know, but Taj obviously, with, you know, he's won 11 CTs, you know, in his time on tour, finished runner-up in the world, and it was just cool to be able to have, you know, I come down here a lot. I grew up in Perth, but then I came down here and spent a lot of time down in Margie's, and to be able to, like, even be in, you know, out in the water with him and just have someone so close to the World Tour and where you want it to be was really cool. Also, especially from Western Australia, you know, we're really far away from the East Coast, and, like, you know, many opportunities maybe, and, like, I feel that, yeah, we're a bit distant from everything that was going on over there. So it was really cool to have someone who was on the championship tour, sort of as that representation, you know, for all of us in my generation growing up, just to see it right there in front of your eyes, you know, it's pretty special. And then watched him compete a lot over here, you know, at main break over the years, and put on some pretty special performances. And then, yeah, I mean, also, you know, he's all these movie parts, Montage, Sabotage, they live rent-free in my brain from when I was a kid. So, yeah, he's a big, obviously, icon over here, and he still is to this day. Yeah, also one of the funnest people you can have a surf with. He is such a frother. He absolutely loves it, and he watches every event. And, yeah, I know he's really excited to be working with Gabriella Bryan. Huge fan of her surfing, which is obviously great for Gabriella as well, just to lean into his energy and hopefully bank a second win and take a stronghold on the top of the leaderboard after just a couple of events. But at the moment, it's still kind of in the balance. It's kind of anyone's game here at the moment. Big score would be a massive blow to an opponent out here. Finding a bit of clean face and the opportunity to maybe combo up a couple of big turns would be huge. You've got so many good matchups to look forward to today. Plenty of history between the surfers coming up in the next heat. Betty Lewis, Sakura Johnson taking on Sawyer Lindblad. But it's obviously those surfers who kind of finished outside the top 10 or just inside it last year, trying to improve their seed, and they're fighting hard to get themselves to the top of the leaderboard against the dominant forces, the title campaigners. So I think we'll see some spirited
performances today, some inspired performances. It's what it's going to take, because, you know, there was a kind of a small crew of surfers just dominating last year's championship tour schedule.
Oh, totally. I think today we're probably going to see some of those like breakthrough sort of heat wins. But I mean, also today, like, we're also maybe going to see some interesting results go down, just because it is so random and a bit storm at sea still. Like, obviously, yeah, it's more groomed than yesterday, but it sort of like really does, we were talking about it, you sort of evens that playing field a bit. You know, when you've got those traditional lines rolling into the bay here at main break, it really lends itself to power and the clean lines and, you know, that style of surfing. But today, it's kind of a lottery out there, right? And yeah, you can try and, you know, make things happen and catch a lot of waves, but yeah, I feel like that the playing field is more even this morning and throughout today. So I think we could have some surprise like victories.
26 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the percentages for WSL Fantasy Power Surfer picks. Molly Picklum, no surprises there, getting 30% of the votes for people as a power surfer in their teams. She's just been so consistent. Down at Bell, she performed really well at a venue where I think she probably has felt the weight of expectation, surfing in her sponsors contest and being in that yellow jersey a couple of times. This year, she just looked totally at ease. Yes, she got overcome in the final, but she has looked really strong.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is people were picking Gabby second. Like, oh, of course, it's only 1%, right? She was sitting on there at 29. It's basically even. But so you look at the stats here, and I'm thinking, you know, how could you go past Gabby? It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, well, there's that, but also, you know, multiple world title holders in the mix, and people still going, you know what? Yeah. Nah, I'm backing Gabriella Bryan. I think she's going to have a big year. As we have a look at the women's bracket here for the second round, we mentioned some of those great matchups that are coming your way. We've got teenage phenoms, newcomer rookies, and then some similar matchups to what we saw down there at Bells Beach, like heat number 5.
Oh, yeah, heat number 5 is going to be exciting. Obviously, the clash of the Aussies. And then for me, something that I'm getting really excited about, another rematch, heat 8, Isabella Nichols, Carissa Moore. Obviously, Isabella got the jump on Carissa. It was pretty close in the end there down at Bells, and I'm looking forward to seeing that one go down. And I mean, plenty of good heats to get underway. I'm looking also forward to heat 4, Lakey Peterson, Erin Brooks. I feel like that'll be pretty exciting. Yeah, but plenty of action to get through this morning.
Bring it on. Looking forward to a big day of competition here as we see Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson getting ready to hit the lineup. Right now, though, we're going to take a break. Back in a moment.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company.
Welcome back to the show. We are underway with the second round of the women's event. It's going to be a big one. We're overlapping heats. We're giving the competitors 46 minutes in the lineup. Of course, with that dual heat format, in the first half of your heat, you don't have ultimate priority. Still priority exists between the competitors out there, but Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson and Sawyer Lindblad have just hit the lineup. They'll have to give way to Gabriella Bryan and Yolanda Hopkins, who have just a couple of, well, by their standards, pretty mediocre scores at the moment. Still figuring the conditions out but they will be super selective. And this next exchange is going to really give someone an edge. And having a look at the left here, Yolanda Hopkins, a lot of speed to burn on this first section. Glides off the top. It's not quite as steep and as critical a section as she would have liked to have hit, but she makes up for it there with the second. And she's going to kick out here on the inside. Didn't need a whole lot to get herself into the lead here, Flick, just a 2.34. She's going to do that.
Yeah, she is. Look, I'd like to... So I feel like, oh, we'll get back to that. Gabby.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan still focusing on these rights. I think clearly just sticking to her main weapon. She hasn't really, she had a look at her left at the start and kind of missed an opportunity to drop a big number. But Gabriella Bryan on that forehand, if, you know, I think Yolanda's probably thinking the opposite. I might be able to find an edge with a couple of good hits on the backhand, because matching it with Gabby power-wise on the rights is going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm not only saying this because I'm a goofy, but there is a lot of opportunities out there on the left this morning. We'll kind of, I think it just depends what happens with this wind, because it's northwest, right? So it is into the left. But let's break down this left here. You can see, I mean, look, it stood up really nicely, just getting there a little bit late potentially, but had the right idea. Like, chose a pretty good left for this morning, right? Like, stands up again one more time. So maybe if she could have just got into that a little bit earlier and got up to that first section, she would have actually really connected with the lip. And then Gabby just trying to back up the 5-5, really. She gets the completion here. Not an easy wave to surf by any means. That was super tricky. So, you know, both surfers finding a backup there. But, yeah, I really think there is potential for some good lefts. I feel like they're kind of sneaky too. You're sitting almost virtually the good ones when you think about them here on the reef when they come through on a day like today. They might break more over towards that where you essentially sit for the right, even a little bit deeper. And then they kind of hug that inside shelf really nicely. So it just depends what happens with this wind here today, though. So obviously it is into the left, but yeah, I think we could see potential few good scores coming from that.
I was enjoying getting a lesson on positioning at main break while we were in the commercial, and yeah, you definitely picked a couple of waves that we watched reel through that inside that had a lot of potential on them, and actually kind of bowled up a bit better than the right here this morning. So it's definitely something for these competitors to keep in mind, Flick. But like you said, you know, to really make a ride count on the lefts, you can't waste that first section. You got to really get to the steep part of the wall before it backs down a little bit and then goes again through that inside track. But the numbers coming through for Yolanda are momentarily going to put her in front here, but Gabriella Bryan with a score on the way. And still nothing for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson and Sawyer Lindblad. This is such a fun matchup because it's rare to have a couple of surfers who haven't really been on the tour for a great deal of time, have so much history with one another. And Betty Lou and Sawyer have had 6 previous heats heading into this battle, and it's 3 wins apiece. I guess the benefit for Sawyer is that 2 of her victories came here at main break. So she'll have that in mind, and I'm sure Betty Lou's thinking about it as well.
Oh yeah, they'll know for sure. This is essentially the decider, which is pretty cool. And yeah, but having a couple of those wins over Betty Lou at main break, I think that's going to do, you know, speak volumes for confidence. Sawyer, you know, she's had a runner-up finish here before, so she's gone deep into the draw. You know, she's experienced main break with lots of different faces and you know, different moments. So I mean, for me, I kind of give the nod to Sawyer just because of that, and going really deep in the draw here. And I think main break's just the way that lends itself to experience, right?
Sure is. Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad is leaning into the coaching prowess of Glenn Micro Hall. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson working with Tom Whitaker again this year, and Tom Whitaker, he was really strong always in those big open ocean locations, and he had a victory here in 2008. So Tommy knows the key to success here at this venue. As we see a couple of former CTers there on screen. Micro Hall on the right, and Taj Barra there on the left. So on the outside, Gabrielle O'Brien is still in control at the moment, not by a great margin, but she just got the lead back from Yolanda Hopkins. But it's super close in the scoreline there, and Yolanda after a 5.41. As we see some movement here, and Gabby willing to have a look at an insider, but no wall on that one, so she lets it roll through. So you can see the competitors just sort of really sizing up everything at the moment, especially the newcomers to the takeoff zone. Just don't want to miss any opportunities on some of those insiders, and that were a couple of the waves that we identified during the break that kind of looked pretty good, that were getting passed up because they weren't those bigger sets. And let's have a think about the wave dynamics here with the Apple Watch, which feeds the competitors, obviously, their scores, their priority. But Sawyer Lindblad out there in the lineup now. Highest heart rate average for a ride at the 2025 Margaret River Pro. And yeah, pretty amazing. Molly Picklum down the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Look, like steely, right? 160, heart rate low. It'd be interesting, like I can't remember exactly how big the waves were. You know, in that opening round, you looked to Sawyer Lindblad's score, the 7.13. It'd be interesting if there was a bit of power and a bit of size there, because your heart rate does go up. It's hard for it not to, like when it's big and you're paddling in and you know, like, okay, here we go, got to stick this drop. So, but yeah, 180 is pretty high. So, but she did get a good score for it. So obviously maintaining composure with a high heart rate, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to know. I'm looking forward to seeing the analytics from our opening day one here this year, because there were some pretty solid waves that went down.
Yeah, the cut might have had a little bit to do with those high heart rates as well, because this was a stressful event for the competitors these past couple of years, including Sawyer, who was right on that cut line a couple of times coming into this contest. But here is Lindblad now getting things started for us in the second heat of this round. Just a couple of nice slices there. I think Sawyer's got a really good shot at elevating her position as a championship tour surfer, based on the fact that her forehand is as equally as strong as her backhand approach. Pretty well-rounded competitor. Has started to collect some big numbers on those sizey days at Pipe and in Tahiti as well. So got a lot of talent. 3.83 for her opening rides. We see Set standing up on the outside, and Yo-Yo finds a section. Super committed. Comes up under the lip and doesn't ride out. But that's the commitment we were talking about with this rookie. She is not scared to give it a nudge, and she got hammered on that section. But it's great to see. If she would have stayed on her feet there, that would have been one turn that could have potentially taken her to the upper end of the scale. Oh,
for sure. I feel like she sticks that, it's going into the excellent range. I mean, that's undeniably, you know, that was going to be the highest wave of this, you know, heat so far. It was incredible, you know, guts really to even attack this section. Let's have a look here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. So she absolutely eyes up this section and just, oh my goodness, wow. So critical. So, but just like the bottom of the wave kind of dropped out from underneath her, and she just gets all 8 foot of that whitewash landing directly on her head. And I can vouch for that. That is a serious amount of water, energy imploding on top of you. I mean, it feels like I'd say you're going through the most violent washing machine you could through in your life. So, yeah, she's going to be having the old tap nose after that one, I'd say.
Yeah, unbelievable commitment there. Real shame that Yolanda couldn't stay on her feet, but it was a difficult section. She got completely enveloped by the wave. But it's deceiving, isn't it, main break? Because when you're watching it from the point, you know, you don't really kind of take in the size and just how much water is moving out there at this venue. A 4 to 6 foot wave here at main break, it packs a completely different punch to, say, a beach break in particular. Yeah, you try and duck dive one of those waves, you're basically down for a death roll. Oh, totally. I mean, look, you can try your best to hang on, but essentially your board's going to be ripped from your arms. And yeah, I mean, it's so funny, you know, you talk about the approach. Do you duck dive a big foam like that coming towards you, or do you bail? And I mean, I'm a fan of bailing. Hey, it's just one of the easier options to get through so much energy. Yeah, so impressive, Yolanda. Her commitment. I mean, we know that she injured herself. Let's get a Bond University athlete health check here. Yolanda, we saw that nasty cut she had on the bottom of her foot, but she was talking about just the adrenaline coursing through her body and on her way to her first heat win. She handled herself really well, and it's right on the bottom of the pad, just behind her, underneath her toes, and it's a significant cut.
It's hard. Obviously, the adrenaline, the heat, she would have, probably either got it super glued or stitched, not sure completely. Don't take my word for it. But on that section of your foot, it just takes so much pressure, right? And it's bending, it's flexing, and it's hard, even though, the adrenaline would be racing right now for Yolanda. Obviously, we saw it on that last wave, and what she's still willing to go for, it is in the back of your mind. You're like, oh, is this thing going to hold on and stay together?
Yeah, that really thick skin on the soles of your feet too. It takes a long time to mend, and she's not going to get that opportunity out of the water. She might get a break for a few days if she can survive this round, but it is typically a cut that's going to, open up when you're flexing your feet and pushing hard on the tail of your board, and there it is.
Oh, yeah, that's just, it's not in a great place, really. Like, I mean, it looks pretty chunky, it looks pretty deep too, so, but look, one thing about Yo-Yo is she's incredibly tough, right? And she's built full of resilience. Even if you just think about her run on the Challenger Series, how many years she's been at it, the knockback she's had, I don't think she's going to let, that kind of cut affect her and her performance and how she shows up on a CT, because this is something she's dreamed of for so long.
Hasn't she been a welcome addition just to each event that we've been at so far? Just the energy that she's brought. I think having battled away and fought so hard to crack the code to get to the championship tour, there is definitely in her mind a real intent to enjoy and soak up the experience of being a championship tour surfer, and she's just beaming. Every time you see her, she's just like absolutely hyped. Even on a day when the conditions are a little more marginal, she's out there and she's just having a good time. Big smile on her face, which is awesome to see. As we see Sawyer now looking to back up her opening ride. Well, that's the slickest turn we've seen so far this morning, and Sawyer finding the opportunities out here, going to that rail again, and that is going to be a decent number. 3.83 for a first ride. And that's the thing, you're finding a wave that's not an actual set, and she is surfing that up. That's going to be a decent score and put her in a strong position here. Yeah,
you think about, obviously, Gabriella and Yolanda, they're not in the same heat as Betty and Sawyer, but, you can draw comparisons with all the waves that have been surfed and, where the judges are setting their scale this morning. Look at this turn and the way that she holds and carries speed through it. There was no bauble. She looks very strong and powerful, and I feel, this is going to be a great score, especially because she's in this non-priority heat. If you can at least find one wave during that time until you get to your priority moment, you're doing your job.
All right, well, we're waiting on scores to come through for Sawyer Lindblad, expecting a pretty decent number there. Yet to see Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson get a wave. But Kipes, it's early days here on what's going to be a huge day of competition. I know he's already buzzing. What's happening, mate?
Huge day, but you got to be prepared for the day. And how do we do that? Bonsoy, of course. Bonsoy original or Bonsoy almond milk. Actually, almond's kind of my favorite there, Ron, just because of the extra nuttiness in the almond milk. And then, as we get ready to head out into the ocean, hydration's key. That's when Bonsoy sparkling coconut water comes into play. Ginger flavor, healing properties. Bonsoy has me covered right here at the Cafe Del Froth.
Oh, mate, it is the spot to be on a cool morning. Thank you, Kaipo. Totally agree. Kipes goes the almond milk. I'm all the soy, as we see now. Betty Lou getting things started. She's trying to stay on pace here because Sawyer dropped a 5.33. And while that's not a score that's going to set the world on fire for Sawyer, this is the opening half of their heat. They don't have ultimate priority at the moment. So, she's found a better number than even Yolanda Hopkins had in the first half, more than half of their heat. So, the start of this one's played out pretty nicely for the Californian.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that we've got a few more gears to see Sawyer click up into, and she's already surfing that good, that she surfed that wave up. That wave, you know, wasn't the best quality wave, but her turns were real quality. So the moment that she can find a wave, you know, with that better quality, if she continues with that same form that she's got, I think she's going to be dropping big scores. Oh, that was hard.
Yeah, a lot of bump on the face. You could tell that Sawyer really wanted to lay that rail over and launch into a big backhand blast. She's going to go down, but her opponent is on the lap right around the reef here at Surfers Point. So that's going to take some time, and Sawyer will likely get priority back if she puts her head down and gets to that takeoff zone. 6.5 minutes to go in the first heat of the morning. Gabriella Bryan holding on to a narrow lead. She is by no means safe. Yolanda Hopkins chasing a 5.41. I think we've seen both competitors let go of potentially a really solid score on those lefts. Big section standing up. They both got on the attack, but failed to ride out. So this is a very close heat and not a comfortable situation for Gabriella Bryan to find herself in here with the rookie looking fired up and ready to attack.
That, I just feel like obviously she's going to stick close to Yolanda right now. She's obviously, Gabriella's sitting out there with priority. She's going to want to take an opportunity away, but you got to be thinking, if you take a wave, you know, with 5:50 on the clock, Yolanda, with the consistency of this morning, Yolanda's going to get an opportunity. So if whatever wave Gabby decides to go, she's going to want to be improving on her situation too. As we see a massive set, just probably going to demo the lineup right now.
I don't think Gabriella Bryan's really had a section that she's been able to do her thing on just yet, other than the left that she fell on. But it'll be interesting to see how she's feeling on that longer board. The surfers, they want that familiar feel, that touch with their equipment. So sometimes they start questioning whether they want to go to a step up. Even if, you know, one of the greats of the sport is kind of advising you that you don't want to be missing waves out here. Ultimately, you know, in a situation like this, it is a wave catching contest.
Yeah.
Like, you know, finding your positioning in the lineup. But I just wonder if Gabriella's feeling the freedom that she's had on her magic boards as we've started the season.
Yeah. I think you could go either way. Obviously, you know, you've had your magic boards, you know, the dimensions that you love to go to, and they're so familiar. But I do understand what Taj is saying, because main break is just chunky. There's a lot more power, and today when there's a bit of lump and bumper, I genuinely love looking at a little bit extra more length when you look at these waves, as we see Yolanda.
Oh, she's swinging. This is an important ride for Hopkins. Caught behind for a moment. She knows that even with a finishing turn, it's unlikely to turn the heat. So she ejects out of that one. Just over 4 minutes remaining here. But yeah, equipment, often you'll hear those core locals, Mitch Thorson, yourself, Taj, Jake Patterson. You need a bit more board.
Yeah.
Right? Which is pretty interesting. And yeah, I think, you know, coming from the East Coast, it's kind of rare that you're really needing to get to a step-up board. It's only those rare swirls where you find yourself pulling a different board out of the rack to attack those bigger days.
Totally. I think, though, you know, Gabriella Bryan has the power to do it, though, you know, like, as we see Sawyer.
Yeah, Sawyer, she fell on her last wave. She wants to clean that up here, but it's an ugly section. She gets out of there.
Yeah, I think there is like such an argument when you come to the West to, you know, go up in a couple of inches, and it does look good on the waves as we look to the GWM recap here. And this heat has been a tight one. You know, Gabriella Bryan, she's managed to find, you know, this wave here locked in the 5.5, and she's only got a narrow lead over Yolanda. As we see this wave here, probably the best looking wave we've seen come through in the heat. She just couldn't quite get to that first section early enough. And this is her best wave, you know, she's locked in, you know, coming around that 4 mark, but I feel like there was potentially some, you know, points left on the board with that wave. Gabriella Bryan is holding onto a narrow lead. You know, she backed up the 5.5 with this wave, but Yolanda's only left out there chasing a 5.4, so it's the door is wide open.
Yeah, this is a really close one. Yeah, that left is super interesting, isn't it? Because you've got to surf it pretty differently. You've got to really understand how it's going to break down the line. Here goes Yo-Yo on the forehand. Nice opening turn. Can she get more down the line? Gets back out in front of it. Cuts back to the bowl, just knowing that she needs to add any points she can to try and turn this heat after a 5.41.
wow. I understand why, you know, she did have a look at that wave because the first section was looking pretty nice. You know, and she was away and had space from Gabriella, so she just obviously chose to roll the dice there. But I don't know, you know, obviously Betty Lou took off. She had to give way to the priority heat. And look, this first section, it was really nice. You could see though, I understand she just like cut that turn a little bit short. She wanted to see if she could get a few more points on the board from this wave, but it just didn't stand up for her. If she gets a second turn and finishes, I'd say, yeah, she's got the score. But, you know, 5.4, yeah, I think it's coming under, just under.
Yeah, that number has dropped. Yolanda still needs more here. Looking for that 5.41 with a minute and a half to go. Gabriella Bryan just holding on to that priority. Would have been nervous times as Gabriella would have seen the spray come off from that first turn. It was pretty decent, but it needed a little bit more down the line. Just over a minute to go.
You know, that score is so possible with just one turn, you know, as we see, maybe a little left being written. Oh, but see that one, like that just snuck underneath, and look, you got a couple of bowly sections there. So there is opportunity. But yeah, another little bowly section there. So they're just kind of sneaking underneath the women at the moment. As you see Gabriella sort of moving towards Yolanda, she's going to want to shadow her pretty closely. But a 5.4, that's doable on one turn in today's conditions. You know, we saw Gabriella go for it earlier on that left, and we saw Yolanda have her moment too. So this is a really close heat, and this is not going to feel, you know, necessarily for the, you know, Gabriella's going to get the win here, not necessarily the best and the cleanest win at the moment.
No, I think both surfers will reflect on their left-handers earlier on in the event and kind of see how they kind of maybe could have redirected or changed their turns. As we see Yolanda having a look at one, has to duck under it, 15 seconds to go. Things are looking pretty good for the Hawaiian. Gabriella Bryan here, and Betty Lou with a nice opening turn on this ride, trying to fight her way back against Sawyer Lindblad in that second heat of the morning. Well, heat number one is a wrap as we see Sawyer now on the attack there in the face of her rival. And she's going to duck out and likely be able to paddle back on the channel side of the right, if you could call it that. But Gabriella Bryan's going to survive this opening heat. And it was a particularly close one there. No big scores, no major turns really laid down in that one. So a bit of a scrappy one for Gabriella. She'll no doubt review the tape and see if there was opportunities lost and what she could have maybe have done to max her scores. But Yolanda Hopkins, she fought hard. She had a couple of big committed efforts in that heat, but ultimately came up short. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, Heat 3 is going to hit the lineup. Caroline Marks up against Francisca Vaselko as we take a Bonsoy brew break. Today we've been lucky enough to check out Glenardy Road. They grow all their food here. Everything is processed here and brought to the table.
The food, the wine, the experience of the farm, all being right here. You're immersed in it.
It's not every time you have a meal that you know where it comes from. There's something that feels good when you know that everything has been grown right where you're standing.
There's not a better destination than WA. I back that. I back that call. No, it is a magic place Margaret's given us incredible performances over the last few years and obviously great experiences when the competition goes on hold. Welcoming heat number 3 to the lineup now, Caroline Marks taking on another rookie from Portugal, Francisca Veselko, who has looked sharp since she joined the Tour ranks, already with some decent rides, but she'll have her hands full with Caroline, who obviously is a world champ, a gold medalist, and has a mean backhand and forehand. And with the lefts coming into play today, Caroline, she has options.
Totally. Let's have a look here. What happened during the break? Betty Lou. No, oh yeah. So this is the replay of her last wave. And look, I love the first turn. It just unfortunately shut down. Didn't give her that moment. And then behind her, I love this one single moment from Sawyer. It was pretty critical. Just one section though, because yeah, just those rights this morning running off super quick into that inside shelf. But yeah, a couple of little backup waves for both Betty and Sawyer.
It's a really tricky lineup to figure out on the best of days, Flick, but proved difficult for Yolanda Hopkins and Gabriella Bryan in that first heat. Not massive heat score totals and kind of short on even individual turn moments.
Yeah, I think it's the first heat of the morning, and I think the women coming up have learnt a lot from that, I'd say. And I think, you know, Gabriella and Yolanda are they're going to go home and they're going to digest that and see where they went wrong and mistakes and maybe opportunities that were left on the board. As we have a look here, little paddle from Francisca. But yeah, I think it's a guinea pig heat. It's tricky out there, right? You can't beat around the bush. It is hard work. I mean, it's a little bit onshore. It's tricky. It more so feels like a beach break. Yeah, it's improved since yesterday, but it's still challenging. And I think as the morning goes on and, you know, potentially as long as this wind holds off, you know, we're going to see with each heat, we're going to see learnings. And I think we're going to see, you know, that, you know, the learnings applied in those next rounds.
Yeah, the breakdown has already started to happen for Yolanda Hopkins, just making her way up to her coach now.
The right, that first turn it was really good. The wave was small though, and you just needed that second turn. It just died and died and died. The left though, that was the one. That was an 8 all day.
Yeah. I hit it, but you know, I think I returned too soon. Before I didn't actually let it go.
Yeah, it's right, but you come like down in the barrel, you probably needed to like just glide it out a bit, maybe like make it more of a floater so you can have done another turn.
I mean, I made a million of those.
Yeah, it's good to see the learning is happening right before our eyes as we see Francisca getting things started here against Caroline Marks. And you know, these surfers do have the benefit of just scoping the lineup with only 2 surfers in the initial heat. They see where the opportunities were maybe lost. And Veselka there, she actually made that one count. First turn was pretty decent.
Yeah, it was pretty decent, and it's good in the non-priority heat. You want to kind of get one at least kind of scoreable ride during that time, then half the work's done. I think that was a good read on, that left there just got sprayed. But, as we see some serious juice moving through the lineup.
Yeah, this is going to catch our competitors out. I'll have to duck under this one. And even though that wave's not breaking top to bottom, that is still going to be a wrestle for these competitors to hold their position in this lineup here. So Betty Lou and Sawyer now are locked in a pretty tight one. Betty Lou chasing at the moment, 5.43 the requirement. As we see the replay for the rookie.
Yeah, this one here really stood up on this first section. Big power gaff, really. And I like how she just, plays with it right till the end, because it does offer her that, another little moment here on the inside. She does get this finishing turn. Doesn't ride out completely, super clean, or probably how she would have wanted to, but it's going to feel good to get a score on the board. It's a completed wave, and yeah, I think the goal right now in the non-priority heat is to get, at least your backup score done.
On the outside now, we've got a bit of movement at the takeoff zone and lining this one up. But giving way to Sawyer Lindblad was Betty Lou, and Sawyer just fading back, wanting to set up a couple of more critical hits. This wave flattening out a lot on Sawyer though. She'll stick with it now and ride the ski back out, but it's a decent finishing turn here. Trying to improve on a 4.27.
Yeah, I think, look, there was some slow moments on that wave for sure. It's so hard out there today, right? Like, I can't stress it enough that when you take off, a wave that might look good might not come to fruition once you stand up. I think, yeah, you just cannot stress how difficult it is. And sometimes you might take off on something that you think is maybe not so good, and all of a sudden it ends up bowling up and being a nice wave. So you kind of just want to roll the dice, and I understand why she used her priority here to, you know, take Betty Lou off that wave. Yeah, this wave does force her out onto the face a little bit. Probably, you know, that more horizontal surfing, but she does get one good moment here on the inside. It does stand up, she's able to go vertical, and yeah, I mean, she gets the completion. Let's have a look here. This is, you know, the most critical moment on the wave. Tags it there, rides out with nice control.
And here we go, Caroline Marks getting things started in heat 3. Just Caroline just banking a couple of nice little hits there, keeping clean rails and flowing nicely through that opening ride. We'll see if it stacks up against the 5.5 opener for Vasilko in just a moment, but we are going to get I guess a read on the conditions and see how Gabriella Bryan's feeling after progressing through to the next round.
Gabby, we've seen you compete here at Pumping Margs, but now we've seen you compete here, maybe not so Pumping Margs, but you've proven to us that you can really surf this wave in all conditions.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not Pumping Margs out there. It's really tricky. Some wash through sets, like, I don't even know. I was looking at lefts, and I never look at lefts out here, but those were on my radar as well. But I mean, you got to surf everything to win heats, and it was definitely a little messy, not my best performance, but a win is a win, and I'll take it.
There's something about you being in yellow at Margs. Obviously, you've won this event the last 2 years. As far as a championship tour event goes, we've never seen a woman win 3 times in a row. For you to do that, you would be making history here at Margie's.
Wow, that's insane. I don't know, I'm not thinking too much about that. I mean, a 3rd big wine barrel would be insane, and it's definitely the goal, but still 3 more heat wins to get there, and that's a lot of surfing and a lot of good performances against really good girls. So don't get don't get too ahead of myself, but it's definitely the goal.
And of course, everyone's been talking about it over here working with Taj. You're kind of trialing this new coaching system this year where you work with lots of individualized coaches at local spots. How's it been having Taj, you know, one of the GOATs in your corner?
It's been so insane. Yeah, it's a completely new thing for me to be using local knowledge, and how cool is it? I get Taj Bro in my corner. Like, the fangirl in me is just like, are you kidding me? I get him. It's like insane. And we're in West Oz. We went surfing down the coast yesterday, and I'm just like soaking it up. And everywhere I go, I'm gonna have someone new, and it's exciting and fresh. And yeah, it just keeps me on my toes and kind of brings a new fun element to my year, and yeah, I'm really excited, and Taj is so sick. He's as cool as everyone thinks he is.
We love it, Gabby. Thanks so much for your time, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, you could tell Gabriella Bryan wants to clean things up a little bit, but also, you know, being pretty easy on herself, knowing that it was challenging conditions out there. But, you know, feeling a lot of energy, and with the opportunity to, you know, get 3 in a row at a venue. The last surfer to do that was Carissa Moore down at Bells Beach, 13, 14, 15. She took the win down there. So that'd be huge, you know, just to dominate a venue that shows you so many different faces in an event window. Just means that you've kind of figured it out. And I think you know, the key to success out here has always been power.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to how adaptable you are. You know, I said it, you know, on the first day we ran, but this venue forces you to, you know, potentially go through your whole quiver in just 1 week. So that's a lot of different adaptations, as we see Francisca.
Yeah, loading up. She's got some speed to use on this final section. Drawing up into it. Nicely placed turn, but it explodes, and she gets detonated there. Pretty close on the opening exchange. In fact, the rookie got the jump on Caroline Marks there. Checking her equipment, seeing if there's a buckle in that board, which can happen on those really punchy sections.
Oh yeah, totally. There's so much power out there, even, you know, especially on that inside section as it comes through to what it's called the bricks, that really shallow platform. There's just so much energy unloading. But yeah, let's have a look here at Stone and Wood slow-mo of this, you know, last crazy section. I mean, it was great timing. She had the right idea. It's just, there was a bit of, oh, you could, that far out. When I watched that and you just see the reverb from underneath and, you know, just how much power is being exploded up through the board and then transferred onto your foot, it kind of makes me cringe a bit. But yeah, look, that was a difficult section to ride out of.
You often see people, you know, it's like when you're on the trampoline with your older brother,
double
bounces you. You see people get buckled here, and Francisca, she was okay, but she quickly flipped her board over because that, you know, you've got the impact. She almost got a little bit side swipe, which you see here with that south side left rolling into that oncoming section flick, and you see people kind of have awkward falls pretty regularly here. It's an event that's brought a lot of people undone and dished up a couple of nasty injuries.
Oh, totally. I think to, you know, Nikki Van Dyke, you know, I think to Tatiana, you know, fully face planting on the reef. I think to Sammy Pupo exiting from one of his waves and just running, you know, straight across that shallow platform. It's just crazy, you know. You want to hit it because you want those final points, but it's just, I just think it's just sadistic in a way. You're like, hit it, but don't hit it. It's scary, man.
You know what the judges want. Yeah, Leonardo Fioravanti in a free surf the other day tried to take a bite out of the reef. Came off second best. But he'll be all right. He'll be competing, don't worry. Just on 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go in heat number 2, and it is Sawyer Lindblad who took the early lead and has maintained that lead, but it's a close one. Betty Lou only after a 5.43. So kind of a very similar heat to the first heat of the day. And Caroline Marks and Francisca Vaselko, they're evenly matched at the moment too, with similar opening rides. So still waiting for that one big hit that's going to kind of become the benchmark move and set this, you know, really set the tone for the morning.
Yeah, I think it's so, we're going to see those big crazy Hail Mary moments. You know, we almost had a couple of them in that first heat. Gabriella Bryan and Yolanda both going for those one big turns on those critical sections. I honestly feel like those moments are the moments you're going to get through the heat with just those one big turns, because they were both potentially, Yolanda's especially an 8-point ride. You know, we heard the debrief with her coach afterwards, and I feel like that's spot on, you know. So I think it's so doable. That's the scary thing about today, because the heat will be so wide open right up until those last moments. You just do one big closeout turn and you could potentially be getting a great score. So yeah, I think we haven't seen it yet completed this morning, but as the day moves on, I think we're going to see plenty of those moments.
Most definitely. We've just come from, you know, the longest running event on the Championship Tour schedule, the Rip Curl Pro down there at Bells Beach, to this event, which is, you know, had some different kind of obviously statuses over the years, qualifying series event, but it's a rich history going all the way back to '89 when Wendy Botha went back-to-back at this venue. But it is an impressive honour roll, just like down at Bells. Who are some of your favourite performers out here over the years, Flick?
Well, for me, I got to go with West Aussie pride. You know, I think to Jodie Cooper. You know, she won out here. Well, it was the year I was born, right? So I wouldn't have been here witnessing it, but I got to, you know, go pay homage to the West Aussies. For me, you know, they've always sort of had this caddy program here during the Margaret River Pro, and I got this opportunity when I was about 12 years old to caddy for Melanie Redmond-Carr, and I will never forget that. It was a cool little moment the other day. Just before the contest started, I actually, you know, went up to the other end of the coast and yelling up, and got to share a surf with Mel Redmond-Carr, and, you know, it was myself, my dad, and only, you know, a couple of others out, and her, and it was just nice, just talking story. And she's just still the same, you know, hard-charging West Aussie, and she was still surfing so good. So Melanie Redmond, and then, you know, more my generation, I think, to Courtney Conolog. I brought her up earlier, you know, on our first opening day of competition, but she's just infectious, her smile, her laugh. Doesn't matter how big it is, she's always going to, you know, have a crack out here. And yeah, I think her performances have been, you know, super inspiring here over the years as we see Sawyer.
Yeah, Sawyer with a nice looking section here, and does well, holds that rail through the lump and bump, but doesn't see a whole lot happening down the line. Yeah, a couple of good shout outs there. Mel Redmond-Carr won the event 4 times. She actually went back to back at this venue when it was a qualifying series event from 2000 to 2002. nabbed herself another win in 2009. But, you know, Mel had a couple of really successful years on the championship tour. Gave it Lane Beachley a good push in a world title race. But yeah, she is one of the best. And I think one of her kids was potentially surfing in rising tides. Poppy, is that right?
Yeah. She was mentioning it to me the other day in the surf, but she was a bit like, oh no, how big's it going to be for these rising tides? You know, and I was like, surely you'd get out there with them. And she's like, nah, I have no interest in that. She's like, I don't want to cop a 10-foot set on the head. She's like, it's so hard out at main break. But yeah, her kids all surf, and yeah, so yeah, she's just true legend, Mel, and still really cool to be able to share those moments with her the other day in the surf.
Absolutely. Well, not a whole lot happening out in the lineup in the way of big scores, but someone who is buzzing around Surfers Point at the moment is Kuiper. Let's check in with him.
All right, yeah. Just exiting Empire Pro Shop, powered by the board store over here, and I happen to have a fresh Caroline Marks replica board on my arm. Ronnie, feeling good? You know how the board test goes. It's always the underarm test. You get as technical as you want with the bottom and the concave and the rocker, but it all comes to the under the arm test. And just a quiz. Dimensions, they're in imperial. That means inches and feet, except for volume, which is in metric. Why?
That's a really good question. But I like it. It's like a surfer's language, isn't it? And yeah, mate, how cool though are all the different surfers models that you can check out down there, Kipes?
Yeah, it's incredible. We got Aaron Brooks, we got Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman. They're all lined up over here. We got all the boards available.
It is so fun. Thank you, Kipes. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. Surfboard Empire and Board Store getting together to, you know, put those amazing models on display down here at Surfers Point. And obviously, you can go and check that out at the different Empire, Surfboard Empire stores around the place. And yeah, as Kipe said, do that board test, put it under your arm, give it a bit of a shake. But they are just such refined, high-performance boards. And yeah, definitely fun to have a close look at. And there's a QR code there at the bottom of your screen where you can shop the world's best surfboards. Dropped in there recently after the when I was on the Gold Coast. Picked up a new board for myself, which I've been loving.
Oh, it's so good. That surf shop's your core surf shop, right? You think it's got all your best brands in there. It's got all the hardware. I mean, it's your one-stop shop to really getting dialed as a surfer.
This was a 317 for Sawyer. She had an amazing amount of speed as she came gunning off the bottom. Unfortunately, that wave just sort of tapered off.
The wave behind that, though, I was watching, really reeled off down the line. It stayed steep the whole way. I just think, yeah, it just speaks volumes to how hard it is to pick the right wave out there, but there is those opportunities. I just keep seeing these little inside winders come through on the left, and I'm just thinking, there was another opportunity, and I'm kind of looking at one now on the screen. But it is just so hard to position. I think it'll always keep you honest, this wave, and especially on a day like today, you're always going to be repositioning, getting cleaned up by a set. So much cat and mouse played at this wave, but yeah, there is those opportunities that just kind of squeaking through underneath everyone at the moment.
In these 46-minute heats, you start to identify what the coaches' game plan maybe was with their competitor heading out there, and it just seems like Betty Lou has been seriously focused on the rights. She hasn't really looked at the lefts, and Sawyer's found enough space to bank some scores and get herself the lead here. A minute and a half to go, set waves rolling through, likely going to catch our competitors out of position here. And you can see Betty Lou there in the blue is having a duck dive under this one, and she's got to find some space in this lineup. It's not out of reach, but she is after a 5.43, which is it would be the best wave of the morning.
Yeah, I think the scores, right, are just a reflection of how difficult it is. You know, I think I've said it every heat, you know, growing, you know, confidence and learnings from the one before as we see another big set just about to detonate again on top of the women. So really, really tricky. You know, even though I'm saying, yeah, there's waves going through unridden that look, you know, with lots of scoring potential, it's so hard to be in position for them. There is a lot of luck in today's approach as well.
Whenever you're watching a surf event, your positioning is unbelievable, especially when you're sitting in the commentary booth. You're on every wave. You see so much
perfect science. You're sitting here like, oh yeah, should have been there, should have been there, should have been there.
Most definitely. Well, Betty Lou, she's not after a huge score. as I mentioned before, you know, it's just got to be one big committed turn. She only needs a 5.43. See those lefts, they kind of seem to be the predominant opportunity out there, but Betty Lou just kind of lost out here at the moment. She did have to wear that last set on the head, and this heat's going to come to a close. And it's just devastating when you're only chasing a small number and you can't find that opportunity. So Betty Lou, she'll reset. Had a great year last season, that couple of big championship tour wins, and she'll be returning to the Gold Coast where she was victorious last year. But it is Sawyer Lindblad for the third time here in the West getting the jump on Betty Lou.
Yeah, look, was it a pretty win? You know, not necessarily, but I just think it just speaks once again to how challenging it is. And look, it was clear to me Sawyer was open to the opportunities both left and right, and, you know, really making the most of the non-priority heat and getting one of the scores done during that time.
Well, get set, because last year's world champ is hitting the lineup next, taking on Sally Fitzgibbons.
After finishing runner-up in the 2018 World Title Race and a slow start to 2019, Lakey Peterson found rhythm in an unlikely place at the Margaret River Pro. Until that point, Peterson considered the location her biggest challenge, having never put together a meaningful result here. Everything changed in the quarterfinals when Peterson delivered a dominant performance against reigning world champion Stephanie Gilmore, racking up an 18.83 two-wave total, the highest score of the competition, and Peterson's first head-to-head win against Gilmore. The American carried that momentum into the semifinals, eliminating another world champion in Carissa Moore to secure a spot in the final against Tatiana Weston Webb. Battling windy conditions at main break, Peterson attacked the right-handers with powerful rail work. At the final horn, Peterson claimed victory, her fourth career championship tour win, and her first at Margaret River. 2019 saw a statement win and a career-defining milestone by Lakey Peterson in the West. So many wonderful memories when you look back at the 50 years of the World Tour. Lakey Peterson with a huge breakthrough win back in 2019 at Margaret River, an event that gave her a lot of trouble in the past, and she turned it into a strength. That big 9.8 got past Steph, went on to win, and now she hits the water now with Aaron Brooks. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett for the call. It's fun when you see those surfers climb mountains, you know, where they are intimidated by a spot. They right the wrongs and become one of the favorites to win.
Absolutely, and Lakey did it so well. You know, there's, you know, I think back to Gabriel Medina on the men's side who's done it as well. You know, it was, whoa, as we see Aaron Brooks, just a quick in and out there. But, you know, for you to master a location where it typically, you know, you have a bit of trouble and you don't have that connection with, and Joe, it is about that connection. That's what you have to try and establish, and Lakey did it, got the win.
During the break, we did have a start here from Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, so Aaron finding a little left-hander here. That wave just tapering out, but you can see the intent just looking very good. This is Caroline Marks on the backhand, squares up. A nice little lip line to start off, but the wave just chases down in front of her. So clearly, tricky lineup this morning. But this is what we sign up for when we come over to West Oz. Big ocean swells, lots of energy, and really it's a matrix that you have to try and work through and work with.
Yeah, kind of waking up and not knowing what to expect. And I think that's been obvious for everyone following the last few days. We've had multiple calls knowing that it would be pretty strong onshore winds. Today with a bit of a longer period, a little easier to read what is still a very messy lineup. But you do have 46 minutes on the clock, and you're still scored on your top two. As we see the priority heat, Caroline, Francisca Veselka, they'll let that one go through. As a longtime competitor, Rick, what are you seeing in a 46-minute heated main break in conditions like this? What's the obvious play?
The obvious play is to roll the dice a few times, I think. You know, it's because the swell's so broken up. As we just look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Caroline Marks on the backhand. Watch how deep her bottom turn is. That outside fin almost coming free. The upper body starts to turn, the lower body follows. She stays nice and low up the top of the wave. And just redirects down the line at the perfect moment. You could see that that little second where she actually just levitated off the wave face and then reconnected. Great to break down the technique on the backhand. Caroline has just been likened to the great Mark Occhilupo so many times. In her style, similar stature, and the technique is very, very similar as well.
And Aqua's famous for doing the same thing, could get a lot of points for just single maneuver sections as well. Caroline gets a 5.77 on one move.
Big score for a single turn. But back to your point, Joe, because the swell at the moment, it is broken up because this is primarily just storm swell. It doesn't have that longer line to it that we're traditionally used to seeing here at Margaret River Main Break. So these waves taper down quickly, you know, and you just have to find the ones that have that little pocket, and hopefully 2 or 3 pockety sections that you can really take apart.
So Caroline capitalizing on one major moment there. Once again, joining forces with Luke Egan. One of the all-time greats, especially for the goofy footers, was in world title showdowns with some of his best friends in the world, like Andy Irons in the past. Was so well-rounded when it came to big waves, tube riding, frontside power, backside as well. So Caroline loves all the knowledge that's been passed down to her over the years. And Caroline, it's always so interesting to remember that she's still just 24 years of age. You know, before Tia Sabrowski, she was the one that was the youngest to qualify for the tour. Her first season on the CT, she was only 16. Winning the Rookie of the Year award back in 2018. It's amazing how much she's accomplished in that time.
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, you feel like she's been around for so long, still so young, and many, many years of competition ahead of her. And you'd have to think that there's a world title or two still looming for Caroline Marks.
6 full seasons on the tour. She had that 1 year where she took a little time off the CT, but in those 6 full years, 3-time world runner-up and also a world title. Won her world title last 2 seasons consecutively. She's finished runner-up in the world. Rolling into this one with some speed, Kika Veselko attacking a big section and survives the big bounce on the landing there. So able to get the completion and gets rid of the 1.0. Representing Carcavelos, right near Lisbon in Portugal. Her mom, one of the first pro surfers from that region. Has been in the water since she was just a little kid. And well-traveled these days, one of the exciting names that's in the rookie class this year. With now 14 minutes to go, there's that oncoming section that she really took advantage of, Rich, and she should be in a good spot here.
Yeah, good looking wave from the takeoff. It was late. She drops down, gets a ton of speed. This section looms up in front of her and she just hammers it. She did well to stay on. You could see the wave just tried to buck her off, but she managed to stay glued to the board, and that's a make.
In the heat with Caroline Marks is Kika Veselko. Has some smooth lines on her forehand and had a season opener win in the Challenger Series last year over Sally Fitzgibbons. Taking out the win at Newcastle was huge for her confidence, and that was still her best results throughout the 7-event series, and gave Yolanda Hopkins some backup from Portugal, the first 2 women to qualify from that region for the championship tour. We've seen a few main break lefts come into play already this morning, Richie, and you see Erin Brooks out there. You know she's eyeing those out as well.
Oh, yeah, the fiery little goofy footer. She would have had eyes on this, working with Jake Patterson here, and Jake, well, he's done so well at this event over the years, and a lot of times on the left-hander as well. Back in my day, Joe, bigger boards, and we focused all our energy onto the lefts. And, well, Erin just coming unstuck again on that one. So the thing with the left-handers is they sort of break out to sea a little bit more. They don't, that swell line doesn't come at you, which can create, you know, more of a slopey face to the wave and a lip line that's not really coming down to meet you. So you kind of have to stick to the wave face most of the time until it gets onto that inside shelf, and then you can get to work.
Well, Sawyer and Betty Lou have had some battles at main break. Sawyer gets another one as she's on the glass with Jessie Starling.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Sawyer, a heat win at any time is great, but especially in conditions like that when you're copping a lot of sets on the head, you love to get a heat win like that.
Yeah, that was a really close one. It was really challenging out there. I got so many sets on the head. Before watching it, it looked small this morning, so I was like, oh, I'll just ride like a 1-inch step up, and then I got out there and there were so many sets. I was like, maybe I should have been on a little bigger board, but got it done.
So coming up into your quarterfinals, you're going to match up against Gabby. You had her in the quarters last year, but you also had her in the final here in 2024. I feel like although you guys are really good mates, there's this fun rivalry brewing between you two, especially here at Margs.
Yeah, I've surfed against her every year that I've been here, so that'll be really fun. I'm good friends with Gabby, so yeah, hopefully we get good waves.
Gabby's got the jump on you a couple of times now. What's going to change this year for you to get one back on Gabby?
Probably just surfing a smart heat and yeah, just trying to surf my best. She's a good surfer, so you got to level up against her.
Now I'm curious, you mentioned you're only on a 1-inch step up. If you had your time all over again, would you have gone on something a little bit bigger?
I don't know, it was hard. We were watching the waves this morning and a lot of the medium ones looked better, so I was like, oh, I'll ride my smaller board, but then I got one like good set out there and I just caught a rail like on the bottom turn, so I was like, maybe a bigger board would have been good for that wave, but my lefts that I caught, I needed this board, so I don't know. It was like, could have gone bigger, could have just stayed, so yeah.
We love it, Sawyer. Thanks so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Congrats, Sawyer Lindblad. Looking forward to another rematch with Gabrielle O'Brien and Sawyer Lindblad in the first quarterfinal. It's an interesting kind of head scratcher this morning. You know, trying to pick the right surfboard for the day. Taj Burrow said he had to convince Gabriella to go to the 6.2. She was kind of looking at her 6.0, thinking that was good enough, and that local knowledge and experience paid off for Gabby Bryan. Sawyer admitting that she would have liked a couple more inches on her board. What's the fine line of going too big of a board on a day like today and too small?
Yeah, okay, so too small a board and you're going to be twitching out a little bit. You can't set the rail and set the fins and hold that line with the extra juice and power. So I think most of the surfers today are going to go for that step up, maybe 1 or 2 inches. I know Erin Brooks, the intel from Jake Patterson, was like her normal board is around that 5.5, 5.6 mark. She's actually stepped up to a 5.8, which may still seem small, but for Erin, she's only quite little. So that 5.8 is 2 to 3 inches bigger than what she normally rides, and perhaps that's why she's just gotten stuck on that left-hander, the slopey lefts, where she's just caught that rail line a little bit. But I feel like if she gets a juicy wave, that the extra length on that board is going to pay dividends. And it's just a control thing. That step-up board just gives you a little bit more control. What you need to find that balance of is maneuverability. So you can go too long and then lose that ability to really turn tight in the pocket up high. So really, it's about finding that marriage between maneuverability and control, and a lot of those step-ups, that's what those boards are all about.
I remember Adam Melling paddled up to me at Lowers, and he was like, yeah, foam is your friend until it's not, you know, and it was this idea if you can go too big. It seems like if there's anywhere where you push that a little bit, it'd be a day like today at main break.
Absolutely, and that's where, you know, these shapers and designers are just so accomplished. And even though these boards are a little bit bigger, they'll put an extra bit of curve in the rocker so that the longer board still fits in, but it has that rail line through the middle of the board that actually, you know, bites into the wave face and helps you just sit on that bottom turn for a little bit longer. Because essentially, that bottom turn is where you're setting up all your speed to project up into the top half of the wave, and speed is everything in surfing.
Remember those years that surfers were hunting for more weight?
Yeah.
I think it was Kolohe Andino went to a hardware store, and he gave credit to someone before him, maybe a Taj or someone that just went there, put a little piece of metal on the back of his board to give just more weight. He liked the size of his board and everything going on with it, just wanted a little more weight to deal with the elements. As we dive into the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea, Lost came out swinging. Once again, has their lead from Bells. JS, though, way to go, getting a win with Miguel Pupo. That was huge over at Bells Beach. But we're already looking at quarters, and with Sawyer and Gabby Bryant in the quarters, that's where they get points. Both of them ride for Lost Surfboards, just like Aaron Brooks, who recovers that turn off the top, wrestling that section on that 5.8. We've seen her kind of fall off with all the speed she has a few times now. Kika Veselko in the heat with Caroline Marks. She gets thrown down as well. With Aaron going to a 5.8, are you kind of thinking maybe a 5.9, 5.10 would have been better to have a bit more control?
Perhaps. I still don't. I still think the 5.8 is a good choice. She perhaps hasn't ridden this board the last couple of days. Maybe it's a fresh one. But I just feel like the lefts are really hard to surf. I'd almost love to see her just get a right on her backhand and really feel a bit more of that pocket and face. So let's see what happens here. There's so much bump on the wave face here. And Aaron just unfortunately mistimes that bottom turn, top turn combo. And she goes down. Stonerwood slow-mo, just so good to really take a deep dive into the technique and see what happens on it when things go right and things go wrong.
Well, her brand of surfing, Rich, is fast.
Yeah.
And through the lip, through her turn, she's trying to go as fast as she can. And it might come down to a little patience because of the bump and bump on the face and that onshore flow, where it'd probably feel awkward for her to actually take a breath, then go into a turn, because she's ready to go 100 miles an hour every time.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. A bigger wave requires a little bit more patience. You know, you can surf it fast, but you need to be steady. You need to elongate all the turns because the wave's just bigger. There's more room to move on the wave face. And, you know, surfing bigger waves, it is an art form, and that's why, you know, Hawaii is always seen as the proving ground. Get a win in Hawaii, that sort of signifies that you're, you know, one of the most well-rounded surfers on the planet. But I feel like, you know, Erin will just settle into this. She's still got plenty of time on the clock here, just under 28 minutes, or just over 28 minutes, excuse me. And Lakey really hasn't started tapping into her heat just yet with a 0.8 on the board.
Caroline Marks still leads, 10.77 total in the priority heat as we hit the 5-minute warning. Caroline upset at round 2 at Bells when she went down to Alyssa Spencer. So she is hoping to get into the quarterfinals, at least here at main break Margaret River, to really begin her world title campaign. 4:40 on the clock, and they'll let that one go through. As you see, Aaron still paddling back out on the left.
Yeah, tricky lineup. We've talked about it. And the takeoff spot moving around a little bit. That was a set, Joe, that had a couple of good rides on it. The right-hander in particular. And the girls just a little wide on the peak. You can see they're just coming out through the channel. See where this wave's breaking on your screen now. That's the top of the peak, where you kind of want to be already on that wave, coming around this section and doing your first maneuver where the girls are sitting right now. So it's really hard. It's easy to surf this wave from the shoreline, and certainly sitting in the booth. We do very well in these heats, Joe. But,
all the time, comfortable. It's nice and warm in here. Luke Egan watching on, coaching Caroline Marks as we check out the GWM recap. Kika Veselko throws down a nice little backhand carve in the pocket, open with a 5.5.
Yeah, a couple of controlled maneuvers on the backhand here, brings it all the way through for some nice rail work, and then Caroline Marks just goes to work on the backhand. You know, this is her strength. This is where she really has set her mark on professional surfing, this strong backhand surfing. Looking spicy this morning. Love to see that from Caroline. And this is that one turn, 5.77, and you can see why. Just had all the speed and power and control, all the things that the judges want to see.
Kika Veselko's done a great job at Bells and also here in Margaret River, her second time, or her second event in her rookie season where she's picked up round 1 wins. As we see a nice setup for a world champion, Caroline Marks knifes the first section. Good tag there for a 1 maneuver option.
Oh, that was a really good decision to take that way, because she's going to get another decent score on the board for a 1-turn wave. But what she also did was avoid that total washout set that just wiped out the entire lineup.
Caroline wisely getting that big turn in, but avoiding a series of duck dives with all that white water on the head. Wise decision for the world champ. When she took some time off of the tour, she really pushed her backhand surfing. She turns in a 6.5 for this one.
So even better than the last one, and the reason why is because the section was a little more critical. Again, beautiful bottom turn, really laying the board on rail. Comes up, connects with the lip. That one had even more angle to it, and you can see here dropping down back onto the wave face. Caroline just so steady with these backside hits. Nice and low, just in that safety fighting stance. Comes down, nice and stable on the board. You can see the spread, the IC score line. 6.5. Almost across the board. The one judge, she liked it, gave it a 7.
6.5, best score of the event so far. We had a few 6.5s on the opening day of competition, or back at Bells, I should say. And Caroline gets one for 1 single maneuver. A job well done. As we now approach the final minute, Caroline looking for a spot into the quarterfinals, upset in round 2 at the season opener. And Veselko looking for her first win in this round. She did eliminate Bella Kenworthy in round 1 at this one. And Kika also got past Brisa Hennessy at the season opener. But still waiting for a shot in the quarterfinals. 42 seconds. Kika Veselko with priority. Aaron Brooks and Lakey in the non-priority side of the heat. And after these 30 seconds go off the clock, we'll see Molly Picklum and Sally Fitzgibbons get started. So contest officials giving them a lot more time, 46 minutes to score their top 2. And now 15 seconds for Karen Lupo to put herself in her first quarterfinal of 2026. Last year coming so close to another world title, runner-up to Molly Picklum. Early loss at Bells, and now into the countdown. Caroline will take this one into the beach. Luke liking that one, 6.5 and a 5.77, and she will just blow her whole board out in celebration. Job well done for the goofy foot from Florida. She's moving on.
Yeah, she built well, didn't she? Started with the 5, improved, got the 5.77, and then the 6.5. So everything going to plan there. A couple of good waves for Kika Veselko, but unfortunately, she will now be out of the event and set her sights on the next event on the Gold Coast.
Coming up next, we will see Molly Picklum and Sally Fitzgibbons hit the lineup. Aaron Brooks and Lakey will have the priority heat. We'll be right back.
We're here on Moon Day for the Rising Tides 2026. Looks pretty hard, but hopefully us girls can find a couple and it should be super fun.
We're here to watch our best friend Marty, so, and my sister.
Rising Tides is super awesome just to see every year how much better the girls are getting. Especially here in Western Australia, I swear they are a different breed. They're fearless, the waves are wild, and they're all out there having a good time.
Look, when you catch a wave and you're on it, you get the best feeling. Yeah, it's a beautiful feeling.
We were all once those young girls looking up to the girls on tour.
The winner is Paige Hayward, custom lost surfboard. Thank you so much. Oh my god.
What's your best tip of like staying on that high through competition? I think it's a fine balance between obviously celebrating the win.
I'd say coming here last year and being able to surf the box. And who are your favorite surfers?
I like Molly and Bronte and Jack Bobo.
On the tour right now is Molly and Steph.
WSL Rising Tides presented by IC. That was a fantastic one. The waves weren't too welcoming that day, and they absolutely charged. Lakey was so impressed, a past champion of Margaret River in 2019. Throws down a frontside carve, a wild end section that she's still fighting for the finish. She'll go down and take a little wild ride over the bricks and onto the Red Bull ski. She's in the heat with Erin Brooks. As we introduce the Hydrolite Heat to watch, Molly Picklum, reigning world champion, taking on one of the best ever from Australia, three-time world runner-up and a past champion at Margaret River, Sally Fitzgibbons, in a rematch from Winky Pop at stop number 1, where Molly got the win and actually turned in the highest combined heat total of the event at stop number 1 to eliminate Sal. And now they're going head-to-head at main break.
Pretty cool to see the matchup again here. Sally, past champion, Molly, yet to get the victory here at Margaret River. The veteran up against the world champ. Here's live action at Erin.
Erin Brooks squaring up and attacking at the right. She's been kind of glued to the left for a bit there, and then identified some open wall here. Inside track didn't give her much, so just all set up work to get a ride out the back again. Also on the series of replays, there's Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, so Lakey on a little inside wave here, gets up, a beautiful slashing turn. And again, just some rail work through the inside, and she hops through and comes up to this junction. Just goes down, but the one turn was good, Joe. So this will get her heat underway. Very quiet up to this point. Lakey didn't really even get any waves during the first half of that non-priority heat.
And now finally getting in the mix, 4.83 for Peterson. And Erin Brooks throwing in a 3.67.
Yeah, so advantage to Lakey already. So she's only stood up twice. The second wave, she's put a number on the board and already just put a bit of pressure on Erin Brooks, who's she's had 6 cracks at building a score and just hasn't been able to get anything outside of the 3 mark. So very tricky lineup today. Cat and mouse, really. You need to duck in and just sit on that takeoff spot and just be prepared to take a couple of big sets on the head.
Erin Brooks had Lakey's number last year. Erin's rookie season, they met up 3 times. Erin won all of those matchups. And then Lakey finally got her first win off Erin Brooks at the first event of the season. And it was a high-scoring matchup, both with 15+ totals, and Lakey finally got the win over the young rookie. Erin had some kind words to say about meeting Lakey for the first time. Lakey gave Erin her surfboard after a tough loss in Honolulu Bay when Lakey missed out on a world title and a spot on the Olympic team for USA. Erin was so impressed in the moment of such defeat and loss after a big year that she was so kind to her, and Erin said now she gives away boards because of that moment. Wow. With Lakey Peterson. 16:15 on the clock here, Rich, and Lakey will have priority and still has that 4.83, just a 2.17. Will give her the lead as Aaron's counting a couple of threes.
Yeah, I think it's a good position for Lakey this moment of the heat, but it's an important one. She needs to convert on this next ride, and that will actually shift a lot of pressure back onto Erin, who is really going to have to start matching Lakey wave for wave, score to score. So with a little work to do, but I did like just the signs on that right-hander. Erin looked a little bit more connected. The board starting to get under control. There's a couple more big sets start to loom on the outside peak.
Priority with Peterson to control this set. But Erin doesn't mind hiding and picking off a left under priority, but they're scattering now. Lakey's in blue, duck diving over on the right. Erin's got a lot of distance from Lakey, sitting on the left, so she's being smart about it, knowing that Lakey could sit on her and take her off her right-hander. She'll just look at the lefts, maybe until the priority rotates.
Oh, these waves, they're tough. Hard to duck dive. In particular, the second one, when there's turbulent water already. You need to try and do a really deep duck dive, and these waves roll with so much power. You know, a lot of the time the surfers will actually hug their board. They'll wrap their arms around their board once they're down under the water, and they duck dive just to kind of keep it connected to your body. And then in some situations, the wave will actually, the plumes of whitewash will drive you down deeper and deeper, and you just got to hang onto your board, and the natural weight of the foam will bring you back up. But yeah, real sort of similar power to Hawaii over here. On a clear day, you can sometimes duck dive, open your eyes and prepare yourself. You can see the whitewater plumes coming down, and sometimes you can actually escape them and maneuver underwater.
14:50 on the clock. Winner of the last heat, a world champ named Caroline Marks, is on the glass with Vaughn Deadly.
Caroline Marks, congratulations. The year is underway.
Yeah, thank you. We were having a conversation before. I was like, I feel like Bells, I didn't even surf. You know, I feel like I finally got some opportunities to open up, and so I was really stoked on that.
That's cool. We were talking about as well, like, you know, sometimes paddling out in conditions like this, you're really just looking for one big section that you can tee off on.
For sure. It's funny, they started so early this morning, and I think everyone didn't quite know what today was going to be like, because yesterday was wind swelly, and I know that long period filled in. So actually, I paddled on a totally different board in the morning, and then I came in, I was like, I just feel like my gut's telling me to go a little smaller. So I brought a brand new board out, never ridden it before. So shout out to Matt, like, so confident on his equipment that I can just ride a new board in a heat with no elimination. It's pretty sketchy, but I was, yeah, that confident on it, so it felt good.
Yeah, the board looked great. But how hard is it to pick the right wave out there? And, you know, I guess if the opportunity stands up, you've just got to be prepared to give that one section everything.
For sure. It's super tricky out there. Like, it's not really defined Margarets. It's kind of all over the place. And you also get washed in a lot. Like, there's a lot of sets that clean you up. So a lot of cat and mouse. It's really hard to be in the spot. And yeah, I'm stoked I found a few. I was just trying to not overthink it and just ride a bunch of waves. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out.
And on that last wave, I know you didn't make that turn, but it was such a big hanger. It must have felt good to just really attack something.
Yeah, it felt really good. I feel like I've been having some great free surf, so hopefully, you know, the next heat and stuff, I can just keep opening up more. And yeah, I feel great. I'm super happy. And but yeah, that would have been nice to make it. Hopefully in my heat I'll make it next time.
Yeah, into the quarters. Congratulations, a great way to get the year back on track.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Caroline. Into the quarters as Lakey is tagging that oncoming section, and she'll ride away, giving some backup to her 4.83 and chasing a 2.17 for a lead change, which will probably happen there. Riding a brand new board, and it worked for Caroline Marks. So 3 quarterfinalists so far, all riding lost surfboards. Here's what Lakey did.
So a little inside wave here for Lakey. Bit of a trip up on that first bottom turn. So she does a little check back into the energy, and now some open face, connects with the lip. So only needing that 2.17. I think she'll get that score. But this wave of Molly Picklum, beautiful opening arc. Really committed turn here, big swooping cut back again into the foam. And now Molly just connecting through the inside, oncoming foamy section. She nails it, stays nice and low. So that's a really good way for the world champ to start this off as we look at the slow-mo. Gets onto that heel side rail again. That outside fin just coming out of the water, which indicates just the commitment to the rail, and that gave her all this speed. Beautiful technique. Really opens up the wingspan, the upper body. Just committed to that rail. Beautiful surfing from Molly Picklum.
Molly Picklum now with the high score of the event on the women's side, a 7-point ride. We mentioned we had a few 6.5s on opening day. And Caroline got there as well in the previous heat, but the 7's now the mark as the high number, as we see a nice snap to start from Erin Brooks. She finds the pocket again, Walls growing, good section to drill right there. And she will hop out of the split peak. Sally in the non-priority side just kicked out of the right. But I like Erin's patience on that one, had some clear water. That little onshore crumble actually gave her a place to snap it on the left that typically is kind of can go a little fat and full. But a nice little crunchy crumble up the whitewater.
Yeah, it was better.
Gave her a good target there.
Yeah, it was much better. More composed, as you said. She just slowed things down. This is live action. Blakey, just a quick in and out. And again, just these sets continue to pour through here and just make life a little difficult in terms of positioning. But I think we may see the lead change twice in this heat. I think Lakey will get the score, go into first place, which she did, 2.77. And now Erin needing that 3.94. I think she's going to get it.
This is what happened on the right for Sally Fitz.
Okay, Sally drives around this section. Carving swoop off the top. Smooth roundhouse cut back on the inside. Great rail work here from Sally. And a little hop to finish things off. And now Erin fades. Almost a little jump off the bottom turn, but she keeps connected. Couple of good swoops. Again, she just sits on the tail, waiting for the wave to stand up in front of her. An aggressive snap on that inside ledge.
Great timing for Erin Brooks, chasing a 3.94. We're expecting the lead to go back to the young superstar representing Canada on the world stage, as we see Sally checking out a right here. Walls growing in front of her, and she's able to chuck the tail out the back and control the tail slide. A fun single maneuver option. A past Margaret River Pro champ just identified as something fun to work with there, way before 1.5. Chasing a 5.51 for a lead change.
Well, Caroline proved that one turn and a solid turn will bank you a good number. And again, Sal avoiding another huge wash through set. You can see it breaking outside. So Sal just sees that there's one section, throws the tail, gets a little slide, and then regains control. So again, she's going to conserve energy, Joe, simply by riding that wave and not having to deal with that big closeout set on the outside. And she's also going to put a number on the board here. So really good strategy from Sally.
And maybe the advantage of some onshore wind, of having a section where you can have that fin drift. Here's Erin Brooks speeding down the line. There's a section there. She gets over the top of it and gets taken out trying to ride away.
Yeah, these left-handers do look a bit bumpier just in regards to the wind-affected face. The rights, in my opinion, still seem to be a little bit smoother. And very difficult to ride the left. And if Erin can't put a number of good lefts together, we've seen her fall a bunch of times on the left. That's got to tell you that it is really tricky out there.
So Erin hopping on the sled, and we'll be back to business. She's in the priority heat. Go to the non-priority heat. The world champ on the wind-up. He drills it on her backhand. Molly Picklum, right on the money. Airdrop and controls a big two-turn combination. She is feeling good this morning. And now Lakey against Erin Brooks. Draws it on the open face, hits it off the top, and now rushing a third maneuver. She gets there in time. Didn't have big sections there to work with, but she got a few turns down the stretch. Lakey chasing a 3.51 to get her lead back. A very close battle between Erin and Lakey with 6:20 to go. But Molly's going to add a giant number to her 7. And Sally, meanwhile, got a 3.5 for that tail slide on the closeout for a single maneuver option.
Yeah, I like the flow of Lakey's last wave. It was a little bit more connected. This is live action to Sally.
Sally Fitz, 3-time world runner-up. Throws a little wrap in the pocket and steps off, so not a whole lot on that one. And judging by the 3.5 she got on the tail drift, she's gonna have another similar type of number for just a single maneuver on not a big wall section compared to what her opponent's doing in this heat.
Yeah, Sally's gonna have to really start focusing on wave selection here, because if she wants to get back into this heat with Molly Picklum, who is about to drop another big number, she really needs that bigger open face to work with. She needs to start looking at that rail game. Here we go, here's the replay of Lakey. So like I said, Joe, there was a bit more flow on this one. Little cut down to start off, projects over that first section, connects with the second one down the line, and then through to the inside. And then this is Molly Picklum's beautiful left-hander. The wave stands up, she connects, keeps all that speed going straight onto the bottom turn again, and then hits the inside section. And at this point, I think she's going, there are left-handers out here. We can get a score on the left, and that's exactly what Molly did. Beautiful technique here, just steering the board, carving off the top. Totally airborne at that point. The board reconnects. And then sees that section looming up ahead. Look at the upper body twist. And then she drives through with the lower body, stays nice and compressed up the top, and then just navigates that, that drop. Wow, man, she is looking so good at the moment.
Two giant backside hammers and so vertical. Tighten the pocket as critical as it gets. Molly can't just help but enjoy the ride. A 7 was her opening wave. Standing by for that second score as we look at Sally's last.
Okay, Sal through to the inside on the right. Wave starts to stand up, a nice carve down. And then she opts to eject out of that. And she dropped a number, 5, mid-range score. She's going to need more. You can see there, Molly Picklum on the IC score line, just really consistent across the board. One judge even going 9.
8.5 for Molly Picklum. Excellent score, the best number of the event so far. Molly had an 8.67 over at Winky Pop in the round that she defeated Sally Fitzgibbons. Aaron Brooks threw an 8.9 at Bells, so 8.5, one of the best numbers of the season so far in its early stages. And Molly isn't even in the priority side of her heat yet.
Yeah, that's a little scary. She's definitely looking like she is in full control. Her wave choice, Joe, has been impeccable. And she's laid down some of the best power surfing that we've seen of the event so far.
Sally in green there, paddling over that wave. Sally represented Australia in the Olympics for Tokyo 2020. Molly represented Australia over at Chopes in Tahiti. Molly's teammate was Tyler Wright. Sally's was Steph Gilmore. Only 4 women surfers so far representing Australia in the Olympics. Sally, a veteran who just showed up in big ways ever since she qualified in 2009. In fact, from 2009 to 2014, all those years on tour, she never failed to make at least a quarterfinal. One of the best streaks we've had in surfing history. That streak was broken at the start of the season in 2015 when Sal lost to Bronte McCauley at the time. But now we're running out of time in our priority heat. Lakey trying to go 2 straights over Aaron Brooks after losing to her 3 times last season.
Yeah, incredible. It's, I think, like 14-year difference between the veteran and the young apprentice. But Lakey, she's chipping away at this, looking good. Do know that she's also on a step up. 5.10 is her normal shortboard. She's gone up to a 6.0 CI Pro step up. It's looking good under her feet. She needs to close this one out. Aaron Brooks in priority though. has the chance. 5.43 is what's needed. She's having a look at this right-hander, trying to get herself in position. I think she'll have to duck dive under that first ride.
And now 1 minute to go. Lakey trying to go back-to-back. Erin trying to get herself in the quarterfinals to build a world title campaign and still be involved for the GWM Tank 300. That'll be given away to the winner of the GWM Aussie Treble. That'll be given out on the Gold Coast. But a couple of round 2 losses aren't going to help you get those keys. 5.43 required, and paddling for this one. Erin's looking at this wave to try to find a decent number. Let's see if we can bowl up here. Nothing on that wave. Lakey getting closer to another huge win. So solid at main break Margaret River ever since she figured out how to win out here. Got a 9.8. It changed everything.
We'll watch the clock, Joe. So she potentially could have been on that wave coming through now that Lakey's about to take off on.
So Erin maybe jumping the gun early, taking a wave that didn't have anything on it. This could have been Erin's wave here, and Lakey already getting 2 tags on it. And now driving into a third. She's feeling good. She knows the situation. As she looked at her Apple Watch, saw Erin just kicked out of a dud, and Lakey will go back-to-back in her victories over the young superstar. Experience paying off, and Lakey is in the quarterfinals to take on her longtime rival of Caroline Marks.
Yeah.
What a solid effort from the Californian. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. When we come back, Luana Silva and Sophie McCulloch hit the water. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. Thanks for being with us here on game day. Round 2, heat number 6. We invite Luana Silva representing Brazil and Sophie McCulloch for Australia into a great battle here. One-on-one heats. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Sophie getting the late call up to compete at Margaret River with Tyler Wright's injury. Tyler's been hanging around but unable to compete, so Soph got the call up. And Lulu has been more than ready to compete. She's had a lot of good sessions out there, even waiting after the calls to get out in the water and stay ready for onshore conditions at main break. Representing Brazil, but raised on the north shore of Oahu. Loves a big wall at Sunset Beach. Likes a nice, powerful, open face. And meets it with such grace and finesse. One of the best styles on tour. As we see Lulu roll into this one, little slingshot with some speed. She'll throw down the carve on the high part of that wave. Connects with the section. Out in front for a third turn. Great start for Lulu.
Wow, what an opener. And just really stamping her authority all over that wave, setting the intent clear from the opening wave. She means business against Sophie McCulloch, who started with a 3.17. Let's have a look what happened here on Sophie's opening ride. Big turbulent face in front of her. wrapping cutback. Just toying with that foam. Another slash on the outside face. Comes up to this junction and just gets swallowed up by the whitewash. This is a replay. Luana, beautiful looking wave here. Love how she wrapped it all the way back, Joe. Nice tight angle. Connects with the lip there. So really committed turn on the second. And nice snap to finish off there. So great three-turn combination. Look how high she goes on that. Stays controlled. There was almost a bit of backwash as she, right at the moment where she hit the lip, put a bit of emphasis on the turn. Gee, she's looking great. She's on a 6.0 sharp eye. So again, just an inch or two longer than what she's normally riding.
Lulu had a big start to the season, taking down Australian royalty in back-to-back heats. First, Stephanie Gilmore on the welcome back tour for Steph. Lulu got the win there, then had to deal with Tyler Wright to jump into the quarterfinals. Here comes the world champ Molly Picklum into the open face, controls that DHD into the pocket, and just greets the oncoming section with a beautiful finishing move, nice and easy. Her lines and decisions have been perfect in this heat. An 8.5 was her last on a left and a 7 to start. We think about her strengths, you know, being a world champ, she's got several of them. You know, we know about slabs and pipeline and even airs that she throws down time and time again, but something about a raw, rugged ocean where she really sets herself apart from the rest.
Yeah, she just looks comfortable, doesn't she? All these little bumps that seem to be kind of affecting the line of some of the surfers. Molly just seems to cut through it. The boards are just looking incredible under her feet. So hats off to DHD. Darren Hanley obviously just has been making her boards for years. Looking incredible. But yeah, she just has this stable, solid stance that it never looks like she's going to fall.
Molly Picklum trying to go 2 in a row with her world titles this year. It will be a different format from how she experienced the first one last year. But I only think it's going to help her cause with the Pipe Masters being the season finale and also worth 1.5 times the points. So a regular event like this one, 10,000 for a win, but Pipe will be 15,000. And she is a part of that famous final with Katie Simmers, where Katie had the big quote, "Pipes for the girls," and Molly was a big part of that. Was actually the highest scoring athlete round after round, getting more 8s and excellent scores than anybody in the draw. Last year had a semi-final there, and you're just going, oh my goodness, if Molly's wearing yellow going into the Pipe Masters, yeah. I don't think she'll be stoppable.
You get surfers that you know, they really have to work at those type of locations where the waves are intimidating and you don't quite get all the early reps and the practice time out there because it is so hard to go and get a wave and be amongst the local crowd out there. But and then you got surfers like Molly Picklum who actually just thrive and absolutely froth on going out there. And you know, Katie Simmers is one. You'd have to think Carissa Moore is another. So if they're in there with a shot coming into the final event, look out.
Well, this is the brand new season that's getting everyone so excited. The whole idea is like the ocean signing off on the world title. With venues like this, you know, already finished Bells. Gabby Bryant got the win there, her first Bells world #1. Molly Picklum was right there, though. She's #2 in the world at this stage. Gabby's kind of always the favorite in Margaret River, trying to go 3 in a row. So Molly knows that as she wants to get some points off Gabriella at stop #2.
Yeah, absolutely. Margaret River, and then from there, Snapper Rocks, just high performance all the way. Can't wait to get there. Raglan, the new stop on tour, and then El Salvador, which has been a bit of a fixture over the last couple of years. We head off to Brazil, and then we do the South Pacific leg through Chopu and Cloudbreak. That's going to be amazing. And then again, just one of the high performance waves on the planet at lower trestles. And then we go into our postseason, which will be interesting.
Yeah, Molly is so good at just with her consistency. You know, you look at what she did at Chopes last year. She got her world title at Cloudbreak. Trestles, she was runner-up to Betty Lou in the final. She made so many finals during that block of the season. It just looks like it's just a perfect year for Molly to build her legacy and add another world title this season.
When you're looking at the calendar and every single event is like a pet event, it's like, yeah, okay, I've got this on lock now. But what a cohesive tour. Just, you know, it's the best surfer is going to be the surfer who can be complete in every sort of conditions. And that's a real tour that reflects that.
Molly picked them such a solid lead, throwing away her third choice, a 6.33, where she still looked like she was in total control as Sophie McCulloch locks in. And just off field, just finding the pocket. No major yet, tags the lip line there, so had to wait for that maneuver. 3.17 was Soph's start. Formerly full-time on the championship tour. In that first debut season, she actually injured herself right before the season opener. She's dealt with a few of those.
Yeah, she's had a rough trot with injury, and she's really just shown some tenacity coming back and her grit determination. Scruff just hammering that one section on that wave, so that'll feel good. And Luana starting with that 6.17, so she knows that this is going to be a bit of a fight to get back into this heat.
Let's hear from Lakey Peterson with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Lakey, congratulations. That was a tough draw, obviously, with the phenom that you were up against, but you're also up against the conditions. It was pretty tough out there.
Yeah, I knew having Erin, I knew she was going to go left actually the whole heat, and I was like, oh, she gets such big scores going left, and it's just hard out there. You see so many fun ones from the beach, and then you get out there, and it's so hard to find them, unless you're Molly, it seems like. So, yeah, I was just not pretty, but I'll take it, yeah.
Yeah, those grindy ones can be quite satisfying when you look back over the overall pathway through an event. But, mate, we know you haven't been feeling the best. How are you managing your energy out there?
I felt so bad out there. I've been super sick the last few days, and then I went for a free surf this morning because I was like, I just got to get moving. And the first 20 minutes of that heat, I was like, my plan was to sit in and under, and there was just rogue set after rogue set. So the first 20 minutes, I just got so flogged, and I was like shaky, and I was like, okay, just get it together here in the next 20 minutes. And I was just lucky to get a couple little ones and put it together. But yeah, I'm happy to have some lay days.
For sure, yeah. Look, we won't keep you, but those lay days are going to come in handy. You're up against Caroline next. I think it's 5 heats head-to-head, 3-2 to Caroline at the moment, but that'll be a good opportunity to get one back.
Heck yeah, let's make it 3-3 and then keep going. That'll be a fun one, yeah.
Congratulations. Go get some rest.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ronnie.
Well done, Lakey. Wow, dealing with that, being under the weather when you need all of your strength and powers to deal with this wild ocean today. She did well to survive for the second event in a row over Erin Brooks. But even with her, you know, feeling under the weather, a little spark came in her eye when she heard about her matchup to come. They shared the same coach in Mike Parsons for a bit. They were fighting for the same goal. It actually, I think, got too much for a bit. They were just sparring everywhere. They couldn't get away from each other. They're fighting for spots on the U.S. team and a world title. So there's a lot in that one coming up maybe in a week when we run again.
Yeah, we're staring down the barrel of a couple of lay days. Nothing official yet, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, hopefully Lakey recovers quickly. It's never good when you're competing and you're under the weather. But in a way, you almost go on autopilot and just sort of go, okay, you know what, the pressure is off. I'll just go out there and do my best. But that was a bit of a scrappy heat for sure. She got it done. That was a big one. Lucky that Erin didn't actually just tap in. She had a pretty scrappy heat herself. But yeah, Lakey gets a match up with Caroline. That's going to be great.
Yeah, great quarterfinals. Already looking forward to it. Lakey puts one up for Channel Island Surfboards in the final series to give Lost a little competition there, as Lost already has 3 competitors in the quarters. There is a rule change in the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings, brought to you by VEA, is that each shaper gets to count their top 2 surfers in the draw.
Across men and women?
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. So that'll make things a little different. You know, for stables that don't have, you know, the numbers, they might have a shot there. In saying that, they kind of ran the last few years with this new format update. Matt still wins with Lost over the last few years. But it'll be interesting. JS with a great start to the season is in second. Great performances from Miguel Pupo, obviously winning. His brother, also Sammy Pupo, was in the quarters. Big team. Kanoa Garashi introducing Jack Robinson. So I think JS Industries was like, all right, enough is enough. Let's play ball this year.
Yeah, well, there was a hiatus for a little while, wasn't there? There wasn't. There was a stage where I think Jace only had maybe 1 or 2 surfers on the championship tour, but he's got a very healthy stable now. And this is going to be interesting, watching the Shaper rankings play out over the year.
8:45 to go. Molly got her scores in the non-priority side of this 46-minute battle with Sally Fitzgibbons. 8.5 is the best score we've had at this event. The 7.0 was the same when she got that. So Molly, the standout performer so far at Margaret River. Her best score she's had out here was a 9.17. And believe it or not, that event she fell off the championship tour, had to go back to the Challenger Series. And actually went through a little slump. Got to Bolito and was just in all sorts, just couldn't even do a floater. And her coach, Micro, was like, well, we're gonna go golfing. It sounded selfish, but it was actually very smart to kind of get some space from this whole competition thing. He's almost trying too hard to perform. Yeah. She came back after that golf day and ended up winning that event in Bolito. Very impressive, and qualified, and now we've seen what happens ever since. Already a world champ, Sally Fitz, 3-time world runner-up, is ejecting and goes over the falls.
I like it though. I just the aggression. That's exactly what Sally needs to do. Get on attack mode and really stand up to these sections that are coming at her. So A for effort on that last wave. And if she can make one of those big ending maneuvers, Joe, she'll be right in this, and she'll start really making a comeback. And only 7 minutes on the board now, so she needs to dig in deep.
Sally's best number out here in her career, a 9.73. She's almost been perfect, as we see what happened on this one.
So a nice tidy wrap. Now she starts to weave for speed. This big section comes up and just pushes a little too hard, and a board disconnected with the back of the wave.
And now on her way back out in her 43rd heat surfed here at Margaret River Main Break. She's had 7 excellent heats out here. 23 scores above the 8-point range. And now back on through the CS, where she was very consistent. Made a final to kick off the season to re-qualify. And one of the best looking tours we've ever seen on the women's side. All of her best friends, like Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore. They used to be called the Fantastic Four. She almost looked at every event for a few years there, and it was just the 4 of them just hogging all the points in the semifinals and beyond. It was so hard to break through against Sal, Steph, Tyler, and Carissa. And all of them celebrating longevity. Still being relevant, still the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. But of those 4, unfortunately, Sally is the one that never quite got the world title, and she just came so close. You'd have to think, Joe, she's the best to have never won a world title as yet on the women's side. But through no lack of trying and determination. But she is one of the most likable and loved surfers on the women's tour, and has been globally. She's welcomed around the world. Huge following here in Australia.
Yeah, it's great. There were some heartbreakers, weren't there, Rich?
Yeah.
Where she was wearing the leader's jersey at Honolulu Bay, and a young Brisa Hennessy, still in her junior career, showcased her power, and then the world title just slipped out of Sally's hands. That was just one of them, as we see Fitzgibbons now. Hits that whitewater coping. Just a little check turn. Nothing's going to happen in her top 2. And now Luana Silva will throw down her second scoring ride. Such a nice open-faced carve that she has on her. Looking for a little room, and she'll get dropped off there. growing up with a nice rival named Betty Lou, two best of friends, but they got to push each other every weekend in the amateur series, and they both are on tour today. As we wait for Lulu's score to come in, let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, you know what? You riding around on a skinny, scrawny, emaciated bike? No, 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 no. You need a fat boy, all-terrain bike that is comfortable in the sand, in the gravel, in the grass, or on the road. The Fat Boy with all of their models here, full suspension, lots of juice in the battery life. Fat Boy, they're my favorite bike. They're Australia's #1 e-bike, and you can get one too. You know how? Scan this QR code right on site. Enter yourself into the sweepstakes to win a Fat Boy bike. Remember, it doesn't matter what the terrain. Fat Boy, it eats it all up. Nom nom.
Always a winner. Good man, Kaipo. Well, speaking of Fat Boy ride of the heat. Molly Picklum on her 8.5.
Oh, just pure backhand surfing at its best from Molly Picklum, and just finding these two sections on the left and tagging them. You know, that wave was double overhead, and Molly just making it look small, man. She just really owned it, overpowering it, and getting the excellent ride. 8.5, deserving every point of that wave.
Crushing sections. Front side, back side. If it's a big wall, she's just going to attack the pocket. Still famous for one of the biggest moves ever completed in Sunset Beach history. A closeout hammer where she dropped about off a 2-story building. It would have been frightening if she didn't pull that off.
Oh yeah, she would have got licked, but man, she stayed in control, and I think people were just screaming around the world when she nailed that thing. So many highlight moments. That one maneuver gets played over and over again. We love it.
Yeah, she has no weaknesses, Molly Picklum. Working with Glenn Micro Hall, the beginning of her career, changing gears last year, and came through with the world title. Last of Lulu comes in at a 3.3, Rich.
Yeah, nice power slash to open up, and then the wave just sits down on the inside, so not too many more points extracted in the final moments, but really it was that opening carve. And again, you can just notice when those rails cut a little deeper, that's when the surfer's tapping into that real power energy. The judges love it.
Minute 45 to go. Molly representing North Shelley Board Riders Club, always proud of where she comes from. And growing up on the Central Coast of New South Wales, she had a lot of options of slabs to surf and some really great waves and a great surfing community. She got to spend some time the other night at a great dinner that was set up to give a shout to Ace Buchan, a mentor for her, a hero for her, who kind of fell off the tour just kind of in an instant in that shortened season. Hurt his back out here at Margaret River and never really got to hang with his friends and peers. After about 16 years representing on the championship tour, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Molly was so happy to be there for that dinner as one of her biggest inspirations. And I'm sure Ace is proud of what she's done in the first block of this one. 8.5, 7.0. Right now for Molly, it's the chase of yellow. Last thing she wanted to do was give up that jersey to Gabriella Bryan.
No, she's going to try and wrestle it back off her for sure. But yeah, no, that was a fun night, and never too late to have another retirement party.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
I want one for you, Rick.
Well, we could organize that. What a perfect place to do it.
Rolling in here, Molly Picklum is just having a ball. Board looks perfect. What a great show she put on here. Her round 2 heat at Bell's was the highest combined heat total of that event, and looks like she might create a theme with her round 2 performances as she goes back to back with her wins over the Aussie great Sally Fitzgibbons. And she'll move on to quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, very confident display of surfing from Molly Picklum. Just really making smart wave choices and executing with some fine surfing. She looks happy, big smiles, and she moves through.
Now Molly with 3 excellent scores this season with this 8.5. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Jessie Starling and Felicity Palmatier for the call right after this.
Margaret River has so much to offer. I mean, first of all, the amount of wave that it has. Then we checked out this really cool surf museum. Our Ravina welcomed us so amazingly.
It's actually my first time coming to a winery, so finally experiencing some other parts of WA.
You know, we come to the wineries, eat good food, drink good wine. You go mountain bike riding, you can go see the whales. It's great to be back in West Oz, and I advise everyone to come here and come check it out.
One of the most incredible coastlines that we have in Australia. The lady sitting next to me would say it is definitely the best. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier. We've got a good-looking matchup on our hands right now. Soph McCulloch taking on Luana Silva, and Scruff finishing off a wave here. She's sticking with the rights. We've seen a couple lefts really start to come into play here, but Soph McCulloch, she's identified that there's a couple of really fun little bowley rights still out there. We've still got plenty of action that we're rolling through today. The crowd has rolled in, the women are out there. I think the best way to say it, Carissa Moore, she said in her post-heat interview, you're never quite in control at Margaret River, and we're kind of seeing that on show today here.
Oh, totally. I think it's that classic tale of cat and mouse out there today. You never can really be sitting too far out. There's always going to be those big sort of rogue sets come through and clean out the lineup, but I feel like we're seeing conditions improve throughout the morning. Look, I mean, the scores are representative of that. You know, you just think, you know, to the last heat, Molly Pickles getting the win there, you know, with the 15.5 total, and, you know, finding an excellent wave out there and showing us, you know, showing everyone how it's done out there this morning. So, yeah, signs of improvement, and looking forward to breaking down the next few heats with you, Jessie.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, Flick. Round 2, heat number 7, they're getting underway. So we've got 46-minute overlapping heats. Katie Simmers taking on Vahine Fierro, who's really not a stranger to big waves here. Let's stick with our priority heat right now. Lulu currently leading. She's got a 6.17, looking to drop a 3.3 on this wave here. That's a better looking connection. Had a great run here last year, went all the way to a quarterfinal finish, and this felt like, you know, the perfect tie to the end of her Aussie leg here, where we really saw Lulu just start to come into herself.
Yeah, I think you think about her strengths, right? And her strengths for me is that big forehand sort of carve that she's got, and I think it lends itself well here to the power of main break. You know, we saw it on display at Bells Beach last year, where she got the runner-up, and then she came to the West and obviously got the quarterfinal finish. So, yeah, just some tidy rail work here. She's just trying to back up the 6.17, you know, but I can't stress it enough. You're just kind of rolling the dice on, you know, these opportunities that are coming through this morning. And what might look like a good wave when you take off might kind of just like fall away and end up being fat, or sometimes you take off, it doesn't look like much, and then it just stands up and reels down the reef. So, yeah, it is tricky out there this morning, but obviously Molly Picklum showing us that it can be done out there.
I love that we're seeing a couple lefts come into play. Obviously, you know, I actually ran into Stomper, who's helping out with a lot of the conditions and the calls, and he said there's a lot more west in the swell today. So we're going to see a couple of these bowly looking lefts. Now, typically, the lefts don't really come into play till winter time, until we start to see that river mouth open and draw that current out. But are you feeling, you know, with your local expertise on the wave, that maybe the lefts are potentially the go?
Oh, I think you just got to be available to both ways, right? And be open to both options. I think it'd be the wrong move to sort of discount, you know, either left or right out there this morning.
Vahine getting her first wave of this heat here. hasn't had a great relationship with Margies in the past. She's looking to redefine that here with what looks to be a really big board under her feet. Lulu, she actually took a 6-0 down, and to put it in context, we're about the same height, we're 5'6", so 6-0 is a solid step up.
Yeah, I like the idea. As we see Scruff.
Here we go, started to get her campaign even more underway here. Needs a 4.98 to jump into the lead over Lulu. Lays into a good looking hack on that second turn. Wow, and connects beautifully on that finishing here for Sophie McCulloch. Katie Simmers, she's going to kick it off as well, giving us her variation of that back foot stomp carve. She's got an end turn, gets to it early enough. She's holding on here for the finish. We know that end section can get the better of all of our competitors. Now Lulu, third wave of the set, can't quite get the completion here, but you can see Katie and Sophie getting a really nice read on those rights.
Yeah, I think from what I noticed, I really liked how paced the approach was from Katie. You know, there was a lot of lump and bump there, but she kind of just really timed those couple of sections really nicely and got the completion, so it was good to see from her. Same goes for Soph, really. I mean, they're not really easy sections to ride out of. That, you know, end section that finishes on that really shallow reef there, and obviously the converging bit of whitewash. It's a lot of power unloading, so both women really timing that last section pretty well.
Yeah, so, you know, this is actually, it's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster this week. Got the last minute call up to be in this event as the injury wildcard after Tyler Wright. Unfortunately, her injury, it got a bit worse, but not only that, this place, it holds a little bit of a fear factor for her. We'll get back to that here, the last, or first wave of Vahine.
Yeah, so just little replay here of what Vahine got done. I mean, it was a quick wave. She knew that that wave had no more scoring potential, so she's out of there. Behind her, Soph, though, this is a nice looking wave for her. You know, she finds some open face, and I just like that she's solid on her feet, right? A nice paced approach. That was probably the highlight moment for me, and then she does get the finishing maneuver, which is not easy to do. Sometimes it will project you forward and you can ride out in front of it. Other times it eats you alive. And then behind her, Katie, you know, I think Katie, through this middle section, yeah, it was really tricky to read. I kind of just like this, you know, sort of paced approach. She's like, okay, I'm just going to wait for this section to stand up. And she does so well to hang on here because that was not easy.
Yeah.
So a couple of completions there.
I really love those last two waves from Katie and Sophie, and then Lulu, it started off so well with this one.
Yeah, and you can just see really how difficult it is. I mean, that second turn was really nice. Threw a lot of spray, but you can just see how much lump and bump. I think every single wave then, Katie's wave, Sophie's wave, Luana's wave, it's really evident that there's so much lump to deal with and bump, and to try find that clean, you know, I just go back to the last heat. You know, we saw the best performance of the morning so far, Molly. She really did such a great job at identifying those clean face waves, right? I think it was night and day to me. It's kind of like she really did a good job at studying the, you know, the heats previous. She identified what waves she wanted, and yeah, it's not an easy thing to do, but yeah, those last three waves, though, they had a fair bit for those women to deal with on those ones.
Scores locking in on that last of our priority heat right now. Sophie McCulloch, hers is coming through at a 5.57, so it's her best, but Lulu actually improved, so she was keeping a 3.3, locks in a 4.8. I'd say majority of that comes from that second carve there, but the judges keeping the scale pretty close between Sophie and Lulu's last wave.
Yeah, up until really the last heat with Molly, we've seen really close heats go down. You're kind of splitting hairs, and you know, it's maybe if you know you'd made this turn here or made it, just everything has been very tight. So look, the heat's still wide open for Luana and Sophie, and the fact that there's so many waves coming through, we're going to see, you know, at least a couple more exchanges. We're just kind of looking for that one moment, that sort of breakaway moment in that heat. So we're still looking for the breakaway moment in that heat.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch, she's looking for a 5.41, so needs to basically do exactly what she did on her last wave. Molly Picklum surfed an incredible heat. She's working with the local guy, Jerome. Let's listen in.
Yeah, the left.
I had to like tag it to the point of completion, but then when my phone was like all about just like, whoa, I can't believe it actually gave me 2 tags.
I know.
I was like, drop and...
Because the first one you loaded up on was like perfect. I was like, oh, is it going to be one moment? And then it just like had another wedge. And you were able to, yeah, and you were able to just like, you were able to like, pull it in sort of like, just like, straight up there.
And then the rest of it was just like, stuff.
But it was nice. Like,
board was sick.
Yeah, board was sick.
Like on the first carve, I was like,
and it just holds through as well. that was world surf team. And you just like started, just got the ball rolling, and you just kept rolling.
Yeah.
And that's what
She was like going heaps of waves. And she went a wave and they didn't give me priority, and I was like, yeah, at the start, they must have thought it was Lakey or someone going. And I was like, far out. Like, and then Sally paddles out like, oh, the priority board's not working. And I was like, yeah, don't use it against me.
Don't you dare.
Yeah, I was like, don't be rude.
Yeah.
Whereas he's
But how was all the sets at the start too?
I got so smart. I did one duck dive and I went all the way down, and I was literally sitting there hugging my board thinking, oh my God.
Am I coming up?
But you know when you're just waiting for it and then you just like, I felt like I was like a rocket
You
just
had a tail.
coming up to the...
Salmon.
I was buggered after I got like that wipe out there. It was so long underwater. I literally counted to like 5 as I was at the bottom, and then I was like 3, 2, 0.
Pretty interesting that number 1 and 2 in the world using local coaches.
Yeah, I think it's smart. You know, that was Jerome Forrest on screen there, and Jerome is no. I think it's funny that Molly got her best score on the left. If anyone's going to tell you to be open to a left out at main break, it's going to be Jezza. But yeah, he's obviously, you know, such a charger. He spent so much time down here over the years. Local legend, Margaret River board riders, and yeah, I love that he's stepping sort of into this coaching role. He's also here and he's helping out Ethan Ewing as well. So yeah, I really love the fact that, you know, these women and men are leaning into, you know, the local people on the ground here. They're obviously surfing it so much. Jerome's, you know, been in the trials before. He's won the trials. He's surfed in this event. He's surfed out here in all types of conditions. So sort of really good to have that. Yeah, it's invaluable really when you think about, especially like today. It's not an easy read on the conditions. It's not your traditional main break where you sit just underneath the bubble or around the bubble, you take off, and it's always, you know, the rights that are scoring. Today is really tricky, so I think, yeah, it's just so beneficial to have, you know, a local in your corner.
There's a lot of local coaches actually, obviously Taj Burrow in Gabby's corner, Andrew Sheridan working with Carissa as well, Vahine too, so in the next 10 minutes it's going to be pretty gnarly on Andrew's heartstrings. Going to have 2 of his athletes out in the water, but I really do believe that speaks volumes to the wave that Margie's is. You can't just rock up and expect to know it straight away. You really do, like most places, you know, on the championship tour, have to put the time in.
Yeah, it's nuanced, right? And I think any time when you look at, you know, you check out Surfline and it says, you know, best swell or best size are getting anywhere from 2 foot to 20 foot, then you know that this wave has so many different faces, right? So I think it's just, and at any different time with those different conditions and swell height, it's going to look different. It's going to have a different feel. There's going to be different places to position. And yeah, more so than ever, I think it's pretty crucial to tap into that local knowledge, especially at a wave like Main.
Yeah, and having a really interesting ocean floor as well here. So it's a limestone wave cut platform that we have right under Margie's. So that's why we get consistently this A-frame looking wave. However, depending on how strong the winters are, because limestone can be so fragile, the reef can actually break and change, or we see caves start to appear each and every year. So even it's just another factor where you can really kind of rely on those guys who surf these reefs every single day and know all these little idiosyncrasies. Right now though, if we look to our priority heat, there's 9 minutes to go. It's so close between them right now. There is less than a point separating Lulu and Scruff. Like I was mentioning earlier, this is a really emotional place for Sophie McCulloch. On her rookie year, unfortunately, she didn't make the cut, went and surfed the box and broke her back. You know, fractured her T12 vertebrae. For her to come back and put the jersey on, 500 meters away from where she did one of her worst injuries, it really speaks volumes to the type of competitor that Soph is.
Oh, totally. I think she's resilient. You know, she's had a few injuries over the years, and then after that, did she not do her ankle as well? So, but that's just, I mean, look, when you're going to push the limits and sort of break boundaries as an athlete, you know, trying to, you know, break new ground over at the box, you know, sometimes things can happen like that. But yeah, it speaks volumes to her resilience, and I'm glad to see her back.
Yeah, she's looking ready to be back on the championship tour full time as well. Unfortunately, just took a bit of a beating there, but I believe Uncle Vorno down there with pickles on the glass.
Thanks, Jess. Molly, far out. I mean, backside attack alert. Just completely flogged that left to within an inch of its life. How good is it when you get the opportunity on a day like today and you can just completely back yourself to demo the living daylights out of it?
Yeah, it's so true though. Like out there, it's a bit of victory at sea, and then you get like a section and you kind of commit to it. And then you like, I don't know, I just got asked about my claim. That's kind of, you just like let it all out, 'cause just like feels the best, and you just like smacking lips and like, I don't know, just putting everything in there, each section and each moment. So yeah, it's like the magical moments.
It's pretty mad. Like we just heard Flick saying today, like the opportunity could come on a left, it could come on a right. You got to be open to both. We saw Erin actually sort of back herself to get it done on lefts, and they just didn't turn up in her heat. So, you know, what was your game plan, and what were you and Jerome trying to identify out there?
Yeah, Jezza and I just sat there and kind of identified that it's like your own heat. It's kind of you and the ocean. It doesn't really matter what's kind of going on, and just something with a bit of like meat, you know, a bit of section to it, because I think that's what scores. Like if you're committed and attacking, they can't not score that, and I think breaking it down that simple, and then just being super alert and open, reading lumps of water and moving around. I don't know, it's like tough out there for sure, but you just got to be moving.
Doesn't look that tough if you're throwing down the highest combined heat score of the entire event. Did a similar thing at Bells. Clearly, you are right where you want to be with your surfing.
Yeah, for sure. I think like my boards feel really good, and just then it's like a lot of things are clicking in at the moment, and some of them are uncontrollable. So when those things are happening for you, you kind of just like loving it and just taking the ride, you know. But yeah, I'm just rolling with it, you know. I'll take it for sure. So let's see if it keeps going my way, and yeah, I'm honestly so happy to be going to the quarters.
Well, good on you, mate, and thanks so much for giving us that highlight. Love it when you just see full-blown attack mode. It gets me psyched out of my mind.
I was thinking of you. I thought your bean's just going to blow off.
Yeah, it did blow off, but luckily I found it, because it's not a good look when this thing's not on the head.
Thank you guys for tuning in. And hey, also thanks everyone at home. I know you guys are watching, and smile, Pookie.
2 peas in a pod, those two. Seriously, they are such good mates. Obviously, Vorno making Molly's recent film, and there's a couple of really good takeouts out of that. Heard it's some of the best acting that the surf industry has ever seen. Back to live action here though, Katie with a bit of a fade takeoff. Now it starts to bowl up through the inside. Let's see what she can give us on a big end section jam, lays into it. On a solid looking board too. Katie was throwing that around like it was a twin fin.
That was cool. That was really cool. I loved her relaxed approach into it. She's like, I'm not going to overcook this thing here, you know. The section isn't really presenting itself. She just waited for the perfect moment, got there nice and early. And one thing about that end section is that it provides you with a lot of speed. There's so much power when that water converges that, yeah, you got all this speed. And I mean, sometimes it's really hard to control it, but she just looked so at ease here. Yeah, you really got to highlight, you know, yeah, watch this. She just like kind of cruises through this. She's like, yeah, all right, I'll just fade this. I love the setup, but for me, the highlight is here, this moment, just absolute aggression. Got up there nice and early, knew that that was the only way to kind of survive this end section. But yeah, beautiful display of power, bit of progression there, layback and variety, you know, it's just really well done. So I'd say she's going to, you know, she's only had the 5.83 so far, and yeah, she's going to back that up really, really nicely. I'm interested to see where they go with this, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I really loved that just approach into that. Obviously, you got to get there early to make it in and out in front of that water, but it also probably felt like that's the latest you can leave it. So she's challenging herself. She knows exactly where and when she can place the board to use that speed and get out in front of it. Katie, she already locked in a 5.83. To get 2 scores in the non-priority heat, it's actually a really big advantage coming into that second half.
Oh, totally. I think the goal for most is probably if I can get 1 score, I'll be stoked, you know, during that non-priority heat, because half the work's essentially done. And then when it flicks over and you're in the priority heat, you've got 20-something minutes to, you know, find your second wave, right? But to have a couple of scores locked in, and look, the numbers just dropped in, Jesse, and, you know, if you go back historically through the heat totals today, except, okay, without Molly Picklum in the equation, you know, that's an advancement. So, you know, she's found a couple of waves, yeah, in this non-priority heat, and she should be pretty happy with that so far.
It is still so solid out there. You know, I was chatting to Sawyer earlier. She thought it was actually a little bit smaller today. She went out, there was so many cleanup sets rolling through. Unfortunately, our women getting a real taste of that right now. There is so much energy in the water coming towards them too. That's just not like, oh yeah, I'll hold on to my board. You know, Molly, we just heard her say she was counting in her head, waiting to come back up.
Yeah, this place will keep you honest. It's one wave that'll always humble you. It doesn't matter how confident you be, how in tune you think you are. yeah, the Mother Ocean will always show you who's boss, especially this Indian Ocean. You know, I think about the swells that, you know, come into the bay here at Main Break. They're uninterrupted. They've travelled for, you know, thousands of miles to get here, and you just wear every bit of the brunt of, yeah, the energy when it unloads on the reef here. You know, it really will, it's interesting. I heard Molly saying she was counting 5 seconds on the way down and 5 seconds on the way up. That's a pretty long hold down, right? Like, really, I think the idea of having a bad wipeout, the hold down and how long you're down there for, the idea of it is a lot worse than what it is, right? Like, on an average day at Main Break, you know, if you count down, like, count the hold downs, I reckon you're probably averaging, what, like 6 to 8 seconds. It doesn't sound like long, but because you've got such a heightened heart rate, everything's intensified. Everything feels longer. But 10 seconds, like 5 on the way down and 5 on the way up, that's getting pretty long, you
and
know?
that was just on a duck dive.
Yeah, it's getting long.
That's having a flotation device right, you know, under. She said she was hugging the board, she's holding on, and that's how far down she's getting pushed. But Molly had a big smile on her face after. You could see Soph there even opting to get back on the ski. Just knew that there was more energy rolling the way. There's actually not a lot slowing these swells down. You know, there's the continental shelf way out to sea, then a trench, and then the reef. There is not a lot of this kind of angled platform that we have over on the east coast that slows these swells down. So this is raw sheer power.
Oh, totally. Everyone speaks about it, you know, the comparisons to Hawaii. I think it's just as powerful. And, you know, and that's why you get a lot of West Aussie surfers doing so well when, you know, they do go over to Hawaii. You know, I think about, you know, Taj. I think about Jake Patterson, you know, his success that we've seen, you know, winning at Pipeline. Yeah, Ant-Man over in the Ediacara. It's just, you grow up here, you become conditioned to it, and yeah, there is so much power here.
We're under the 1 minute mark here between Luana Silva and Soph McCulloch. Soph Scruff, she's looking for a 5.41. Got her best wave on her previous one being a 5.57 for a really nice 3-turn combo. Lulu bedded, applied pressure back, so Scruff has to answer back. The issue, 35 seconds, she's out the back. Lulu has priority.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right, to kind of find some space. You've got to be thinking Luana's going to stick to Sophie like ants to honey right now. It's going to be incredibly difficult. But yeah, I mean, look, once again, these heat totals, you know, they're so similar. You know, look to your point before, Jesse, less than a point before. That looks like one more paddle here. Oh.
Gonna see someone have a scratch, unfortunately, just with 10 seconds. And whoever did paddle for that, you turn around, there's energy rolling through behind. It doesn't feel like we're gonna see Soph get another opportunity here. So unfortunately, her wildcard run, it's come to an end.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was such a quick turnaround from her finding out she had the opportunity to making it over here to the west. So been a bit of roller coaster of emotions, but congrats to Lulu. It's not an easy job out there this morning, and she'll be advancing through to the quarters.
Yeah, Lulu, best start to her career at the start of a season ever. Back-to-back quarterfinals here for Lulu. She's going to keep that roll on, keep building the confidence here. She's looking so sharp. Let's see who's going to take out the win between Katie and Vahine. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise.
One of the best of our sports. Sally Fitzgibbons, always giving a smile to the fans, always has time for everyone, win, lose or draw. She is honestly one of the ultimate role models for how to be a good sportsman or sportswoman. Sign in and making some Groms days down here. We're going to see Sal, she'll regroup, head back over to the Goldie where she had a great result last year. Let's hope that she can back that up at Snapper. We look to the ocean right now though. We've got a rematch on our hands here. Isabella Nichols taking on Carissa Moore. We saw them match up, you know, just recently last week over at Bells Beach. And Bella, for the first time in her career, getting the jump on Carissa Moore. We're looking forward to taking you through it. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier. And that was a really tight back and forth battle between Isabella and Carissa over at Bells. Carissa would want some payback.
Oh, totally. I think it was interesting, you know, I think we heard Carissa talk about that afterwards. I mean, she came into the booth. We've digested a lot of heats in the last few weeks, but yeah, it was interesting to hear Carissa's take on it, you know, and just like how much she respects Isabella as a competitor and how much Isabella's grown. And she's, you know, obviously been watching it for the last 2 years. You know, she tunes into every comp and she, you know, noted, okay, Isabella has, you know, improved so much, and not only in her surfing, but, you know, she's a real fierce competitor in the water and real strategist. So, yeah, Carissa obviously noted that, but yeah, Carissa out here, you know, she's obviously won multiple times, but yeah, it's a cool matchup. Obviously saw it down in Bells, but Isabella Nichols, she's won out here too before and, you know, had those really positive, great experiences. So this is going to be a great matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes down, because it was exciting. It came down to the wire last week at Bells, their matchup, and basically the last exchange, and whether or not Carissa got the score. She didn't quite get it in the end, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where these two women go today.
Yeah, after that win down at Bells, it made the tally 4-1. So Carissa had beaten her in head-to-head matchups 4 times previously, and they were actually all between that 2020-21 season. All of them in quarterfinals, except for one matchup over at Newcastle where it was a final. And that was just really cool kind of celebrity event that we had at Newey. And there's a moment at Newcastle that is going to be a part of the history books, and that was the air rev that we saw from Carissa Moore over there, and she went down to take a win off Isabella in the final.
Yeah, it was pretty iconic, that moment. That'll live rent-free in my brain for a while for sure. But yeah, I mean, obviously Carissa's brought us so many moments on the championship tour in her time that she's been on there, and it's been really cool. You know, obviously she announced her return to the championship tour and that she's coming back, and obviously she's brought a daughter into the world and she's traveling with Luke on the road, and it's a new, different Carissa with different perspective and new sort of reasons to show up in life. And yeah, we've all been anticipating this moment, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do in this heat with Isabella. And I know that Bells probably didn't go the way she wanted it to. I think she was probably expecting more from herself. She, you know, sort of had heartfelt post on Instagram. She had the caption there, and it, you know, yeah, it probably wasn't the ideal return as to what she'd envisioned, but, you know, it did give her kind of what she was looking for, and finding joy in the smaller moments when, you know, she probably wouldn't necessarily have done that prior to, you know, bringing her daughter on tour with her.
It was really interesting, you know, we were chatting in our break just before. There's not a lot of women who have had children and come back to the championship tour. Obviously a big one being Lisa Anderson. Melanie Redmond-Carr did a stint as well when she brought her first child into the world. But if we look to next year, we're going to have maybe 3 women who are going to bring their children on tour. Right now, though, Katie Simmers in the priority heat. She's already got a good-looking lead. That's a nice connection. Wow. Gets to this end bowl pretty late there. And unfortunately, just a wall of whitewater clamping down on her from behind. But yeah, I just feel like we're really starting to see the narrative change of becoming a mum and then becoming back on tour.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, you spoke to the women that have done it before or previously, but it's been a long time between drinks, right? Between, you know, having that representation on tour. And next year, you know, with Joanne returning and Tatiana, it's going to be epic. Obviously, you know, the men have, you know, they got their babies on tour, but it's different. You know, they're not carrying the child, and they don't have to take that time away from the tour. And I think it's awesome to have that representation. And let's break down this last wave though first for Katie. Smooth face, open face, beautiful vert turn there. And I mean, look, she had to go for it, but far out. This was a hard section to ride out in front of. She just needed a little bit more speed coming out of that. But I mean, look, I'm not sure what else you can do. Sometimes you throw everything at it and you're just still not going to be able to ride out. So, yeah, but good attempt by Katie. But yeah, back to that conversation, you know, I think it's been a long time coming, and I'm really looking forward to, you know, this year it's cool to see Carissa back with her daughter, and next year's going to be awesome. You know, I think the more women that we have doing that on the championship tour, it just sends the message that it is possible in women's sport, especially surfing. You know, for this younger generation looking up to the tour now, being like, okay, like if I do want to do that and choose that, you know, avenue in my life to start a family, the WSL does support that choice, and there is options for me to come back to the sport.
Yeah, really incredible just to see what we've kind of got unfolding ahead of us right now. Vahine really looking to just get herself into this heat, only has a 1.6 and a 0.8. That's a better looking connection. She's been waiting for that all heat. She's going to come through, tag it again for a second time. Can see even on those smaller ones, it is so hard to stay on your feet right towards that inside of the reef there, but this would be really frustrating. Vahine's been out there for a long time, and that was only her first turn.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, definitely not the way she envisioned this going, for sure. You know, the heat prior she was in the water with it was, you know, Molly Picklin was out there, and, you know, obviously she's hearing these big scores drop. You're seeing, you know, your competitor in the opposing heat dropping these big, you know, these big numbers, and you're thinking, okay, these waves are out here, but you've had a couple of opportunities and you haven't been able to find one yet. So this completion is going to feel really good for Vahine. You know, there was one magic moment there, that vert turn that she did get. So, you know, hoping that she can get a little bit of confidence from this and hopefully find another backup.
Kipes loves getting out and about and amongst all the action. He's over at Yeti right now.
Hey guys, you know out west it's all about outdoor life, and who makes it easier to enjoy outdoor life? Yeti. Check this out. That's the new Yeti field chair, comfortable anywhere you take it on the road. And speaking of Yeti, you can buy some Yeti over at the merch tent over here, bring it over to the Yeti Shack, and you can get it customized, engraved, name, number, whatever you want on there. Compliments of Yeti. Yeti making outdoor life just so much more livable.
We love it, Kipes. That's pretty incredible. And we have this incredible just kind of activation that everyone wants to get. If you get a 10 out here, you score a Yeti 110 Tundra. And I tell you what, everyone wants to get a piece of that. We had a 10 here last year with Griff. He got to take home one of those. And you know what? I'd love to see it go down again here.
Oh, look, there's definitely, Margie's has brought us so many amazing 10s over the years. You know, I think we've seen a couple of good posts go down. Surfing WA put one up, WSL put one up, the Largo podcast put one up. You know, it has absolutely delivered out here in spades, you know, from the box to main break. You know, some moments from John come to mind, Kelly. I mean, the list goes on. But, yeah, look, it's definitely... there's definitely opportunity, and you know, when our finals day is going to be, looking forward to next weekend, potentially going to have some groomed, you know, nice conditions again, so potential for another 10.
It's pretty hard to get a 10 as well. You know, it's not easy to do it. We've seen 10s over at the box as well. Yeah, looking forward to seeing if we can find a couple of those. Somebody found some good scores though. Lulu, she's down there on the glass of Vorno.
Lulu, congratulations. We were just chatting before about how much it looked like big messy sunset out there, complete with like West Peak wash-throughs. But when you're on the wave face, you know, you really looked at home out there.
Yeah, it was kind of a big cat and mouse game. You would try to escape from the sets, and then you would try to come in for the inside ones. The last set that came through the end of the heat was like we both got washed in, and then I was trying to find Sophie. I was like, where's Sophie? I gotta go after her. But yeah, it was really similar to home, and I'm really thankful that I know how to ride big boards and step-ups. So I was pretty comfortable out there.
The Australian leg last year really was a turning point in your career. We were standing right here, and you were sort of talking about your form, and the results were coming, and you were like, I'm just sick of losing. I'm not doing it anymore. And you've stuck to that. This is your best start to a CT season.
Yeah, it's a great start for me. I didn't really change that many things for this year, but there's those small changes that make big things, that made a big difference in this year. So I'm really stoked on that. I'm really stoked with my performance. I think I got very competitively smart now. I think more just heat smart. Just a few things that I was working on with Leandro, and yeah, I feel light, I feel happy. Yeah, just thankful to be here.
you look so confident. I think that's one of the major differences too. You know, like you can tell in your surfing that you're surfing with belief. And you're going to need it because next heat you've got Molly Picklum. It's 2-1. You guys in head-to-heads. How you were going to approach that one with the champ?
Yeah, Molly's nothing easy with Molly. She just smashed that last heat. She's a really smart competitor. She's our current world champion. I look up to her, all the things. She's a great power surfer, great competitor. So yeah, I think it's going to be a great heat. I think I just got to stick to my strengths and my own game and not focus too much on her and just focus on myself because that's when I do best.
And it's working. Congratulations, Lulu. Look forward to seeing you in that quarter.
Thank you. Yeah, Lulu just looking razor sharp at the moment. No matter what is thrown at her, she is just staying so focused and so completely true to herself. And you know, when you look at a matchup on paper, you think Lulu, Molly, a lot of people would probably lean more towards Molly, but she's taken down some of our best surfers, Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright. She just, you can't count Lulu out ever.
Yeah, I think, you know, I loved what she said, you know, what's different or what have you worked on, and she just kind of touched on the fact that she thinks she's gotten a lot more, you know, heat smart. And, you know, what that means is obviously strategy. So the way she puts together a heat, you know, you know, you move here, I move here. Like, I think, and I feel like it is very evident to me that you can see just how smart it is when she's making these decisions under pressure in the heats at crucial moments. And sometimes that can be the difference. So, yeah, hats off to Lulu. It's going to be a great matchup, that one.
Bahine trying to find a 6.5 here. Got a 4.9 on that last wave. Wow. Comes into this second section with so much drive. Unfortunately, though, goes down here. So Bahine, you can see she's got the determination to be putting herself in these spots where she wants to get those big scores. But even you saw some seaweed come over the falls there. This wave, you got to be in control to try and at least get over a 5 or a 5.5 here.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? I mean, for me, I think it all comes down a little bit. What I've noticed from her this morning is maybe just positioning on the takeoff. I think the best place to be is as we look to this beautiful West Australian flight cam here, just taking in the scenes over the river mouth and taking a trip over the tide pools, the rock pools here. But yeah, for me out here today, it's about positioning. It always is. I think the wave starts before you even take off because where you position on the takeoff is crucial because it puts you in the right spot for the first turn. If you're taken off wide, it's going to force you out into the face, do horizontal surfing. If you really want to connect with that lip and be really in the pocket, it all comes down to the takeoff and where you position. So I think, you know, that last wave, just that little bit wide, forced her out onto the shoulder. It also had quite a taper to it. So, yeah, maybe just sort of a wave selection thing here for Bahine at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look back over the years of champions, especially based on the championship tour, 70% of winners here, natural footers, the Goofs, trying to get one back. Katie here, looking to get her first win. Big open hook. Oh, touches a rail through that inside section. Even just shows, you know, where the wave typically cleans up. There's a couple bumps you got to work with. Carissa looking left here. Kicked us off with just a small score of 0.5, but throws a bucket of water on that first carve. Wow. Finds a second bowl on this second turn here. Lays in the rail for a third turn. She's going to get out of that one, but I really feel like I saw Andrew Sheridan talking to her before, and it looked like he was trying to push her a little bit more left and saying if you can get one of those almost wider ones, they're actually hugging it, they're coming in at a better angle, and Carissa identifying that really well then.
Yeah, she did well. Look, they're in the non-priority heat, her and Isabella, so any wave that you can find where you're banking off a few turns is going to feel good. You know, she connected with that first. It was a difficult wave to read, I will say. That one was kind of breaking out to sea a little bit, but look, she did well to connect with the couple of sections that she had on hand there.
Carissa, over the years, served 39 heats here prior to starting this event and had won 30 of them. So she has an incredible strike rate. Take me through this left here, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, look, clean face. Nice little slash, and look, it's just a paced approach, right? She just like locked in with that section. A bit hard, really challenging. Look, this was not an easy left to read. I feel like she did well for sort of the couple of sections she had on hand, but you know, there's a couple of little, maybe that second term a little bit mistimed, and then as we look to this replay of that first jam, the last wave of Katie Simmers, and then this thing just going turbo on her on the inside. I mean, and oh my goodness, just catching a rail there.
But put both of us in silence for a moment there when it first happened. It's really interesting because it seems like Carissa has seen what Molly's done, saw that you can get really big scores on the left, and now is applying that exact same game plan. And I'm more intrigued that some of the women haven't lent more that way, just with the performance that Molly just put on.
Yeah, I think it can be so easy to put the blinkers on, and when all you're doing when you're in the warm-ups, and, you know, we've had those offshore days, is you're just looking right. You're not even looking left, and I think, you know, I mean, obviously for Katie and Vahine, it's pretty evident, you know, in the priority heat that they're looking right. Carissa, on the other hand, yeah, she's obviously open to the lefts. I think today, you know, if it was me personally going out there, I'd be looking both ways. I think there's opportunity, so much opportunity on the lefts, and you know, Carissa's also working with Andrew Sheridan, long-time local here, Margaret River Border Riders. They've worked together and had so much success out here over the past. He, like, you know, Taj Burrow, like Jerem Forrest, has seen this wave at all its different many faces, and he knows that there's opportunity out there on the lefts. And I think in the non-priority heat, you can be more open to, you know, obviously Carissa out here in the past when she's had her success, you know, it's come on the rights, you know, that trademark hack. But today, I think in the non-priority heat, it's a smart decision looking left.
There's a long list of coaches that have won here in the past. Adriana D'Souza won here as a CT event back in 2015. It took down John Florence, who was arguably the best surfer, you know, in competition form out here. Just some of those performances we've seen are potentially the best that we've ever seen. Looking forward to the QS. Tommy Witts won in 2008, Luke Egan in 99, Snake 98, Taj Burrow 97, and Chris Gallagher 96. So even though we have this kind of really strong list of local coaches, obviously Snake, he's so established as one of the best coaches in the world, but you look to Gally, who's come onto it more recently with Liz and Jake and Eli, everyone kind of bringing their own advantage.
Oh, totally. I think, look, Jake obviously travelling full-time on the tour as a coach with all these, you know, guys. This we see Kanoa getting prepped for his heat of that next round. He's matched up against Sammy Pupo, I believe, so that's going to be a good matchup. But yeah, look, Jake out here really, you know, ultimate. Obviously grew up just down the up the road in Yallingup. Spent a lot of time there over the years, and as we see Sammy with Chris Gallagher. Oh, sorry.
Matty Myers. See that hat from a mile
away. The fluoro hat. But yeah, look, it's he's the ultimate, I think, Jake out here. He's obviously won out here before. He, you know, living just up the road in Yallingup, and yeah, he's seen it at every different, you know, face that this wave has. So yeah, I think he's probably one of the best to do it.
Yeah, 3 minutes left to go in the priority heat right now. Katie still holding on to those 2 scores that she got in the non-priority part of her heat.
Yeah, I think she's pretty dead set on going right? I mean, it's pretty obvious to me as we look to the GWN recap. They're caught up with all the action from this priority heat. So Katie Simmons, to your point, Jesse, just getting all the work done in the early stages. So, yeah, look, she's nice timed approach is what I'll say. She's not trying to force anything, and I kind of like that about her surfing. You know, it's that relaxed style that we know from Katie. She's managed to back up the first wave with this 5.57. And yeah, this beautiful turn here. For me, that's the turn of the heat so far. I love that moment. Love the laybacks, and look, the dedication to hanging on, because it wasn't an easy feat.
It's actually pretty interesting to think about getting the work done in that first half of the heat, those first 23 minutes, because 46 minutes out there, although, you know, that's shorter than an average surf, you're getting worked. So you're going to be tired by the time priority rolls around to you. Let's see Vahine try and channel a little bit more energy on this wave. Fortunately got sent to the bottom, found it hard to get back to the top of the wave here. She's got a bowl, beautiful technique into a great hook, but comes unstuck here for Vahine. But that was the moment that she really needed to at least chip away into this slightly more. Unfortunately, with 90 seconds, it could be all over.
Yeah, it's tough, right? This is definitely not the way that Vahine envisioned this going, for sure. But it's tricky, right? Like, I think it's come down to a wave selection thing for sure. A bit of positioning on the takeoff, but yeah, look, she's going to know all of this, and she's going to come in and she's going to digest it. and may have a rider here, Carissa.
Wow, Bowley looking right-hander out in front of our 5-time world champion. She's going to lay it on rail to start here. Keep pushing a little bit harder, but it's a bit of survival on this wave. So much lump and bump. Gets to that end section, gets there early, but even with that early entry into that, there's just so much power on that shallow part of reef. She'll opt for the jet ski back around here. We look to that last score of the left. It comes in as a 3.83. So judges, they're asking a little bit more. We're going to see one last roll from Katie. Wow, gorgeous bottom turn. Just coming unstuck. I really do think you're probably tired by the time you come to the end of this 46 minutes.
Oh, yeah, look, everyone said it when they've come in and they're doing their post-heat interview. They're getting worked out there, you know. It doesn't matter how far out you sit. I mean, because you kind of want to be positioning for the small to medium-sized ones. I feel like they're the best waves always at main breaks. You're not positioning for the sets, so the sets inevitably are always going to clean you up as we see that heat come to a close.
Yeah, Katie, she's going to move through to the quarterfinals. She'll be matching up against either Carissa Moore or Isabella Nichols. That means the head-to-head matchup actually goes 2-0 now to Katie. Now we pan our eyes to Isabella Nichols. Just connecting so smooth and beautifully on this first one. Bit of downtime. She's chasing the end section here. It's a weird angle coming back towards her, and I think no matter how much speed you have, that would have been a tricky end section.
Oh, totally. I think from the moment she stood up, I could just tell these things are like too sidewindery. That's just such a weird word that I just said, but anyone who surfs would know what I mean. Just a bit too much angle on it.
Katie Simmers taking a big heat win in that one. Let's see who's going to take the win between Carissa Moore and Isabella Nichols right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
We've had an incredible round 2 of the women. We're right down to the last one. Heat number 8, Carissa Moore taking on Isabella Nichols. A bit of a slower start into this one. A couple of small scores locked in so far, but we're expecting big moments from this rematch just from last week over at Bells Beach, where Isabella, for the first time in her career, got a win over Carissa Moore, who is making her tour back. She's going to be on the season for a full year after bringing her beautiful baby girl into the world. And she wants a little bit of redemption right now against Isabella Nichols. She's gone left, she's gone right. So far, what you've seen, are you preferring Carissa Moore on the lefts or the rights at Margie's right now?
Look, I'll get back to that one. Ooh. Look, I think it's much of a muchness for me. I really, look, obviously, historically over the years, we've seen, you know, for both of these women, we've seen them so much on the rights. I mean, that's the preferred way out here. You know, it's where we're seeing the biggest scores drop over the years. But and it kind of looks like to me they're actually positioned for the rights at the moment. But look, either way, I think particularly what happens, especially when it's like this and it's a bit stormy, you actually can be, if you're positioned on the right, can actually put you in a really good position to be deep for the left when it comes. And I think super crucial is just the takeoff and where you are, because you want to be coming around the foam ball, around the section to really square up with that first turn. And so, look, you can be, I think it is cool to sit there on the right, but like you can still be open for the lefts. But for me right now, it looks like they're kind of favouring the right.
Yeah, looking to these guys in matchup histories, actually met at this event in the quarterfinals back here in 2021, and Carissa got the jump in a pretty big way. She dropped excellence on Isabella, but I feel like that really ramped Bella to come back the next year. She got a maiden win here in 2022 and took down some insane names along the way. Malia Manuel, Tati, Lakey, Joanne, Bronte, Gabby in the final. She'd love to take home another wine barrel. Added it to her trophy cabinet. It's not going to happen with that wave there. Carissa now out the back. Typically the second wave of the set has been looking just a little bit better. Kicking it off with a carve here. Lots of foam to work with for Carissa Moore through this inside track. She doesn't like it, which I really think is fair enough. If you use that energy through the inside, you're going to be gassed by the time you get back out. So Carissa, you can see playing her cards really well right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stand up and roll the dice, I think, today. Like, I've said it, you know, the last time I was in the booth and earlier this morning, but you kind of just want to stand up and see what the wave's going to offer. Sometimes it might reel off down the line. Other times it might just dissipate into nothing. Both times, first wave of the set there, pretty dodgy. A lot of water through the wave, a lot of lump and bump for Isabella, and then sort of similar situation for Carissa. So we're yet to see one of these women really open up and sort of unleash, yeah, on one of these waves here this morning.
I'm not going to lie to you, Flick. I put Carissa Moore as my power surfer for the fantasy, and I actually put her in my bracket all the way to win. And if we look at the CT by the numbers, she has the best heat win percentage right here at Margate since 2013. 78% of the heats that she's surfed, she's won.
Yeah, that's an incredible stat, right? I think she's my fantasy surfer too, and for good reason. You know, you think back historically, you know, she's won out here multiple times. She's been on the championship tour for many years now, so the reason I chose her is it's a wave that lends itself to experience. I think, you know, you want someone who's experienced that, you know, this wave at all different types of conditions, you know, weather systems, small, big, medium, and Carissa's definitely the woman that's, yeah, put in a lot of time out here over the years. Someone that went down early in my fantasy team was Bronte. Wasn't seeing that one coming.
I really thought she was going to go wild card, at least semi-final appearance all the way through. Interestingly, Carissa, only 7% of people picked her to be a power surfer. Just want to say, Joe Tapel and I in that 7%
I'm in the 7%.
Yes, join the club. I just think she's so good out here, and the first 2 years she ever competed here, she won. She almost went for a three-peat in 2015, went for a third title, but Courtney Conalog pipped her at the post there and took the win, her first win of her career here. But then to come back later in her career and win at 2023 at Margie's, I just think Carissa and this wave, you have to have power to meet power, and she just ticks that box.
Yeah, totally. I think, you know, you think back in time of the greatest surfers that have ever done it out here, and they're all your power surfers. You know, I think Geordie Smith on the men's side. You think Jack Robbo, John Florence, Geordie Smith, Gabrielle Medina, yeah, and then on the women's side, obviously Carissa, Gabby, power. You know, it lends itself to, and also surfers that are not afraid to have a dig, right? Like Margaret River really, it can be scary. It's got a lot of faces with. It's so funny right there. They're sitting very close to each other. This whole heat, you know, this is a huge playing field. It's massive. We're talking like it's about a football field out there from where you could take off in lots of different locations. But it's interesting how much pressure they're both applying to each other, and how much Isabella is sticking. Like, look how close Isabella is right now. You know, there's still 15 minutes on the clock. She's got priority, but she does not want. So if an opportunity comes, she wants to make sure she's taking it from Carissa. You know, so it just goes to show how competitive they both are, and I think, yeah, how driven Isabella is to really get another win over Carissa Moore in a short period of time. They're
going to need to do more, because right now they have threes in their lineup, so they may need to put the tactics aside. They're trying to force each other into waves. Whoever wins, though, is coming up against a very in-form and just attack mode. Katie Simmers, she's with Vorno.
Thanks, Jess. Katie, you were just getting drilled by the kids to give them your hat and your sunnies and your rashi and your leggies, but you're also getting pretty drilled by some wash-throughs out there, and you look pretty exhausted by the time you come up the stairs.
Yeah, it's like 20 foot. It's so much paddling. I feel like it probably looks like
3 foot on the webcast, but it's like the sets are so big, and it's just like, luckily I kind of dodged some sets, but yeah, it's pretty brutal. I'm out of breath.
What is the tactic on a day like today for you and Tom? You know, what are you trying to identify out there before you paddle out?
I just want to catch a bunch of waves. That's kind of it, honestly. I was like, I just want to surf. I feel like the last event I didn't really get to surf that much, and so this event I was like, it's kind of like there's so many waves out there, and it's like not really defined good ones. You kind of just have to go and hope it has an end section to get like a 5. So it's like, I guess that was my only plan, just to surf.
It's cool because when I'm thinking about, you know, the waves that you got scores on out there, you're just sort of biding your time and just doing your surfing, but when the section comes, you know, you've got to make the absolute most of it. You just did that so well.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, that's what you try to do, is just do as well as you can with what you got. And I feel like that goes beyond surfing or waves or anything, but I think just for today, I'm glad to do a couple laybacks. I wish I could get above a 5. I still haven't got above a 5 this year, so I'm kind of pissed about that, but next heat.
You know what's funny is when you hit that end section, doesn't matter if it's on a day like this or when it's bigger, like it's almost like, reminds me of like a bad dream where you're running in quicksand and the monster's sort of running up behind you.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you see the section, but you know what's after, so you can't really see what's like at the bottom of the wave, because you're like, well, I have to try to get a score, and you kind of have to like put your life on the line, not your life, but your body on the line for a 5. So it's pretty brutal sometimes, but it's kind of exciting. I feel like it's exciting to watch, but when you're actually out there doing it, you're just like trying to survive your way through a turn, and occasionally you get like a really good one out here, and that's like when it's rewarding. But in heats like this, you're just like, just please ride out. Like, I just turn my board, redirect, and just like get as low as you can, like almost grabbing both rails, like trying to make it, but I'm glad I did.
I think you'll enjoy watching some of those replays because you could fully feel, you know, the beast chasing you down and you're just going, "Rah!" but hanging on for dear life.
I'm sure my face showed it. I'm sure I was like, like.
Congratulations, into the quarters again.
Thanks, man.
I think Vorno said that perfectly. It's like a nightmare, and having monsters chase you behind it. What isn't a nightmare is an incredible movie that Katie was a part of recently with Red Bull called Nowadays, starring herself, Caroline, Molly, Sky Brown, Sierra Kerr, Erin Brooks, and you know, we hadn't really seen we saw surfing come out a couple of years ago with Steph and Laura, Dimity, Nikki, Tyler, but to have a moment like that, it's going to be really exciting to see that movie just hit the stage for everyone. Bella absolutely going for it on a big looking section there. We've got 11 minutes to go on this one. You know, Katie, she spoke about being annoyed, not getting able to get past a 5. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. The women in the water right now can't get above a 3 at this point.
Yeah, it's tough. I loved hearing that honesty from Katie. I'm pissed. It's not, things aren't working out for me, and yeah, I want to kind of, you know, resurrect that, and I want to do better in my next heat. And you know, after today, you know, you look at the forecast, we've got a lot of days potentially off because we've got a couple of big storm systems rolling through. But yeah, she can look forward to next weekend. Things are going to clean up again, and hopefully she'll get a crack at getting over a 5.
Kaipo, Katie's just called it 20 foot out there. What are you seeing?
You know what, Jess? Run DMC kind of said it the best. It's tricky out here. Gen Zers, if you don't know who Run DMC is, just Google it. But it's a lot bigger than, I'm echoing all what the surfers are saying. It's a lot bigger, it's a lot trickier, it's a challenge. Giant sets cracking out the back. I'm kind of safe right now, like on the left, but we're gonna go to the right to give you some real action. But yeah, it's all good. And you know what I'm looking forward to? We're gonna get into the men's round next, and gosh, I got some favorite heats. I got the brothers heat coming up, the Colapintos, the Colapinto bros going up against each other in heat number 3, and then heat number 4, I think, is going to be the heat of the round. Talk Gabe Medina, Jack Robinson. So stick around. If I were watching, I wouldn't tune out at all. Stick around, way more action coming in the Wild West. Oh.
Guys, who's your pick between the brothers, between Crosby and Griff?
I think, respectfully, I think the older brother Griff should take it. That's just how siblings should work. Hierarchy.
Love it, Kipes. Thank you. Sammy Pupo, coming up against Kanoa Igarashi in a good-looking Heat 1 here, but 16 incredible surfers. But we're only going to narrow it down to 8 right now, Flick.
Oh, yeah, there's some big matchups. I mean, Kaipo touched on it, but you cannot look past heat number 4, Gabriel Medina, who's been in incredible form, you know, over at Bells, and then he's been in incredible form, has continued here, taking on the local guy, Jack Robbo. You got the world champ, current world champ, Iago Dora, heat 5, taking on Connor O'Leary, sheer power on the backhand. And then you got the all-Brazilian matchup, heat 7, Italo taking on Zhao. And then, yeah, heat 8, you got your current world number 1, Mickey Pupo, taking on Ethan Ewing. So plenty to digest right there. And, yeah, so don't go anywhere because the action is just going to continue through to this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm loving the look of the men's round 3. I honestly, I really also can't go past, I know you touched on it, but just heat number 7 between Italo and Zhao. I just think that's going to be a real fireworks heat. But I like the look of heat 6, George and Leo. I just feel like that's a really classy surfer heat. A lot of them have, both of them, sorry, have great rail calves, and they're going to get the opportunity to put that on display, backing it up with some chunky looking end sections too. We've got 8 minutes to go in this run right now. Carissa getting a 3.8 and a 2.83. It currently has it out in the lead. This is not where we saw this heat kind of playing out.
No, but I think it's just a testament to the conditions and just how tricky and junky it is out there. But the heat's wide open. The good news is that it is going to get in. I mean, look, you can see Carissa just turning around, checking her reference points, potentially, you know, maybe some signaling from the coach. But yeah, look, it's coming down to crunch time, and as a spectator, yeah, it hasn't been, you know, the biggest, highest scores in the heat. But what that means is it is going to make this end to the heat pretty exciting, you know. And there's going to be desperation here from both women because they're both going to want to advance. Carissa's going to, you know, want the win over Isabella. They're both going to want, you know, those crucial points as you head into that quarterfinals, you know, series as we look to see Carissa potentially using that priority.
Yeah, she's going to have a paddle here. You could see she was moving around, trying to find an opportunity. It's not going to have much to offer here, so it gives up priority. Isabella Nichols says, all right, I'll take that. She needs a 3.27. And pretty interesting to note, before Carissa took that wave, we saw a lot more distance between these two women than what we saw 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, there was a lot of jostling going on. There was a lot of sort of sitting on top of each other. Look, to me, I think, look, I think they're still going to sit close to each other because I think Carissa's going to want to ask a question from Isabella. I think, like, you know, make her sort of consider a choice with priority. Yeah, but it has been an interesting one, this, because it is, you know, you look at the round, you know, and for me, definitely was one of the heats of the round that I was really looking forward to, and yeah, just really hasn't, you know, sort of lived up to that expectation yet.
6 minutes to go here with this one. It's really interesting, you know, whoever takes this win when they come to the glass, they're both going to be absolutely flabbergasted with how this 46 minutes has gone for them. They definitely wouldn't have seen it folding out this way. Isabella, she stayed really quiet in the scheme of things. Her low scoring ride right now, it's just a 1 point ride. Carissa, she's going to stay busy. Looked at a little bit more pressure on Isabella Nichols right now. Bottom turn into a starting swoop here. She's looking left again. This is where we saw her highest score come from. Bowls up and connects here for Carissa. This is what she was chasing. She's going to go into the lip line. It's not going to count for that last turn, but just to find that under priority and connect on one of those bowling sections, that was all class and just kind of real veteran status right now.
Yeah, she's got such a low score. I mean, they both got low scores, right? Oh my goodness, as we see a massive set come through the line. And so this might be potentially the moment that pushes, where is Isabella Nichols is the question in relation to that set. But look, it was smart surfing from Carissa, that's what I will say. Operating underneath priority. She knows that there was kind of only one really big, powerful section there, and you could really see that as we see Isabella just getting absolutely detonated by that set. So she's going to be well and truly pushed out of position. And look, this is just the luck of the draw and how this set, you know, chose to come at that exact moment. But yeah, Carissa gets this wave underneath priority. She sets up this turn. Okay, cuts it a bit short here, but then really it's this second turn here is money, right? She understands the assignment. There's only one big section. She had to go pretty hard on that. She's obviously going to drop the 2.83. And then really, by the grace of God, that big set comes through so that, you know, Isabella Nichols, you know, kind of is out of position potentially. So, look, it was a master stroke and a bit of luck there for Carissa for sure.
Yeah, locks in a 5.33. Best wave of the heat so far. It really does ramp up that requirement now for Isabella Nichols. Needs a 5.67. She got absolutely smoked. Her priority currently suspended. She'll get it back once she gets back to the takeoff zone, and she'll regain that first priority. Carissa Moore now has about 3.5 minutes to play defense here. The Ocean, although it looks quiet right now, Margie's is just one of those places where it can just pop up out of nowhere. You know, a 10-foot set is going to land on your head. So Isabella, she should kind of, you can see she's a little bit inside right now. You'd almost use where you are to swing on maybe one of those smaller ones that have a nice cupped out bowl on the inside.
Yeah, there's so much distance between them, and obviously such a big playing field that she potentially might get one more opportunity here. I mean, look, she's regained her priority now. It's not suspended anymore. So, look, 3 minutes on the clock. I'd say we're going to see her roll the dice again. But look, yeah, that was just really unfortunate, that big set that came through then. There was a lot of water moving. But, yeah, look, I'd say right now, look, you can see Carissa kind of positioning in towards her. I'd say Carissa doesn't have priority, but it'll be interesting to see if she gives her space here or not.
That was one of the biggest sets that we've seen roll through all day. Isabella just absolutely took that on like a champ. You know, it's always scary when you see a solid looking wave roll through, but especially at a place like Margie's. Look at this wave rolling through here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Oh my goodness, just so much water, so much detonation. And yeah, Isabella Nichols just wearing the full brunt of that on the head. Yeah, I mean, look, and one thing that main break will do is it'll pull you meters underneath the water. You're going to travel some distance underneath the water, and yeah, it'll pull you really out of position. So looks like we're going to have a little bit more movement here on the outside, potentially one more roll of the dice.
I don't wish that on my worst enemy, getting a set like that on the head. That is not fun at all. We've got 2 minutes left to go. So Isabella, not only does she have to regroup right now with not a lot of time on the clock, she has to stay composed. Once she gets onto that, she would be gassed after having those sets on the head. So she's got less than 2 minutes now, chasing a 5.76 here. Can see more sets on the way. Carissa, she's moving more towards that right. And she'd be hoping that a couple more of those roll through just to keep the lineup kind of looking a little bit more in her favour, but she just got smoked.
Yeah, look, see, just to my point before, this wave will drag you so fast and so quick underwater. She was further out than Isabella, and then when that set came through, it just pushed her so, you know, so much further in. So yeah, just packs a punch out here. You'll be dragged for meters underneath the water. Yeah, it's so powerful, but look, potentially, it looks like there is a couple more lines about to roll through, but the women were kind of just out of position for that last set. So, look, I'm sensing one more ride for Isabella Nichols here.
Margie's has been relentless today. It's not one of those places where, for us East Coasters, you get a couple sets on the head and you go, oh, okay, sweet. Not a set for another 5-10 minutes. It has been relentless. So many consistent, solid waves rolling through here. So Isabella, she's got 45 seconds to just make the most of anything rolling through. She's going to find something to work with here. Chasing a 5.76, she's going to drop into this one. It looks to have a nice bowl here. Lays into her best turn of the heat so far. It's only going to be that one section. Look at Botsy's face. He is so nervous right now. We've seen scores go into that range for a single turn here, Flick.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Botsy's face suggests to me that he's not convinced, obviously. I think there'd be a bit more celebration from, you know, his reaction if he was like, yep, okay, I think she's definitely got it. It was one beautiful turn. It was a nice cupped out section. Let's have a look here. So, yeah, just the one big moment. She really waits for it and does jam it, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
It's come in close. It drops in as a 5.07, so gets into that 5-point range. It was easy the best turn of the heat, so had to go towards that. Look at Carissa's face. She knows that she scraped through that one.
It's definitely how she did not want that win to go down, but sometimes they can be dirty, sometimes they can be ugly, the wins, but you just got to take them because better things are on the horizon, I promise everyone. Next weekend is going to be looking a lot better.
Wow, Carissa Moore, she's going to take on Katie Simmers in that final quarterfinal number 4, so that's going to be an incredible looking matchup. Unfortunately though, we lose Isabella Nichols out of the draw, and that takes the head-to-head matchups 5-1 to Carissa Moore. That's the women's all wrapped up. We've got a solid look at men's round 3 coming up and a change up in the booth. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company. Hi everybody, welcome back to the West. What a day we've had already, finishing up the women's round 2. Now the men hit the lineup at main break, starting off with Samuel Pupo taking on Kanoa Igarashi. Joe Turpel, Richie Love, and Brody Sale here for the call. Brody, welcome to the booth. It's one of those onshore challenging days at main break, and the women did well finding the big sections to work with. Now it's time for the men to play. What have you been seeing so far with these conditions that we have?
Yeah, it's looked super tricky all morning. The women did really well to navigate and, you know, just find that one section that they, a lot of the heats that were made, you know, they just had to find that one big section, and they did good. And yeah, excited to see what the men can do right now.
Really cool heat to start off round 3, Rich. Samuel versus Kanoa, Brazil versus Japan. We've got Igarashi, who came off a stellar season last year, made 2 finals, you know, from bells to lower trestles, and almost had a shot at the final 5. And Sammy, another successful run from the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely. Sammy's been on an absolute heater this year. The level of surfing has definitely gone up a couple of notches, but Kanoa is no easy beat. He is one of the most fierce and technical competitors I think that we have on the tour. And this is going to be a great matchup.
Looks like we're already getting started. Now fading the takeoff, Igarashi sets up that first turn using the whitewater to throw the fins out the back. Re-engages with the open face with a cut back. Searching into that wild closeout section, ran out of room to right away. Kanoa's a guy who's featured in several different CT finals around the world, including a Pipe Masters final when he was just a rookie on tour. Remember that one, Brody? It was all about creating an extra spot for Zeke Lau.
Yeah,
and Kanoa was like, I got you, Zeke. I got you. Round after round, even when he had Kelly Slater in the quarterfinals, that was so impressive.
Yeah, it was probably a place that he wasn't really expecting to do that. You know, as a rookie, probably not one of his fortes, you know, as a young kid, and got it done for Zeke. Yeah, this is an interesting kind of, this first heat is so rare for these guys. Like, they have a 46-minute heat. Like, it's not overlapping for this first heat, so they just have 46 minutes to do whatever they want, which is super uncharted territories for everyone, really.
Yeah, it's like the luck of having the first heat of the overlap, which is great. And so they'll experience a priority heat for 46 minutes, still scored on their top 2, as we see Samuel Pupo wrapping up his start. We'll watch it from the takeoff here, Rich.
Sammy comes around this first section, and you can see this zippy style of surfing. The first turn, it was on point, and the second just up and over the closeout section. Really turbulent water underneath the board on that final hit, but Sammy, as he has been, just in such good form lately.
Let's check in with Kaipo and talk some equipment.
Hey guys, Just getting out of the way here.
I love the sound effects. Kipes, what'd you go through there?
I think I'm good now. Hey, I just was wanted to comment on, you know, tractor-friendly fire out here between two JS riders. Kanoe Igarashi looking like he's on definitely a little bit of a step up. Sammy Pupo on pretty much, it looks like a shortboard right now. So we'll see how the equipment choices affect everything. Of course, the maneuverability in the shorter board might be great for Samuka, but gosh, I think you'd want a couple extra inches out here and a longer rail line to deal with a lot of this bump and chop and, you know, all the stuff that you're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, for sure. Great call there, Kipes. I think Sammy Pupo basically has every model that JS delivers in the standard shortboard size and also in the step-up version as well. So he was practicing on a slight step-up the other day. And we'll see what he ended up with for this matchup with Kanoa. But yeah, both working with Jason Stevenson. JS, world famous for being good friends with Joel Parkinson, first of all, and great business partners as well, with creating great surfboard models like the Monster, like the Golden Child. And it developed a great quiver for the guys coming up. Sammy loves trying boards with his big brother. They spend about a month on the Gold Coast before the season started, just going through everything that JS has in his line. Opening ride for Kanoa, 3.33, and Sammy kicks things off with a 5.17. Brody, it's been a wild run for Samuel. Had a really successful rookie season, and I suppose like Kanoa in his rookie year, Sammy also made a CT final, came close to winning Brazil. After that, though, he's been cut every time at Margaret River, and he's had to go to the Challenger Series. He's had very busy years. Every year on the CS, he comes back. But his goal this year is to try to get a whole run all the way to, you know, the end of the season and not worry about requalification and this different kind of setup we have this year. He knows he can treat this season a lot differently than the last 3 straight.
Yeah, for sure. And not just for Sammy at this event, but for everyone. Like, no one's dealing with that extra pressure. So it's cool to see, like, even that first day when the waves were firing, just seeing, you know, probably the shoulders a bit lighter on everyone and just seeing everyone rip in. And Sammy especially, this blue board, looks like he's got a bunch of boards with different sprays, but this blue board and all the free serves, and I think even in his first round he looks really, really sharp. Like Kaipo said, it looks like Kanoa kind of went with a couple extra inches, and Sammy's stuck with this board, and I think it's just one of those things where he's just so confident on this board, and doesn't matter what the conditions are like, he's gonna ride it and rip it.
Yeah, Sammy's got probably the edge when it comes to just big standout explosive sections, but this guy's precision is unbelievable. Kanoa Igarashi on wave number 2 connects with a nice closeout section. Clean little combination of turns. There's something about a line from start to finish that's just not disrupted by any kind of double pumps or rail changes in direction change. Rich, he always has that real clean line from start to finish.
Yeah, he does. It's there's some purity really in the way he surfs, and that clean line that you're talking about, it's not lost on the judges either, Joe. You know, they pick up on these little things where, you know, if you're kind of double, triple pumping off the bottom versus a nice clean line off the bottom, off the top, without any interruption to that transition, you know, that counts for something. That's that element of flow that we talk about in the judging criteria, and Kanoa has it in spades.
Kanoa Igarashi, growing up in Huntington Beach, multiple-time U.S. Open champ, will now wonder what Sammy's going to do on this one. The man from Brazil is super fast and strong. Likes to just explode in big sections so far, just hugging the open wall, pushing some water off the rails. And getting a little loose in the finish, has to kind of paddle his way through the final turn. But he will ride away. He's got a real electric style of surfing, and his big brother told us when Sammy was coming, he's like, yeah, just imagine a Felipe, but like a little bigger. And he has a lot of similar types of moves. Do you see that, Brody?
Yeah, for sure. Just even that wave was like pretty average. It looked like it was like barely breaking here at the start, and he really made the most of it. Just like you said, looks a lightning sharp, flew over that section, just really read this wave really well. I thought it wasn't that great of a wave, but just surfed it up. yeah, that's what you got to do if you want to keep making heats on this tour, because everyone's so good.
Sammy Pupo in transition. So much torque in that section, Rich.
Yeah, real zippy style of surfing, isn't it, from Sammy? You could see at the opening moments of this wave, he was just driving and pumping for speed, and then he settled into the nice rail work through the inside here. Just blows the tail out on that section, almost lost it, but able to regain. It's a different looking Sammy Pupo this year, Joe. He's, as you mentioned, you know, fallen off tour a number of times, but there's something about 26. He looks solid.
Yeah, he went through his first season losing João Chianca, as we see a happy Carissa Moore checking in with her husband Luke. Oh, a little bonk on the head of Andrew Sheridan with the board. Just taking the deep breaths. She is so stoked to get past round 2, and a fired up Isabella Nichols. Another very close battle between the two. Isabella got Riss at Winky Pop at the first event of the season. And a quick answer back for Riss to get into the quarterfinals. On her welcome back to the tour, Brody, it's just like, she's kind of like, oh my gosh, everyone's just stepped up another level. And we're seeing a lot of these rematches with a lot of the women. It's stop number 1 to stop number 2. This is getting fun. Early rivalry talk.
Yeah, I think a lot of the same rematches. Tell me if I'm wrong, but since it's early in the season, all the rankings kind of stayed the same, right? So I'm sure we won't continue to see the repeated rematches, hopefully, so we can get it mixed up. But it is fun to see, just especially event to event, like first event to this event. I feel like a lot of the people are kind of getting the jump if they didn't at Bells, you know. I don't know what the ratio is from Bellas to here, but yeah, she's looking great. All the girls are looking great. I said the other day, everyone looks great from the 7-month break. Everyone had just the heel injuries and dial-in boards, and yeah, everyone looks tic-tac sharp.
Just go on a good old-fashioned surf trip, you know, which does wonders for your surfing. As we look at Sammy, doesn't have priority. He was really smart and just stepping off and fading. You always get nervous when they cross lines, so he's like, nope, I'm getting out of there. Kanoa did look.
That's a tricky one there,
then held back, and they will switch priority and call that a block.
Ooh. That's an interesting one, Rich?
Yeah, it's because Kanoa actually made a motion to catch that wave and
hold him
stopped.
off.
Yeah, he held him off, basically stopped Sammy from continuing on the ride. So they've deemed it as a block, and they've handed priority to Sammy.
Good call. Kanoa Igarashi now just tries to recover from it, has some open face to work with. There's a classic little carve, sticking to the pocket. He'll climb it. And now rushing the end section. Tough end section to deal with, but read it well.
Whoa.
And he will just get clipped there. Always nerve-wracking watching that, knowing that there's not much water there.
Well,
but I think Kanoa just had to think quickly, huh, Rich?
He really did. It was a good turnaround, a very calculated approach to that last wave. I don't think we've seen Kanoa really tap into, you know, the real high gears in his repertoire just yet. So you can see in that situation, Kanoa did actually block him, and Sammy just bailed out. We go through the replay here. So difficult wave to ride with all this foam and texture on the face. But Kanoa does well to keep the rails wet and engaged. Just a little off on that second turn, but steers the third one down nicely. Kanoa's actually ruined 2 boards already this trip. In the surf the other day, we saw he blew a box out, and then he went back out for a free set and blew another box out. So that was on his 2 6.3s. So I think he's probably gone back to a board that's just under that in size for this heat. But yeah, he's been going through a few boards, and it's inevitable at Margaret River here on that right-hander. You're going to end up on the rocks at some point.
Winner of the last heat was Carissa Moore. She's on the glass with Ronnie Blakey.
Thank you, Joe. Wow, what a heat. I mean, a repeat of what we saw down at Bells, where we saw a former winners of the event go at it, and both of you put on some great surfing. Same story here, an opportunity for you to get one back on Isabella, but you guys look like you're having a tough time out there. You kind of came up shaking your head. What did you say with Luke and your coach here?
I mean, I think you kind of have to laugh at those sometimes. I don't think Bella or I would like to put on performances like that too often. I'm luckily on the other side of the whole thing, and I made it through. But you know, I was this close to, you know, walking up the beach and not smiling. So I'm just grateful it worked out and Margaret River was on my side today, but definitely a few things I need to like clean up and learn from for the next heat.
What did Shiro say when you got to the top of the stairs? Was he able to make sense of it? Was it just that hard to identify where the scoring opportunities were, or was there really none in your heat?
I definitely think there was opportunity. We didn't really have that much time to break it down. I'm sure we will look over the heat and kind of talk a little bit more through it, but I think we'll take the wins where we can take the wins. I'm stoked at this point to be on to the quarters in my second event back. I just want to see how far I can make it. So it feels good. Even though it wasn't the prettiest, I'm super happy.
Let's talk about Western Australia, because your down days now are a little different, traveling with obviously Luke and your little girl, but also you have the in-laws here. What have you guys been getting up to?
Oh, I'm super stoked to have so much love behind me, and the in-laws flew all the way over here, and Luke and Lena are awesome. We actually went to the petting zoo yesterday and fed some animals and had some froyo, and yeah, just really enjoying this place. It's one of my favorite places in the whole world, and even if it's just simple and we go to the park and fly a kite, we did that the other day. That was epic as well.
And obviously looking forward now, you're going to take on Caitlin Simmers. It is a fantastic heat for us as surf fans to watch unfold. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, I'm a huge fan of Katie surfing and her as a person. You know, getting to sit back and watch as a fan the last 2 years has been really cool. She's a world champ, and she's someone that is really inspiring me and pushing me. So I just feel super honored and fortunate to get to put a jersey on with her again.
Awesome, Carissa. Best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Carissa. Well done. You can tell she's just enjoying the game once again. One that she's owned for what's been just such a stellar career. We're all so lucky that she went all in full time to compete for a potential 6th world title this year. Carissa Moore versus Katie Simmers. I can't wait as we watch Kanoa pick off a left. Our highest score from the women's round came off the left, a big 2-turn combination from Molly Picklum. That one staying a little bit flat and mushy, so Kanoa will step off. But we do have the quarterfinals set. Carissa and Katie. We've got Molly Picklum and Luana Silva. Caroline Marks will take on Lakey Peterson, and current world #1 Gabby Bryan, going for 3 in a row at main break. Margaret River has a rematch which was once a final with Sawyer Lindblad. Pretty stacked quarterfinal series, Rich.
Yeah, those quarters are totally stacked and looking a little different to what we had at Bells. So great to see some other surfers in the mix.
But like you were mentioning, Brody, all these repeat matchups we're seeing with that seeding of round 1 and round 2, with the high seeds kind of getting the jump into the second round. They're getting seeded, and it's based on last year's ranking. You know, if they came off the CS or their CT finish. And the results from this year slowly start factoring in. Once we get to Brazil, the seeding will all be based on 2026 results. So it's slowly taking percentages of what you've done this year, but the bulk of it right now we're still seeing from last year. Easy example, Miguel Pupo won Bells, but he's not the #1 seed. Still Iago Dora when we saw the draw for Margaret River. And so we should see some new matchups start unfolding. And when we get, you know, to Brazil and beyond, Sammy Pupo almost won that event as a rookie in Brazil. He really was impressed with that performance. Some people surf really well when the crowd's screaming their name, and he was actually showing more bravado than we'd ever seen, just channeling the energy from the crowd, where if he could bottle up that energy and travel with him to like places like Main Break, he'd probably have several finals behind him, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like that ranking system too. It's like it wouldn't make sense if, you know, Iago say lost at Bell's first round and then he's one of the bottom seeds after winning the world title. So yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense for sure.
Kanoa Garashi's 6.67 is now the best wave of the heat, Rich.
Yeah, it's super tight, isn't it? Like, these guys are both on 11 points, so 0.7, 0.8 of a point just separating the two at the moment. I don't feel like anyone's really cracked it open just yet. There's been some well-ridden waves in the heat, but I'm feeling like these guys are both going to turn up the volume a little bit on the next exchange.
Kanoa Igarashi, kind of like Sammy, just traveled the world on the touring events before he qualified. I remember he was about 12. We'd run into him at Snapper Rocks in Bells Beach, traveling with Stephen Bell, Leo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson. Sammy Pupo had the same lifestyle. None of these events were really that new to him because his older brother was always on tour when he was a little kid. Speaking of brothers, we have an all-brother matchup. Griffin versus Cross coming up in heat number 3, Richie. This is a much anticipated battle.
Can't wait for this one. We saw this go down at Bells Beach a couple of years ago in, let's call it lackluster winky pop conditions. But today, these guys are going to have ample opportunity, I think, and tough one for Tommy Whitaker, super coach. He's got to give equal time to both the brothers, and I guess at the end of the day, they're going to have a lot of fun out there, but they're going to want to just absolutely tear each other's throats out.
They're so competitive, and Brody, you're really good at ping pong. So is Griffin and Cross. They had a Cola Bros little update where Griff was like, "Hey Crosby, you got an illegal serve. You've got to like really clean that up, you know." And on the golf course, basically everything they're doing, they're pushing it. But for them too, I think this is a dream come true.
Yeah, for sure. They've definitely been battling their minds lately. Golf, ping pong, probably just any random stuff. I heard even like the other night after the comp ended, Griff went for a free surf to act prepared, and Crosby went home and made dinner for everyone. So he's doing like the good person, good vibe, good energy. I'm gonna get the waves in the heat deal. So yeah, those guys are classic. It's gonna be fun to watch them battle it out. And yeah, I heard Cross has been getting the edge on the ping pong.
There we go.
He's been texting Tommy like, "You need to take care of Griff. His mentals are all over the place." Friendly banter.
The heat has just been on for days with those two.
Oh yeah, you know it.
That's coming up in heat 3. We've got a few more minutes till we see Liam O'Brien and Joel Vaughn hit the lineup. As we look at a nice angle of the windup of Samuel Pupo. Throwing down another solid cook in the pocket. So much speed, torquing off the top there to finish. That was a real classy combination of turns for the Brazilian Ridge.
So good, just the speed is undeniable with Sammy. He just, again, as I said, it was time to step it up and really start to try and break out of this heat. And that's exactly what Sammy did on that one. Let's have a look at the replay here. The front on angle will tell the story this first turn. Watch him load up and just zips through it. Complete power drive through that turn, and he backs it up with a second. And through to this inside section. At this point, Sammy just was like, okay, let's get to the finish. Blast the back out of that lip. And 3-turn combination, really tidy. This will be the highest wave of the heat so far.
So fast, so electric. Sammy Pupo just pushed Kanoa Igarashi, only needing a 5.95 for a lead change. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more after this. The GWM Aussie Treble, the best in Australia.
The double cobra.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. 300 is good.
Welcome back to WA, introducing a new heat in all-Australian battle. Joel Vaughan, for a part of the North Shelley Board Riders crew. One of the most exciting surfers in the world, taking on Liam O'Brien, part of the Burley Head crew. Going head-to-head for a spot into the next round, which would be a quarter-final appearance for these athletes. Lobby coming off the Challenger Series. Took that last 10th spot to get another chance against the top 34 in the world. Joel Vaughan had a successful rookie season last year. Always famous for what he does in the air. He said he worked a lot on his power carves and his open face hooks to do battle on waves like this when it tends to come down to a solid rail game. So they've got 46 minutes just starting on the clock. Priority heat still with Sammy Pupo and Kanoa Igarashi. The score we were waiting for came in at an 8-point ride. Sammy still off to a great start this year. Quarterfinal at Bells, an 8-point ride against Kanoa. Things are looking good for Sammy Pupo, Rich.
Yeah, it's that moment. We just see Joel Vaughan there where Sammy just went, okay, it's time to break open this heat. And again, that form that he's had this year has been undeniable. It seems like he's just found another gear. He looks stronger, he looks more solid on the boards, which just look amazing under his feet. And we'll get some more intel on exactly what he's riding throughout the event. But JS, man, he's on a heater at the moment.
Yeah, basically all the team riders have monsters, golden childs, and standard shortboard size and step-ups. Jason was busy after Bells, had 3 days straight of designing and shaping, and then got on the next flight over to WA as fast as he could. So he's been extremely busy this year. An 8-point ride though, excellent score. That pushes Kanoa to get a 7.34 to answer back. Igarashi in his 10th year on the championship tour. Finaling 2 times at Sunset Beach. Coming close to wins last year, but still waiting for that second CT win. Had the victory at Karamas a few years back. Let's go back to the 8-point ride, and we're going to have Richie draw all over this thing.
Yeah, I just want to highlight a couple of things, mainly with his upper body positioning and the difference between the 2 turns here. So if we just let this roll through, and now pay attention to Sammy's back arm here. Okay, freeze it right now. So this back arm here is going to stay low and parallel through this whole turn, and what that does, it's going to draw that path all the way through here. And that basically, having that lower arm, the back arm low, it holds the power through the turn, through the rail line. Now he releases, and then if you roll it at normal speed, so he comes out of this one, and then watch this next one here. Okay, watch the back arm. See how it goes high. Stop it here. So if we just take it back a fraction, if we can, his back arm is high. So what that does, it creates a tighter pivot point, almost like a ballerina doing a pirouette. So he'll bring that low. If we let it roll now, this high arm here will come down lower, and that's when he's basically hitting the accelerator. So let it roll. Watch the back arm come down. He draws the power through the turn. But see how it was a tighter arc on the second one. And mate, that upper body movement, just those little subtleties is what these guys, that's how they manipulate and change the kind of, I guess, the output of power in the turns.
Solid breakdown, Richie. Love it. Sammy Pupo, as we check out the IC score, drop in at that excellent range ride. One judge 7.5 gets tossed along with one of the 8s. Nice, solid, excellent surfing from Samuka Kaipo Guerrero. That was a big turning point in the heat.
Huge turning point right there, and that smaller equipment, that more nimble equipment paying off for Samuka, for Sammy Pupo. You could see the speed in which he was able to surf that wave. You kind of had that gut feeling already that that was going to be an excellent score, and I really like what I'm seeing. It's a lot harder work out here on a short board, on a small board, but just the delicate, nimble board, you can see Samuka able to just like skip through turns, and that final turn on the inside right here was absolutely incredible from the back.
Love it, Kaipo. 8-point ride, that was big. Sammy hoping to get some big results this year. Not worry about requalification. He's gonna roll again, under priority. Pupo down to the bottom and just kicking out. Another one right behind it. Kanoa's got priority, waiting for a certain looking wave before he budges, as he's basically looking for an excellent number. Brody Sale, I love your style. The way you surf, it looks real smooth, effortless in the way you do it. You never look like you're rushing or forcing things, you know? And you think about, you know, Richie breaking down technique and all that. Did that come naturally for you, or was it something that you really worked hard on and watching tape and figuring out where your arms should go to get the best out of your body mechanics?
Oh, thanks, Joe. Yeah, I'd say I'm still working on it. I mean, I definitely had a real wild, I had a real wild style growing up. Like, kind of just, I was super, you know, I grew like 8 inches in a year. So I was like super scrawny, and like arms and everything kind of looks just like dangly. So I definitely worked on it. I definitely still work on it, you know. Definitely, it's never until you are the best in the world. I guess all these guys are still working on it, you know what I mean? But yeah, Sammy's technique and choice of maneuvers on that wave was insane, but also I felt like that was kind of the first wave that was kind of cleaner too in this heat. These guys were like kind of getting those kind of grindier waves and surfing them up, just like trying to get a rhythm going, and he kind of built his rhythm into that wave. Yeah, he ripped it as well.
Solid breakdown. Yeah, if he's like, oh, I've already got a 6 kind of manufacturing a score, then he gets a better looking wave and throws down a series of turns that gives him an 8-point ride. Kanoa still waiting. Liam O'Brien, Joel Vaughn's just beginning their non-priority side of that heat. When it comes down to the style conversation, Richie Lovett, you know, it's a big one on tour. It always has been, you know, and I think we've gotten to a really fun place where it doesn't necessarily have to all look smooth and effortless. It's just, you want it to reflect your personality a bit, and really you look unique on this tour, not look like everybody else.
No, absolutely. It's like a fingerprint, right? Everyone's style is slightly different, but I've always been a bit of a purist in that. I love an aesthetically nice or pleasing presentation when it comes to style from a surfer, you know, and you think about different styles through the era. You know, Tom Curran was a favorite of mine. I just absolutely loved the way he surfed. Joel Parkinson, even Oki, and then you kind of think about other styles, more of the modern era, like Italo, which it's more energetic, and it's, I guess, almost more functional in a way when you look at his style of surfing. But I mean, at this level, you just have to appreciate everyone's different approach because it's magical.
Taking off late just to get started. Liam O'Brien will have to step off. One of my favorite heats for Liam at main break was a really good back and forth battle he had with Kelly Slater. Both were throwing down huge power carves. Here at main break, we'll see Joel Vaughn throw a nice clean snap off that oncoming section. 2 turns completed for Joel. One of the best aerialists in the world, just putting in the time to really work on showing some power. He can be very spring-loaded at a moment's notice, go above the lip, and even do like backflip rotations, which we've seen in the pools lately. As we'll watch this from the start. Brody, take us through it.
Yeah, it just kind of in this under priority heat, again, they're just trying to get this rhythm going and just taking off on anything they can to just kind of build a score, some sort of a lead going into that second part of the heat. And yeah, that wave wasn't great, but the second turn he really connected. The first turn, I'm sure he didn't flow through it as well as he would have liked. But yeah, just trying to, like how Sammy and Kanoa did, just trying to build that rhythm for both these guys before their priority heat starts.
It's a good point that we've been talking about. It's like, what are you working on? It's like when you're a kid, you're working so hard just to up your game, but like Brody was mentioning, it doesn't really end. You know, for Joel working in the off season, that's the best part of being on the top tour. It's like you always got to level up. You know, you hear everyone in the golf on the PGA, they're always working on something. It's like it never ends. Like a lot of those post interviews for them, they're like, hey, what are you working on? It's like a certain shot, you know, short game, whatever it is. But it's a constant process of improvement that you really got to fall in love with if this is your job.
100%. You know, to your point with golf, you know, these guys will come off a 4-round tournament, and Scotty Scheffler or whoever it is, or Rory, they'll go straight to the range and just start working on stuff that wasn't quite right through the round. You know, and sometimes even when they win. So, you know, that's the mark of a true champion, and that's what you got to do as a surfer. Almost more so, because it's such an uneven playing field. You know, every single wave is different, so there's always something to work on. As we just see Joel, quick in and out on the left there. But whether it's your technique, your boards, your fitness, your flexibility, you know, there is always something to unbox and to try and improve on. And you know, video analysis is probably the best tool at that level, or at this level. So yeah, constant you know, school that you need to be you know, astute at.
And I suppose the mental process of learning how to lose at this level, or even in your whole life of surfing, even as an amateur, it's like the amount of times you have to go through a tough loss, you know, and pick yourself back up, even when you feel good or when you need to improve on things, Brody. I mean, it's a lifelong process. When only one person gets to celebrate a victory at these events on tour, you know, it can be pretty tough on you.
Yeah, for sure. And not just surfing, right? Like all part of life, I feel like you go through a lot more downs than ups. That's what makes the ups so special. So, but yeah, I like what you said. Like learning how to lose is definitely super important, especially for these guys that have so many events throughout the year. You know, like guys lost today, they have a contest next week. They've got to, you know, they got to wash it off. They got to figure it out and be ready to go for next week. So yeah, learning to lose is definitely a big deal, and just keeping on, you know, like just believing that you're doing all the right things and your preparation was there. Sometimes the ocean just doesn't cooperate, or you do make one mistake, you just learn from it, and yeah, on to the next.
I think that was a good example of that process was Griffin in real time last year, almost falling off the tour at the cut, and then finished the season runner-up in the world, where he just had to own that tough start. And then he put himself back into a world title race. Let's focus in on the big matchups in the bracket for men's round 3. Hope your brackets are looking good around the world, playing fantasy on WorldSurfLeague.com. We're about to get Crosby and Griff in the lineup. That's been targeted as one of the heats to watch. What else is standing out for you, Rich?
Heat 4, mate. Gabriel Medina and Jack Robinson. That is going to be a clash of the Titans there. I mean, they're all incredible matchups. And again, I'm kind of focusing in on Heat 6, George Pitter, who's from my home beach in Manly. So that's going to be a great one. What do you think?
Yeah, I think George and Leo too. I mean, obviously Crosby and Griffin, Gabe, Jack, but yeah, to me, George and Leo, the last 2 events have looked like they've just leveled up and they're within themselves, and yeah, both these conditions suit them well. So yeah, I think that one will be super exciting.
What are you liking, Joe?
Monstrous heats. I'm really looking forward to Miguel Pupo as world #1 for the first time in his career, dealing with what would be an event favorite anytime Ethan can throw down a big forehand hook on the open face. One of the best styles in the game, whether it's 2 foot or 20 foot. That's in Heat 8 of the round as we catch up to a highly active Sammy Pupo. Got to a couple of tough spaces really quickly and kept his board under his feet. You can tell Samuel is just thriving off confidence, kicking off with equal 5th, but having his big brother wear the yellow jersey with his same last name on it. He is just fired up here against Kanoa Igarashi today. Miguel, not even thinking about his heat right now, Rich.
No, he's focusing in on little brother Samuel, and 10 years, Joe. The difference between the brothers, yeah?
Yeah, I think just under, like 9 years.
Yeah,
that's a pretty big age gap there.
Pretty big age gap, but you can tell these guys feed off each other's energy, and really cool just to see how hard, you know, they back each other. It was heartbreaking to watch those guys both. You know, at one point they were looking at knocking each other off the tour at this event. I think it was a year or 2 ago, and then, you know, they ended up both dropping off. But that was just so much emotion around that. Here we go.
Liam O'Brien grabbing this wave, and he will commit to a little setup turn. Lobby starting to run after the end section. We'll just redirect quickly to get a score for it. And takes a step down. So he just had a look at a wave before that. So he's still just warming up. Joel Vaughn's start was a 5, so that's their comparison that they have so far in heat #2 as we take another look, Brody.
Yeah, when he first took off on this wave, I was like, wow, he's getting lucky to get this thing, and then it kind of just went dead, and I guess credit to Kanoa for kind of seeing that, but he's still you know, like I said before, he's just trying to build that rhythm, trying to get some scores under his belt going into the last 23 minutes of that heat. But yeah, Lob's been looking really, really good all year, all last year, even when he fell off. yeah, I'm stoked to see him get back on and see him do his surfing all year. Yeah.
Solid surfer Liam O'Brien just warming up. 317 for that wave. Well, Kaipo, you've got a great view of this whole lineup. Everyone's been talking about the cat and mouse game. All these sets just pouring on everyone's head. What are some keys to success when you're just getting drilled here at Mainbrink?
Well, we talk a lot about surfing because it's a surf competition, right? What we don't talk about is duck diving, and these are professional duck divers, some of the best in the world, bro. I'm telling you right now, because the closeout session of watching these guys able to get out underneath and not lose any ground is really, really impressive. So it's all a part of it. Every surfer knows the feeling, but these guys are the best at it. And I guess I got a question for Brody. Brody, you take some heavy waves on the head. Any secrets to your duck?
Paddle to it and try and get it when it explodes just before. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's a good point. It's definitely not easy duck diving these kind of waves. This is like duck diving, you know, Sunset or something. And it's kind of scary. You can get worked, you can break a board, you can smack your head on your board, whatever. You know, it's definitely underestimated. So good call, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, Kaipo, is it ever okay to ditch your board? Are you allowed to? Sometimes when I was a Grom, I'd get yelled at by the older crew, you know?
Oh, we got to go, I think. Oh, wait.
Hey. Duck dive.
Oh, wow. Duck dive the ski.
Oh, so, hey, but they're sneaking over. We just saw him in the corner. Looks like Kaipo made it.
Right near the score. You just saw the ski pop over the wave there.
They've had some close calls over there on the skis. Sometimes they get smoked. That's all part of the job. God. It's interesting when you think of duck diving. You know, it's a really funny topic that we actually don't spend too much time on. But it is all about positioning. There's Skimmy there, and then we got Sam Smith and Kaipo throwing shakas, making it over that set. But yeah, if you know, paddling next to like the local hero, you'll take the same wave on the head. You come up and they're like 30 feet ahead of you because they are so skilled in that way. There's a classic shot that PK filmed of John in a pool where he knew how to like sink his board so well. It was one of the best duck dive techniques I've ever seen because the vision was in a clear pool, so you could actually see he's just scooping water. He said Jamie O'Brien taught him that. As we look at Liam getting stuck on the left.
Yeah, the lefts are tricky. They're so slopey on the face. That one actually broke off the side of the reef a little bit. Just didn't stand up at all. So Liam O'Brien, a 317 on that last right-hander. Joel still with the high number in that heat. And they've only got to wait about 4.5 minutes, and those guys will take priority and really be able to take control of the lineup. But Kanoa, geez, he's been patiently waiting for this next ride. He needs that 734. He must have been waiting like 15, 20 minutes now.
Yeah. Once Sammy got that 8, it kind of forces him, right, to like try and select one of those cleaner second wave of the set. He can't just like can't just kind of stand up on anything. He's got to really be selective. And but it's a fine line though, right? Because today is so hard. Like it's so hard to identify what a good wave really looks like. It's kind of so messy and jumbly, and this wave's just tricky even when it's not like this. But this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think just from watching, I think the best left is almost better than the better right now. If you get like a deeper inside clean, like it just seems like it's a cleaner, more steeper wall, and if you get that one, it kind of allows like those 2 big turns, but it's a lot more rare, right? But even just the other day, when it was jumbly, seems like there's some definitely don't sleep on the lefts. There's definitely a couple.
Yeah, great call, Brody. 2-turn combo from Molly, 8-5. That was
that's right.
A rushing little left-hander we had earlier today. Paddling out front, trying to get this one. Looks like Liam O'Brien will fade the takeoff and throw down an arcing cutback. So smooth in that stylish approach. Fits in another wrapping turn, chasing a 2.57 for the lead over Joel Vaughn. And how about this? Crosby versus Griff. All Colapinto matchup just for the second time. had one at Winky Pop before, and Caroline's got a front row seat with Ronnie for this one.
Oh, she sure does. Hearing you guys talk about the matchups in this round, it's unbelievable. We've got a big afternoon coming our way, but the anticipation is so high. It's a World Champ Fest down here. Caroline, Molly on hand, because the Colapinto brothers are about to go at it for just the second time in their CT careers. Caroline, you can feel the energy from this crowd.
Oh yeah, everyone's super excited, and there's been a lot of waves, which is really nice. So I just hope they both get a lot of opportunity, and yeah, they're both serving really well. So I'm really torn on who I want to win. I just hope they both get some nice waves. But yeah, people are feeling it. Everyone's excited, so it'll be fun.
Both showing amazing form. Cross dipping out earlier at Bells, wants to get a solid result and get back on his feet. How do you see this one going?
Oh my gosh, I know. I really don't know. I actually stayed with them last year, and I know Crosby's been beating Griff in the ping pong matches last year and this year, so I'm sure Griff's got.
Might get in the end.
Yeah, you never know. So we'll see. But like I said, they're both really in form. So I feel like whoever's on the best waves is probably gonna end up winning. So I just hope. Yeah, we'll see.
Bring it on. We're all set to watch it all go down, Joey.
Good man, Ron. Caroline Marks is absolutely frothing as we look at an important wave for Kanoa Igarashi. Being very patient, big connection, airdrops into a wrap, needs at least a 7.34. As we approach the final minute, he will snap to slide and controls it over the bricks. He actually risked it all and ran out of water.
He was selling it, wasn't he? At the end, he was really just, you know, clenching the fist and telling the judges, I think I got it.
Wow, 50 seconds left too. I didn't realize that was within the minute, yeah.
So Kanoa dropped anchor to wait for a certain kind of wave. It doesn't need to be as good as Sammy's 8. Needs a 7.34. Things that are popping out for me, just maybe a speed difference. Pupo was very electric, but Kanoa hit his targets, Rich.
Yeah, he sure did. Really aggressive on the first turn. Stays somewhat lateral because he had to get down the line. You know, that's not trying to take anything away from the surfing, because I feel like this was the most connected wave that Kanoa had, and really finishes off strong. I'm going off a feel here. I think it'll be close as we see Sammy just a quick in and out. 7.34.
This is what we want, huh? We want, we want close heats.
Coming down to the wire for sure.
But yeah, gosh, even what this might be it looked like he had control, right, coming out, but at the very end it was like on the reef. It didn't go all the way, but it was, to me, it was like enough. But sometimes we've seen it, you know, where that can be a factor too, where it didn't completely right out. I don't know. It looked, what do you think, Rich? It looked like he had enough, but
I think he had enough there for the judges to give it a make, just because he simply ran out of water. There was nothing more he could do.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that was a beautiful kind of lip carve.
Yeah.
You know, it was a really unique style of a turn, but he basically milked every point out of that opening section, and then the last one again, it was a kind of an interesting, it wasn't a textbook finish to it.
Do you think it was better than a 6.6?
I think it's better than the 6.6, but I just don't know if it goes to 7.3.
I'm right there too. I think I'm kind of right in the same boat. I think it's just that 7 range. Is it 7.5?
I'm thinking more back to Miguel, to Samuel's wave, Samuel's 8.
Yeah.
Those two huge rail committed turns on a bigger wave.
Yeah.
So, man, it's going to be close.
I'd say the only point of difference would be he got more in the lip than Sammy did. Sammy was more rappy, so I guess it just depends on what their flavor is right now.
Yeah. Critical, it was the first turn. It was critical.
Yeah.
No doubt about it, you know.
Noah's telling Snake that he actually felt it was 2 points better than his 6, just based on feel. And if that's the case, he'll certainly turn the heat.
It's his best wave in the heat, for sure.
I agree. It's a weird one too, where it could be more than, what is it, 0.7 better than a 6.6, but at the end of the day, the judges are looking at the 2 best waves, like who has the 2 best waves of the heat, who, you know, like that's what they've got to.
There you go. We can sit on the judging panel when we're done with commentary, mate. It looks like score's starting to drop in.
It's so close.
Wow. Well, you guys had your gut reaction, and it's exact same as the panel had in the tower. Kanoa Igarashi ends up short with a 7.13, chasing a 7.34. Extremely close. Sammy Pupo gets the jump and is back in the quarterfinals for the second consecutive event. Kanoa lost in the quarters back at Bells to Griffin. Started with the equal fifth, just like Sammy did one round earlier here at Margaret River, and Sammy just keeps the fire built from the Pupo family. And we'll move on into the quarterfinals once again. An 8-point ride. That was a brilliant wave. I mean, how fast he was going, it was undeniable. And I think the judges did well with that separation of the two best scorers of the heat. Coming up next, we will be at the start of the all-brother battle. Griffin versus Crosby coming up next. Welcome back to WA. It's fun to look back on history, look at all the great brother combinations we have on tour, going back to Derek and Michael Ho. Flavio Neco Patarats forced to be reckoned with there. Bruce and Andy Irons even final together in the southwest of France. CJ and Damien, two of the all-time best. Corey and Shea Lopez, also brothers from Florida. Tanner and Pat Gadauskas got to enjoy some time on tour together as well. Wow, when Mikey got on as a wild card, gave some backup to Owen. And then Miguel, Sammy, Crosby, Griff is what we're enjoying in 2026. Crosby and Griff just cracking up, just saying we're having a lot of fun, huh? Just filming all these memories around the world. Miguel has a bit of a father figure for Sammy, being about 10 years older. Is giving him so much support, and now Miguel is world #1. Griffin, runner-up in the world last year. Crosby achieving Rookie of the Year in 2024. Crosby still looking for his first CT win, and Griffin is looking to final once again like he did last year to Jordy Smith, as we see an aggressive start from the Cross. Tracking through the open face, so connected, and a beautiful looking surfboard under his feet. He had a clear game plan for a quick start. And now rolling in with control is his brother Griff to answer. Just completely taking over the energy in our lineup now, just hitting that section with the slide and an end section turn that looked difficult. He made it look easy. Now the priority heat. Joel Vaughn on this one, Rich.
Yeah, Joel, opening snap to start off. Tidy little slice, and then again, how tight was the radius on that turn? Comes through the inside. So nice creative way to put that wave together as he just tries to make his way over the table here. Finish off, but wow, what an interesting exchange from Griff and Cross.
Brody, can you separate the difference in Crosby versus Griff, the way they surf? What stands out to you as far as point of difference?
Well, Cross is just obviously he's bigger, lankier. I'd say he surfs closer to like a Jordy Smith kind of deal, and Griff's kind of more. I don't know. Yeah, Griff's kind of Griffin. I don't know. I think Griff just surfs more compact and more like puts his body in kind of more awkward positions and more wild positions. They're both pretty different, but kind of similar. It's kind of a weird. They got similar technique, but have very different styles, you know. Yeah, I don't know what the real point of difference. You got any, Rich?
Yeah, I just think Griff's probably just a little bit more reactive and spontaneous. He's obviously incredible above the lip as well, air game, which is both strong on both sides. I agree with you in that Cross has probably just got a little bit more leverage in his turns. It gets a lot of torque and power.
As we see a split peak here in the priority matchup, Joel Vaughn still running after a bit of the right. Gets back to the pocket, end section. Nice tag there, throwing some water. And opens up a little more space. So he had a nice line for another finishing move. Even though he gets to that part of the wave where it's about 1 foot, he finished strong. And now Griffin's getting picked up. So instead, not a split peak, Griff just getting away back into the lineup. Crosby 6.0 start. Griffin 7.83.
Wow.
Big brother answers back, Rich.
Yeah, it's a strong start from Griff. And we'll watch the replay of Joel Vaughn. So digs in hard on the bottom turn, gets that flare off the top on the opening maneuver there. Wave starts to get a little sleepy sitting down, but Joel does some rail work through the inside. Connects with this little section, just adding kind of, tenths of points really through this inside. Most of the work was done on that big vertical hit outside.
That was kind of one of those ones where he's just like coming in for the ski, and then he kind of just kept offering random little sections. Yeah, he surfed it well. It's like the Griffin and Crosby is kind of going against what I was saying about just riding waves and trying to find a rhythm, build it to the second part of their heat, where they've just got 2 waves that are better than any waves that the priority heat has had.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm kind of tripping out. Like, where was Joel and Lobby on that set where that the Cole Pinto boys got? It was you can't let those opportunities go, especially when you're in the priority section of the heat.
For sure.
So this was a split. Griffin did go left, Richie.
Okay, left, big, extending backhand carve on the opening turn. Just waiting for this wave to build up again, and then Griff just heads out to the ski.
So just checking out the left like you identified earlier, Brody. It's just something special for the old boys around these traps when someone goes left and gets a keeper. That's where this event all started. Long lefts that sometimes are full and flat, but if you know where to sit and get the right one, you could get a really steep pocket to work with. Griffin will have a throwaway 3.0 there, but Molly had an 8.5 heading that direction. Aaron Brooks was all over the left on opening day as well. But big totals already in the non-priority side. The Colapinto's bringing the energy to this heat. Griff's up again. Waiting patiently, he wants to ramp up, and he goes to the sky and lands on top of it and cartwheels over the falls. One of the best in the air on tour.
You could kind of see it, couldn't you? Right from the takeoff. Yeah. You could, it had that feel about it, just the stance slightly widened. It was just kind of really getting poised. Beautiful takeoff here from the lip. Did everything right at this point, gets the rotation, and I think it was just a little awkward on the landing, the way the turbulent water underneath the board just kind of bumped him off, but
landed right in between, right in between the explosion and the back of the wave. Yeah, awkward fall too. Yeah, it's like scorpion almost.
And what a difference to ramp up on a wave like this at main break. I mean, compared to like a snapper rocks or a beach break type ramp, I mean, it's just a whole different picture. We're comparing this to Sunset all the time. Size of the sections they're looking for.
Yeah.
The size of Griffin's full route from last year, that was a 10. It's, I mean, doing a huge air at main break, that's a big statement, man. That, I mean, and for Griff, he's always looking at it that way too, Brody.
Yeah, yeah. Like, just that wave right there. He went on a left right before, did a good turn for what it was. He kind of saw that it was just going to have one section again, so he's like, oh, I might as well try and, if he lands that, it's probably 6-7 range again, and he's got 14 points in the non-priority, so yeah, definitely send it.
Well, we had a ton of anticipation for the Colapinto battle, and it lived up already to the expectations. Here's the split peak on the opening exchange, Rich.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to break this down because there's almost a 2-point spread here, so let's have a look at the opening turn. So Griff goes way more vertical, whereas Cros just kind of attacks and carves through the lip, destroys it. Bigger wave 2 for Griffin. So the second turn here, again, it's way more on edge with what Griff's doing, and a more critical turn for the second. You can already see that the wave has trended down for Cross, whereas Griff had that 3-turn combination with all 3 maneuvers incredibly strong, but in particular those 2 opening maneuvers. So you kind of see they had more emphasis. They were more critical in the nature of how he performed them, and it was on a bigger wave. So you can kind of see where that spread came from.
Yeah, like Cross would have kicked out of that wave thinking like, oh, like I'm for sure going to be winning this opening exchange, you know, like for Griff to get in almost an 8-point ride, that's a real diamond in the rough, right? And basically 3rd and 4th priority. I think like what you're saying about where was Liam and Joel, I think like that wave, a lot of the waves today, I feel like those bigger ones kind of look like they go out to sea too much, and I think that one almost kind of did, but he read it perfectly. Yeah. Like if he mistimed any one of those first 2 turns, he wouldn't have been able to get to that 3rd turn in time, and it would have been a 6-5 range. It's
kind of the first time we've seen in the men's heats this morning where someone's come from behind the section, took off behind the peak and attacked it from behind rather than taking off, kind of cutting back and getting the open slice on the face. But I mean, good signs from Cross though. He ripped the bag out of that thing.
Yeah.
Rolling it now in a classic bottom turn, but nothing left for Liam O'Brien. As now priority will be with Joel Vaughn. And Joel still leading with 9:15 to go. This one's kind of wedging up. Crosby's patient there, and they let it roll through. Fairly intense start to the Colapinto battle. This wave's going to roll through. No takers there. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, Joe, I just wanted to comment on, you know, Griffin from the water and what he was able to achieve. There's a lot of variables out here, and that wave was actually a wide one, and maybe that's why some of the guys in the priority heat weren't able to get into it. So it's kind of a head on the swivel type of situation, and also the pack is spread out a little bit because of the shifting peak, if you would, out here between kind of the normal peak and then that wide one, and then of course those west ones come through, and that's when there might be some opportunities on the left. But it is it's a jigsaw puzzle. It's a Scrabble board right now.
Good man, Kaipo. Yeah, some people are so connected, you know, and Griffin can sit in a spot where a wave hasn't come and it'll just pop up. Sometimes he has that rhythm, and he's off to a great start. Let's hear from Samuel Pupo with Ronnie Blakey.
Yeah, Sammy, congratulations. Beautiful surfing, an excellent ride, and overcoming one of the best surfers from that previous round. Looking at that heat on paper, you know, what were your expectations and what was the game plan to overcome Kanoa after he had a fantastic opening heat here?
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be a tough one. I feel like both of us were the 2 best surfers from the first round. I had the highest heat average and he had the highest score, so yeah, on paper it was already a big heat, and Kanoa is such an amazing surfer. I feel like that the both mistakes I made really showed how good he is in reading the waves and how focused he is, and he looked at waves that I didn't look at, and he got big scores. So yeah, I mean, that shows a few things that I should be improving on and to get better in the future.
Man, a really different year for you this year. Coming to Western Australia in the past, you've been surfing in this event and then getting pushed to the Challenger Series. This time, qualifying via the Challenger Series, and obviously with a lot of momentum in these first 2 events, back-to-back quarterfinals. How good is it to come to WA without that pressure of the cart and focus on a big finish here?
I mean, it's a good feeling to be here. Without all that stress and that pressure that everyone was having all these years, and not just me, but a lot of people that were fighting their whole lives to be in this position and had half of the year to show their talent, and unfortunately couldn't do it. So I was one of them. Even though I had a good first year, it was Rookie of the Year my first year, finished top 10, and kind of had a rough few years after that, and to be here and turn that around is a big deal for me mentally, to get me stronger for bigger matches and bigger heats. And I feel like taking everything as a positive is the main thing for me, and not taking anything personal with the place and the wave itself. So I'm happy to deliver.
The performances have been brilliant so far, mate. Best of luck in the quarterfinals. And at the moment, a top 10 finisher again isn't looking like it's out of the question. So best of luck in the quarters.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, brother.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thank you, Samuel Pupo. Surfed a great heat, but he definitely identified the door open when Kanoa almost turned it on his last wave. Kanoa got his best score, just came up just short on the requirement. And Sammy moves on to at least an equal 5th, but he wants more out of this contest. And like he remembers in that conversation, he's had 3 straight years where he's been sent to the CS after Western Australia. Things are looking different for Samuel. Here's Griffin approaching the wall. Nice wrapping cut back off the top there. He'll push through this inside corner just in case he can load up. There's the fin throw and slides out. Was looking to improve on a 3.0 there. It's often been just really the mentor for his younger brother, but when you watch those clips of the sparring battles that Tommy Witz has him go through, it's always intense. As we look at this last wave, Richie.
Big fade from the takeoff, and that was Griff just trying to put himself right in the perfect spot on this wave. Had to wait a little while for it to bowl up at a beautiful turn as the opener, and then the wave just starts to lay down and gets a little funky on the inside. So he tries to throw a little tail flare, but unfortunately comes unstuck. I don't think that wave's going to really matter in the entirety of this heat. I think he'll drop that probably on his next attempt.
Yeah, for now he'll put it in his top 2, 3.67. 4 minutes to go in the priority heat with Joel Vaughn and Liam O'Brien. Joel controlling it with a 5 and a 4.33. Had a good run in his rookie year last season and started figuring out all the waves around the world. Very busy as well. Spent a lot of time flying over to the pool in the off season last year. This year is all about working on open face carves, and even snuck in a good trip to Raglan. Came out here early as well, so really thoughtful in his trips during that lengthy off season to show up at events where he wanted to kind of crack the code. But still relatively low scoring in the all Aussie battle, which is keeping things interesting out there. Last year's champ knocked out of the mix, that was Jordy Smith. But we do have 2 past champs coming up in the next heat. Gabriel Medina taking on local favorite Jack Robinson. And Jack trying to pick up his season after an early round loss at Bells. Gabriel Medina started with an equal 3rd, so he's off to a great start. And now Lobby chasing the 6.16. It was fun to watch the event at Burley Heads last year, Brody, because Liam had so many fans on the beach being a part of that local lineup, and it was a bit of a surprise. You know, the event's traditionally at Snapper Rocks, but since the sand wasn't there, he got to feel what it was like to have a CT on his home court.
Yeah, that was super cool, and he was ripping too. It was really cool to see. I feel like, to me, I feel like Liam gets overlooked a lot with just, he surfs so good, and I don't think a lot of people realize how good he is because of how quiet he is, and you know, he doesn't show much emotion like claiming wise or after his waves. So it was cool there just to see him, like you could kind of see a little emotion after some waves. He's just looking in and seeing his whole hometown on the beach, and yeah, I love this guy. I got to stay with him when I was younger at the Billabong house, and I haven't got to hang with him that much, but he's just a great human, like super cool, down to earth. Everyone loves Lob. So let's hope he gets an opportunity here to. I love Joel as well. Both these guys, I actually got to travel with both of them when I was on the Challenger Series. But here we go. Here goes Lob.
Fading the takeoff, and now setting up this first open face hook. Now starting to rush this section. He's hoping it bowls at him and stays patient till the end, and an awkward little connection there that ends up taking him down. So Joel's going to still have his lead with priority, and that might be the last chance for Liam O'Brien, Rich.
Yeah, with a minute 20 on the clock, that's it. And the feeling is that that 6.16 is not going to be achieved on that wave. Gosh, that was such a frustrating wave for him. It was just sort of fighting him the whole time. Didn't really give him that that moment, that section where he could have, where he just couldn't rip into it, you know, and just we know he's such a good surfer, as you said, Brody. He's probably one of the most underrated surfers on the tour.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see what happens here. So again, he kind of fades, just waiting for the wall to stand up. He does a nice tidy carve here, and right here I was thinking, oh, it's going to give him a section. And then the wave just splits, and then he just has to do a bit of tic-tac work down the line and get to the finish. And right here, he just gets knocked off. So, you know, at that moment, he's just going, oh, gosh, it's done.
Yeah.
Grabbing this one is Griffin. He's seeing if this left can really give him a big launch pad here. He's flying down the line, goes straight up and hammers that section. And he will just end up in the channel. Was waiting to see if he had something coming at him, but he squared up well to go as vert as he could, and he'll get right into a position to jump on the sled with the water patrol. And we've run out of time with Joel Vaughn and Liam O'Brien. Joel will move on to the quarterfinals, and Liam O'Brien will head home to the Gold Coast for stop number 3.
What a grindy one, Joe.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
Big scores came in the non-priority side of their heat. They were just waiting for something that didn't come. But Liam will take it and run with it. Or excuse me, Joel will. Liam's got to get going with some big results heading into stop number 3 of the season. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Jack Robinson hits the lineup and takes on Gabriel Medina. We'll be right back. The GWM Aussie Treble, the best in Australia.
The double favorite.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
300 is yours.
The GWM Aussie Treble continues here. Stop number 2, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. What a lineup of competitors we've got out there in the water at the moment in this second round. Ronnie Blakey, Jesse Starling, Felicity Parmentier. The energy is so high out there on Surfers Point. The Stone and Wood Bar is cranking. The stairs are packed. World champs have turned up to watch these heats, because you dream of matchups like this at a tough break.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just watching Jack and Gabby walk down the stairs just now, it was tense. Like, it was really tense, and they were so close to each other, and I was like, this is going to be good. They were even fighting on who was going to get on the ski first. Like, you can see it's like bravado v bravado, and I'm really looking forward to just a matchup we've waited a long time for.
Oh, here we go. We've got some movement out here in the lineup, and this is Griffin, who has the lead over his younger brother at the moment. A 7.83, he's trying to improve on a 4.67, loading up for the big finish. Clean floating re-entry there. And the 4.67 might be replaced in a moment, Flick.
Oh yeah, I've no doubt in my mind. I mean, that was just putting on a clinic, really. I mean, even if you think to what he's already managed to do in the non-priority heat, now he's, you know, in the priority heat with his brother Croz. But yeah, that 4.67's definitely being replaced. So nice back up to the 7.83. But yeah, Griff has gotten a lock as we look to see what happened here with Croz on his last wave. So these two are just really, they're doing such a good job at finding waves with such clean face. Nice wrap there for Croz. And wow, okay, ditches the fins, gets a bit of progression there, and just so much control. I love the 1-2, just like the comparisons between their styles, the similarities and the differences, and sort of two different ways to go about it. You know, Griff here just keeping the board on rail, some nice tidy work. And then, yeah, with Crosby, obviously a bit of progression there at the end as we see Gabby teeing off on the backhand. His opening wave of the non-priority heat. Holy, okay.
Does it so well, doesn't he?
Things are real. Oh, but he had no business making that one, surely. But yeah, look, I mean, things are intense out there at the moment. You can really feel that, yeah, there's that energy right now. There's definitely a certain energy about it.
I only just made it back to the booth. I was at the bottom of the hill and the crowd is so thick. I don't think we've seen it, you know, the turnout like this. Obviously, a lot of support for Jack Robinson. There was so much noise. You know, my ears are still ringing. As he made his way down the stairs, he just looked so locked in. Stopped for a moment to chat with Luke Egan just to get that affirmation and get his confidence up before taking on Medina. And so much head-to-head history between these two competitors. I'm sure we'll see it. But here's the Stone and Wood slow-mo of Medina, that powerful punch to release that he has, Jess.
He just has so much speed at the tip of his finger, and then to kind of bubble and transition so quickly to be able to come through and already just gear up for, yeah, I know he didn't make this, but the fact that he got so much speed even from kind of fumbling, it's scary. He's got a great board under his feet as well. And Gabby, you know, his comeback to the tour at Bells, there's always this kind of give and take of, oh, are they going to do good? I think they're going to do great. It really does split the crowd, but he's proved us all wrong that he is here and he means to stay. And I just think that speed and the power that he's got right under his thumb, it's going to really set him apart from the rest of the field.
Yeah, he looks to be back to his absolute dominant best. I mean, got stopped short by a brilliant performance from Yago in the semi-finals down at Bells. But he just seems super happy and light and engaged in each event that we've seen him at so far. But at the same time, when he puts the jersey on, you can see that return to that cybernetic organism that dominated the championship tour and has more CT wins than any other surfer on tour now. It's great to have him back.
Oh, totally. There's no questions as to, you know, the level and where his surfing's at in that, you know, that time that he had off tour. He's well and truly back and in a big way. I feel like he's also super relaxed and confident in his performances. All the questions were answered over at Bells. The clinic he put on his backhand was absolutely amazing. And then, yeah, that incredible heat that he shared with Yago, and Yago obviously pulling out, you know, that incredible air and full rotation on his backhand to eventually get the win. But yeah, there's no questions. He's continued that momentum here over at Mainbreak, where he's had success in the past.
Just can't believe the matchups we've been treated to in this round to decide our quarterfinalists at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We've got so much to look forward to this afternoon. We'll see Yago Dora and Connor O'Leary out there next. That's a great heat. Yago started his year just unbelievably well, backing up a world title with the second place finish. Connor O'Leary, everyone's been talking about his form lately. I think it's a big heat obviously for both surfers, but Connor's a real chance in that clash as well. Oh,
it's a good matchup of goofies. And I think they're two different styles and approaches as well. You know, Yago obviously super progressive above the lip, but then Connor just so much power. And yeah, I think that's going to be a really good contrast because Goofy v Goofy can really break down, you know, the differences between their surfing and the similarities. So yeah, we got three incredible heats to call, really.
Absolute bangers, 15 minutes to go. Kaipo watching on from the outside.
Yeah, Ron. I just wanted to talk about the priority heat, the brothers heat right now. Checking the Apple Watch with 14 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. These heats, these overlapping heats, I want to point out there's two chapters in these, right? There's the first chapter and the second chapter. The non-priority is if you're scoring a 7.83 like Griffin did in the non-priority part of your heat, you're really setting yourself up for success out here. And so, but actually, these are the two most exciting heats in the water. So I'm going to let you get back to the action. I think Griff just took a wave, and we are going to try to get out of the way of some of these sets right now.
Please do, mate. We want you safe out there. We just saw Griffin on a previous ride drop a 5.6. That's up the requirement for Crosby, who's out there with priority now, looking for a 6.94. These two brothers, they're absolute classics. A lot of banter in the lead up to the big clash. And you could tell though, you know, they were super competitive in the lead up to this one. A couple of ping pong battles just to keep things fun. But, you know, a lot of people saying that they feel Crosby can get himself into that title conversation as well. Griffin taking one on the inside here, sort of slowing the momentum of Medina on the inside, who's in a separate heat. Griff climbs up onto the section, doesn't quite get on top of that, but still chasing more down the line and somehow holds on to that final move. Plenty of spark in his surfing.
There's always an element of how? How did he just make that? And there wasn't a lot of, you know, real kind of incredible maneuvers at the start of that wave, but just to come to that so late and pretty much be drifting through the air and then re-engage with a centimetre of water on the reef was second to none. You know, also the fact that you're dropping in on Gabby Medina, you don't get to do that every day, and he's doing it using priority, knowing that Crosby only needs a 6.94, so trying to better on a 5.6 here. See what I mean? Nothing really special at the start, but to drift through the lip line and then re-engage with so much water running up the face, yeah, Griff, he's pulling some magic out there.
It's an impressive turn on a ride that's not going to contribute to his heat score total, but I think Griffin is always searching for that big final section. We've seen him produce some massive turns there in the past. That's what he was after, but Crosby Colapinto with priority, still looking for a 6.94. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat down there with Vaughan. It is Joel Vaughan.
Thank you, Ron. Joel Vaughan, good to see you, mate. And, you know, after the disappointment of Bells, to come here and to get into the quarterfinals is a huge result. A little bit sad that you have to surf against a good friend in Lobby there, but a scrappy heat, you'll take the win.
Yeah, definitely take the win. Sucks to surf against one of your good friends, like pretty early on in the like comp, but yeah, I'm frothing to make it through and into the quarterfinals. I'm pretty stoked.
We know how dangerous you are in the air, mate. You're an absolute lunatic, but we know you've also spent a fair bit of the off season sort of working on your rail game. Do you feel like it's where you want it to be?
Yeah, definitely. I'm stoked on the improvements I've made over the off season, and stoked I got 7 months to kind of work at it, which is pretty cool. And I wanted to kind of find a couple of little sneaky lefts in that heat, but didn't really find any to go to the air on. But yeah, stoked to make it through.
For sure, man. And like, how tricky is it out there right now? Like we saw that, you know, some heats crew are getting excellent scores. They're finding the little pocket. In that heat, you and Lobby were really just getting washed around quite a bit. How hard is it to stick to your game plan?
Yeah, it's super tricky. There's so much so much of a playing field out there, and Liam and I just didn't really find a good wave at all, really. And then even like under our priority, Griffin got a 7.83, so I don't know what I was doing there.
Mate, let's give a shout out to the crew at home. You know, Bells wasn't a very happy hunting ground for the Aussies, but you're into the quarters, and I know the crew at North Shelley are going to be fizzing out of their minds.
Yeah, pretty stoked. Thanks to everyone from North Shelley for the support and all my family back home. Pretty frothing. Let's keep it going.
Good on you, mate. Congrats.
Thank you.
Cheers.
What a fantastic fight back from Joel Vaughan, one of those surfers that fell out of the mix in their first heat of the year down there at Bells. And he is on his way to the quarterfinals here. He'll be making a good jump up the ladder, that's for sure. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see how our quarterfinal matchups come together, because there is a lot of talent that we're going to let go of as we move through this afternoon's action out there in the lineup at the moment. Griffin still holding on to the lead over his younger brother, who's after a 6.94. It's not out of reach for Crosby yet, Flick.
Oh, totally. I just feel that both surfers, you know, Cros and Griffin, look so locked in. I think, you know, they're looking so strong. Just, you know, you look at the couple of heat totals that they put together already. You know, Joel spoke to it in that post-heat interview with Vaughan. It's so hard out there, and you know, it can force you to be sort of lost at sea. So these guys have got a good read on it at the moment, as we see Griff.
Yeah, loading up again, just sizing up opportunities to potentially throw one of those huge airs down. He kicks out of that wave. It just didn't have the ramp that he was after. But you can see what he's thinking. And Griffin has proven to be a little bit like Medina. It's scary holding on to priority on the outside when he's chasing down those inside sections.
Especially, you know, having just the amount of talent that someone like Griffin or Crosby has, and knowing that your competitor only needs a small score. It's a 6.94, and Crosby's going to have a roll in now.
Here he goes. So using his priority here, he's chasing a 6.94. Goes to the rail. Kind of gliding through these first couple of sections. Needs more impact. Doesn't really find it at the end of that ride. Jack Robinson, he's going to get his campaign started here in the third round. Medina only a 4.33 for his opening ride. Jack, such a great relationship and has taken on the biggest names in the sport of the modern era at this venue and come up victorious. Medina finishing his second decent ride there. So looking for a back up to the 4.33. May even find more points in it.
The word animal comes to mind for Gabby Medina. He's just he's kind of not focused on being tactical or taking it heat by heat. He is here to win and dominate. He wants to hit every single section as hard as he can. Every single time he's on his feet, everyone in the booth especially, but I'm sure around the world has a moment of, oh, wow, pretty special grip hit.
Big prone takeoff, but nothing standing up for him. He's going to get back out there for that priority. Yeah, it's interesting with Medina, isn't it? While he kind of goes out there and attacks, he is extremely tactical in the way that he serves his heats, but it's just the confidence in his performances with the jersey on. He is at his best wearing one of these WSL Championship Tour rashies.
Yeah, we heard it in a piece earlier that he just loves to compete in front of people and crowds. He brings the best out of his surfing. You know, Ronnie, you just said it, there's a massive crowd down there at Surfers Point now. Let's break down this wave of Jack. It's his opening wave. Wow, big extended carve down. And yeah, wow, that was pretty impressive. The wave gets a little bit sleepy here through this section, but he does well to stay with it because he knows he's already got the one big moment. He just needs to finish, and look, I'd say this is going to be a good score. It was a good exchange between Gabby and Jack, the 1-2 there. But yeah, if I just go back to Gabby, oh my goodness, the one word that comes to mind is just power. Like, that wave that he had was so hard to surf. There was so much, you know, lump. It was crazy, right? Like, all the different moments on that wave, but he just powered on through. Like, nothing was really going to stop him. So that was a great exchange between Gabe and Jack.
And it was unfortunately, you know, reflecting on those waves from Gabby and Jack, a bad decision from Crosby. Those second and third wave of the set was so much more better. There was so much validity in it, had more opportunity to get up and vertical before that oncoming end section. Even just Jack's big carve down. Crosby's got that exact same amount of power. So yeah, Crosby would have fallen and turned around to see what Jack and Gabby were doing, going, no, should have waited with priority.
Yeah, definitely. Waiting on that score to come through for Jack. Should be a pretty good one. Jack is another Championship Tour athlete that is on the way back from injury. Just like Gabriel Medina, both of them saying that they're starting to get back to that, you know, 100%. And I think we're seeing it certainly from Medina in his performances, and from the free surfing we've seen from Jack during this event. It definitely, you get the sense that he's edging closer to his peak performance levels as well. So this should be a fantastic heat. Already a good opening exchange. But things are tightening up here between the Colapinto boys. 5.5 minutes to go. And you can see just how locked in they are. Pretty amazing that they get to travel the world together. They get on really well. You know, that sibling rivalry, I know it's there, but sort of not as intense as some of the previous brothers we've seen battling on the Championship Tour. And I think they've saved it for these kind of encounters.
There's nothing like having a heat with your sibling to push you to be a better surfer. It is. These guys would be keeping tally as well, and Cros, he definitely wants to get one back.
Well, here he goes. Dealing with a bit of a bump on the face to kick this ride off, but building for the big finish here, and he attacks it with everything he's got. Pumps the fist. And that's a classic example of matching the power of this break with some power of your own. And Flick, he absolutely minced that final section.
Oh, there was some aggression there.
Well, Jack Robinson very careful there to give way to Griffin, who may need a number to get himself back in front here. The section loads up. Nice lay back to get started. A tricky end section. And he just reads it beautifully and wisely kicks out. But I think that the exchange will be won by Crosby. Does he get the 6.94 required here to turn the heat?
Wow.
Let's have a look at the GWM recap.
I've been on the edge of my seat since we've called this heat from the brothers. Griff, he's just so stock ready for this. I mean, just his calves, his air game, his progressiveness. He's laying it all on the line here. He knew it was a big heat against Crosby, but I love the fact that he isn't backing down. Just the rail turns. I know that was kind of a mistake, but to regroup and keep drawing that carve out, it really shows that he wants this win. Flares the fins up and over on a really tricky coping. He's made Griff answer back every single time.
It's just cool, right? It's coming right down to the wire. I think the most impressive thing for me in this heat, Griff managed to find his highest score in that non-priority heat, so he's essentially been chasing it back up for that moment. But yeah, it's really coming down to the wire. We're going to see what happens here with this wave. This is the moment. Crosby really trying to search for that 6.9. We're yet to see the score drop in. So so much aggression that he hit that section with. And look, he's obviously stoked with it. So, and then obviously we had this answer straight back from Griff. So yeah, I love that this heat has really lived up to the hype, the expectation, and yeah, the boys really going for it and really bringing the best out of each other.
Griff had me on the edge of my seat for that. I was thinking, oh no, he's going into the reef right now, but I just love the fact that this is the second time we've seen these brothers compete against each other, and this time they've both had equal opportunities and showcased exactly what the Colapinto boys can do.
Yeah, Crosby only managed a heat score total of 4.67 last time they met, so he wanted to clean that up, certainly has already, and we are still waiting on a score that, well, could turn the heat with just over 2 minutes to go here. Priority is back with Crosby on the outside, and I think everyone is just hanging to see where this number goes. You think back to the start of that ride, there was a slight hiccup just off the bottom when he was launching into that first turn. So there has to be a lot of credit for the second move. And we'll see if the judges are willing to go there. I think, one of the more high impact moves that we've seen today on that final section. But I think that Crosby has to surf the end of this heat like he's still chasing a score.
Oh, 100%. I think, obviously the fact that the judges are taking a while to drop this score says to me they're really thinking about it. They're, going over the replays. They want to really get this score right.
Oh, they have thought about it, and the number's in, and it's enough to get Little Bro into the lead, and with just a minute and 10 seconds remaining now, Griffin is going to be chasing a score, and on the outside, Crosby's up again, does well to hang on to that first turn, drawing off the bottom, out onto the open face, cuts it back to the foam. But this wave is splitting in two. I don't think he'll get a finish on it. Will there be an opportunity on the outside here with 55 seconds to go? Griffin's after a 5.84, not a huge number at all.
Wow. Got a score to lock in as well, based on that last wave. He had a pretty nice, big layback jam. And Jack just trying to be a water bender and get over that lump of water there. This is exactly how we wanted this heat to end between the brothers.
Oh, their last heat, a couple of years back down there at Bells, Griff got the jump on Crosby. We've been stinging for them to meet up again, and we're lucky that it's come this early in the season. But there is just 15 seconds to go. Griffin chasing a 5.84, a number he's so capable of turning in with a single move, but he might run out of time here. He showed incredible form down there at Bells Beach, a semi-final finish, but Crosby Colapinto is going to earn his place in the quarterfinals. Wow. And he's celebrating. And one thing for sure is it won't take Griffin long to turn his frown upside down. He'll be super proud of his little brother, who had a really disappointing result down there at Bells, and he's on his way to the quarters for the first time this season.
This is a really big moment for Crosby. He's always looked up to his big brother, and Griff's been pretty much a mentor for Crosby, but the fact that Crosby's got one on the big brother, I know that Griff wouldn't be stoked with that as the older sibling, but Crosby, he was just using his power to his advantage. He's got that on Griff, and it worked out for him. And I'm not going to get challenged.
Yeah, I think mine too. Yeah, look, really intense couple of days, you know, when you're staying with the person that you're going to be surfing against. It always gets pretty interesting, even if you've been battling your whole life in different ways. But the brothers are going to hug it out. In fact, Crosby is racing out to meet his brother. So a really nice moment for these two, who are hopefully going to meet again in competition many more times, because it's a real treat for us to enjoy watching it unfold.
Oh, look, if you're going to be beaten by anyone, you'd rather be beaten by your brother, I reckon. Look, if that was the case and I got a choice, I'd be choosing that.
Yeah, tell that to the Hobgoods of the back in the day. Bonsoy brew break time. We're back with more big heats in a moment.
Every headland you go around is a different, landscape, and it's so raw and beautiful, and we can bring our family here and experience the other parts of Western Australia that are so beautiful. And we come to the wineries, eat good food, drink good wine. You can go mountain bike riding, you can go see the whales, you can do it all. So it's great to be back in West Oz, and I advise everyone to come here and come check it out.
What a day here in the West as we get competition underway in a big way. We're setting up quarterfinal heats and a huge clash here. Yago Dora, last year's world champ. He just finished runner-up down at Bells, taking on Connor O'Leary, who's one of those top seed surfers who expected to put in a great performance at Bells. He didn't find it, and he finds himself here with a huge opportunity. If you want to beat the best, you've got to beat the best. That's a big challenge in front of Connor in this heat. As we see the Colapinto brothers, Jesse, hugging it out.
I love this. They're just such good sportsmen. And there's no one they love more than each other. They're just so supportive of each other's careers, and it's not very often you can travel the world and compete against your sibling and your best mate. So this is a moment that they'll remember forever. And Griff, he'll want payback next time.
Yeah, these really interesting matchups we've got out in the lineup now, and we're going to give priority now to Gabriel Medina and Jack Robinson, who've already notched a couple of decent scores here during the break. Medina picked off this one.
Yeah, this one for Medina, I just keep saying it, it's so hard. I mean, the first turn on that wave, there was so much foam on the face, just to power through the bottom turn and connect where he did on the first section, it's so difficult. So, he is just showing true brute force and power, and just to get the completion, obviously he's out in front of Jack at the moment, and really applying that pressure.
17 championship tour wins. We know it's the most of any surfer on the tour now. But his last win, it was some time ago. It was actually right here at Margaret's 2023. And he wants to reconnect with that feeling. It felt like he was building down at Bells towards a huge result there too. But this wasn't always one of his favourite stops, Jesse. It took him a while to figure it out.
It feels like, Bells and Margie's, they have this same vibe and arena to it, where success comes later in the career. It takes a couple of reps to do well here. Think about the rookies. They don't essentially really do well at a wave like this, or you might have a great wildcard appearance like George Pitter did, but then he came back the next year and lost first heat. It's one of those places where you have to put the time in to get better at knowing and understanding, because similar to what we say about Sunset, it's a really big playing field. So it's an absolute football oval, as Flick called it earlier, and you got to be able to be ready to play no matter where you are on the field.
Yeah, most definitely. So Medina turned in a 5.1 on that last wave. He's left Jack Robinson looking for a 5.94. Look out. We've got Yago up. And on this left, he could do 100 different turns, including taking to the sky. But that section just didn't stand up for him. Having a look at the WSL Fantasy Power Surfer picks. Extremely interesting considering the talent that we've got out there in the lineup. Medina taking the lion's share of votes from those playing WSL Fantasy, 28%. So I think everyone's well and truly identified him as a guy that's going to challenge for event wins probably everywhere on the schedule.
Definitely. Also, everyone is noting, you look at how well he performed at Bells and Winky, what we saw, you know, the performance, yeah, he went down to Yago eventually, but I mean, throughout the whole event, it was undeniable that his backhand was so on point. He looks strong, he looks focused, but he also kind of looks relaxed too, like maybe a bit of a different sort of Gabriel Medina, a little bit, you know, a couple of years away, a little bit, you know, sort of different perspective, coming back, appreciation for it, but he does look pretty cool, calm, collected. But it is interesting, obviously, when, you know, you match up against Jack Robbo, who obviously has won out here a couple of times, and the local, you know, the local favourite.
Yeah, and Jack had 22% of those Power Surfer picks too, Kai. So interesting this afternoon. We're going to see some people lose their Power Surfers.
Yeah, and that's a big loss for points. Can I plug Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League right now?
Sure can. Go for it.
I don't think I'm winning it, but play along. Yeah. Hey, look at the brackets. Play the fantasy, and when you're talking about fantasy, how you win is actually taking the the underdogs are the ones that are going to earn you the most points. But then you got to go for the obvious guys that gather a lot of points, like a Gabe Medina. So it's, but everyone's picking them, like you said. So you got to kind of break away with some out of the box kind of thinking, and combine that with secure surfers that you know are going to earn you some points. Now, who do you make your power surfer? That's how you make or break the whole game.
Most definitely. Kipes, are you interested to see that 28% of people went with Medina and 22% went with Jack, since Jack has the 2 wins and that hometown knowledge?
Brazil's got a pretty big population, Ron, and a big surfing population. No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Gabe's looking in form, you know, and I think he's kind of a global fan favorite. And then there's the heart of Jack Robinson here as the hometown hero. So it's a great clash. It's living up to that.
Yeah, and Medina just top scoring beautifully down there at Bells, posting a lot of big numbers. So definitely put himself, you know, in the favourites pick for probably a majority of people playing WSL Fantasy. But this is going to be a really interesting event to watch play out, because we did lose a couple of former winners, last year's champ Geordie Smith and Felipe Toledo falling out of the mix pretty early.
Yeah, it's a head scratcher, that one. You know, Geordie, you would think that after how good he was here, would potentially go back to back and become, you know, the second ever male to do that here. And Felipe, he's just easy someone who you think is going to finals day. Like, it's weird that he's out of the draw already and got knocked out by someone who's still relatively new to the tour, George Pitter.
I think Felipe's got to hold his head up, because he's showing incredible form this year. The result hasn't come for him, but he's right there. Geordie, on the other hand, he's got to clean some things up. He's got to find some magic before he gets into the jersey over there on the Gold Coast. But, you know, Geordie's just a vet. He's going to be looking at the whole schedule going, relax, okay? I've been in this situation. I've been on tour for, you know, 1,000 years. I'm going to turn it around. These are just kids. But this is fun to watch what plays out here, because, you know, I mentioned earlier the rivalry between Medina and Jack Robinson when he joined the tour. You know, it really came on strong. They're matched up at 3 wins apiece at the moment, and they always fight so hard when they meet in a clash like this. So let's see if Jack can drop another good score here. After a 5.94, they haven't really had a high-quality wave just yet. Jack finds a really tricky section and limbos his way out in front of the whitewater there.
Well, that was not easy, hey? I mean, look, the way that was kind of wizardry, I guess, mastery, really. It was a real tricky section. Probably didn't hit it as hard as what he wanted, as we see Connor.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary. he wants to get that big takeoff at the apex of the peak here so he can square up, because on a bigger wave in sizey, powerful conditions, his backhand just looks unbelievable.
Even just at J-Bay last year, obviously he went on to win that event, but it was some of the best goofy foot surfing I've ever seen. Just the way he can go past 12 o'clock, he goes beyond vertical when he connects. So yeah, we'd definitely love to see him get one of those apex peaks. And then Jack got this one under priority, so lost it on the wave before, found this chip shot. I love that first turn and just the way he stayed high during all of these ridges. This was so unbelievably tricky to land. His core must be so strong because he was so sent back on his heels. But you got to think, you know, after Jack having the surgery in the off season and getting back to the form that he's in, I actually think he looks stronger, physically stronger than we've ever seen him. He looks like he's put on a few kilos, but in a good way, and he can throw his board around a lot more and hold on to tricky end sections like that one.
Yeah, he turns into 4.73, so not the number that he was after. 11 minutes to go here. Medina still hanging on to the lead and has priority. We mentioned before, big heats in the lineup, and Surfers Point is buzzing at the moment. Vaughan's in amongst the pack.
Well, Jack Robbo is in the water, and there is no better place to watch the action than the Stone and Wood Bar. You come up here, you get a Pacific Ale, and you enjoy the unofficial beer of the World Surf League here in Australia. And just check out the crowd that has come down to enjoy Robbo taking on the great Gabriel Medina, and his #1 fan has actually just turned up. It's a little galah called Kebab, and adds, how much does Kebab love Robbo?
Oh, mate, she's one of Jack's biggest fans, there's no doubt about it. She's a Presley girl, grew up in Presley as well, so yeah, #1 fan.
Fantastic, mate. Yeah, just another one of the characters you see down here at the Stone and Wood Bar. Join us for some afternoon delights and cheer on Robbo with the mighty galah Kebab.
Kebab. Wow. Had a few kebabs in my time. They didn't look like that, thankfully. But this is getting intense now for the hometown crowd. Jack Robinson falling short. We know that Medina is an absolute master at managing priority and closing out heats. He's got the best number of the heat, and he's just going to be very hard to stop, even with 9.5 minutes to go. Let's hope for more set waves. I want to see these guys get the opportunity on some bigger, thicker sections, Flick, because, again, it's two guys who are coming back from injury. I think have trained the house down, both physically, look up for those bigger, heavier sections, and they've shown it in the past. They'll go all out here.
Oh, yeah. I think they're only kind of in second gear at the moment. I think they just haven't really had those opportunities yet. They haven't, look, you know, you just rewind 20, 30 minutes ago, the Crosby-Griff showdown, those guys were really nailing the wave selection, right? Those waves are out there. But yeah, I think Gabe and Jack just haven't really found those sections yet. You think back to Gabe's 2 scoring rides, they've been pretty ugly waves themselves. He's done incredible surfing on it, but we just haven't seen any of those smooth face waves. But maybe Jack here having a look.
Yeah, keeping his eye on the lefts. Doesn't get anything out of that one, of course. Didn't have priority, so no harm in sizing it up, Jessie.
It's interesting that, for me, none of the competitors have really opted to go left and go to the air. With how much bumpers on the face, it is a little bit trickier to get to the top of the lip line to project out into the air. But we saw Griff go for a full road on one of the lefts at the start of his heat. He was so close to landing that as well. And if you get that, that's easy and excellent score, you know, depending on how big and technical, but we haven't really seen anyone do that, so it's going to really start to reset that scale. But looking at the surfers we have in the water, Gabby, Jack, Yago, you'd think that going left and going to the sky could actually be in the game plan today.
Oh, totally. I think, yeah, you've nailed it, Jessie. I mean, one big move like that and you're going into the excellent range, a big full rotation. But yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, right now it's getting pretty tricky. To Ron's point, you know, Gabe loves to utilise priority, and he surfs so well when he does have it. And it's going to be tricky for Jack. I mean, he's obviously rolled the dice on a couple of waves, and just then we saw him, you know, trying to force Gabe's hand there, trying to get him to use that priority. But Gabe's just so smart, man. This is going to be tricky right now. I mean, but Jack is only chasing a small score. You've got to be thinking if a set comes through, there's probably going to be a back-to-back, you know, exchange.
Amazing just hearing Joe Tappel talk about, you know, Jack's winning percentage, just how frequently he was winning events when he first came on the scene. amazing, just getting himself right to the top end of the ranks almost instantly. You know, and Medina just was such a dominant force when he joined the Tour ranks as well. So we're seeing heat percentage win-wise, two of the most dominant competitive surfers, you know, of all time, really, fighting it out for a place in the quarters here. And for Medina and Jack, that's what they want. They want to meet their rivals early, serve them a dud result. As we see Jack again swinging and having a look, but that's because Medina was eyeing this one off down the line, loading up, punches the lip for the first turn, climbing up over the foam. Again, great timing on a tricky wave, doing so well just to get scores out of these tricky sections, trying to improve on a 5.1. And Jack Robinson will get the priority in a moment, and that might work in his favour and give him a shot here with just on 6 minutes to go. But let's now hear from a quarter-finalist getting the jump on his big bro, Crosby Colapintos with Vaughan.
Yeah, Crosby, a bittersweet feeling you were saying just then to get one over, Griff, but also, mate, in the Battle of the Bras, it's always good when the younger brother gets it done.
Yeah, it's such a crazy one because, like, I believe I'm standing here right now today and on this tour and competing here and with like all my mindset and thing, all that because of Griffin. Like he's my older brother. He's my biggest role model. He's my biggest fan. Like every time he's always like my biggest supporter, like always there for me. Even Bell's, like he was the first person I came to on the stairs and we broke it down. So going to that heat was just like, it's such a funny feeling because today we were going like, well, like someone loses today, which is like, we both want to go on and meet up in the finals and stuff, but that's just what it is and what it came down to. So he got me in Bells, I got him here, so now it's 1-1, and we're so competitive that it's like we both wanted to beat each other really bad, but then coming in I was like happy, but then I hugged him and I was like sad. So I don't know, it's super bittersweet, but now I'm here and grateful to be here, grateful for that heat that we were able to like have a good heat and have exchanges and able to make it exciting for everyone watching.
No, you did a great job, man, and that was obvious from the first exchange. You guys really ripped into those waves when Lobby and Joel in the heat before yours could not find an opportunity anywhere. But, mate, you're into the quarters, a great bounce back from Bells, and we're really looking forward to seeing the next one.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say shout out to my family at home and my friends watching. Shout out to my Nana. Love you guys. I know you're watching, and Granddad and Grandma Patty are up there watching too. So just grateful to be here and just carry this one on for the family in Griffin. So
little brother gets it done, Ron.
Oh, I love to see it, Vaughan. It's about time. Yeah, we're on the comeback. And yeah, really good. And Crosby obviously very gracious in taking the victory there. But, you know, I think the boys will look back on their careers and really enjoy reflecting on the heats that they had. But this was the replay of Medina's last ride flick. Didn't go into his top two, so it kind of worked in Jack's favour.
Oh, Jack literally had to take off and to force Gabe to go that way, right? Because they're playing, there's the tactics coming into it out the back right now. Jack's, you know, done his job. Gabe didn't improve, and Jack's now got priority. So, look, he's not chasing a big score, a 5-9, right? I mean, it's not a big score for Jack, especially, you know, you think about all the stats, all the results he's had out here, you know, heat after heat win, a couple of wins under the belt here, like the champion. So, look, I don't think this is a long shot for Jack. It's well within reach, and, yeah, potentially a little bit of a mistake there from Gabe.
I think the conditions are probably been at their most challenging in this during these two heats than any other heat, because you've got Medina and Jack out there, and really they've sort of had to S-bend their way through their rides that have been super lumpy, and it's not like Iago Dora and Connor O'Leary have been picking off anything in the first half of their heat. So it has been a tough one for scoring opportunity, and if given a bit of clean wall to work with, Jack might only need a couple of solid hits, maybe even one solid turn to get the required score.
Well, we saw Crosby do that in that last heat. You know, he needed a 6.94 and then went out to get a 7.17 pretty much based on one turn, because his first carve, it was definitely, it had some bite to it, but it was definitely a setup carve to go real strong hammer on that end section. So I feel like Jack, he's got that same kind of energy. He backs himself. He knows that if he gets the opportunity, he's easily going to get a 5.94, because in theory, right, when we saw this heat on paper, I was thinking 18 points above based on the surfers, how winning they are, and how many times they've both won here. But yeah, it definitely is a testament to how tricky it is that two of the best surfers in the world, but two of the best surfers at main break don't have over 12 points.
What about the play there from Medina, just getting right up in Jack's face as we go to the GWM heat recap, and Medina with the highest number of the heat flick. Kind of surfed this wave, a tricky one with some suds on the face very well.
Honestly, every wave Medina's taken off on has not been an easy ride. He has just absolutely muscled his way through these sections. It's been pretty impressive to watch. I mean, look at how foamy that is, and he just goes up there, tags it, you know, gets a little bit of release on the fins. They're not easy waves to surf by any means, but I'd say he's surfing these waves up and sort of manufacturing a score on a wave that, you know, is pretty ugly, and he's doing really well. So, yeah, I mean, as we just saw a big airdrop from Yago.
Yeah, fighting for the finish, and that fight pays off. He gets the completion. Jack on the outside now. Doesn't have a whole lot of time left to turn this heat around. Digs into the layback. Pumps his fist. The crowd goes loony. We'll see what he did on the outside. But Robinson was after a 5.94. We'll see what kind of work he did at the start of this ride, but he finished it off nicely. Meanwhile, on the outside, Medina now. You know, when the crowd starts cheering, that's when you say, hey, you might need a number here. So he's going to be desperately seeking out another opportunity.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see what work Jack got done prior to that big layback. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the determining moment. Let's have a look here. So a bit of a jab in the lip, but is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. Really, I mean, majority of the points are going to come from that one big section. I mean, you've got to be thinking it was an ugly wave to surf too. It was difficult. Didn't offer him any clean face on that first manoeuvre.
He's trying to manufacture something that he needs right now. 5.94, it's nothing huge. Gabby's going to play defense here though.
Gabby's going to surf it like he needs a score. Clean line, grabs the rail for control and punches it through the lip. This wave's going to lay down for a moment, as it does here at main break, but Medina still laying down some turns. So it wasn't the two surfers trading major blows. They were kind of jabbing away at the conditions they were forced to. Jack Robinson's score starting to roll through. Medina, in his mind, will be thinking, wow, I needed that ride potentially to stay in front. He slaps the water. And the number, it is coming through. Anxious moments for Jack Robinson and Gabriel Medina. Jack just desperate to use the hometown advantage, but on this occasion, he is going to fall short. There's the IC score update for you. 5.13, he needed a 5.94. Medina is on his way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it just felt like, you know, even on that wave for Jack, you had to look at it like he needs a 6 essentially, and unfortunately it was great surfing on that end section, but it didn't have 6 points in it. So good on him trying to almost force the hand of the judges by throwing the tails so far away from him in that moment. But yeah, Gabby was just too good.
And he upped the score line with his final ride as well. Medina onto the quarters, Jack out of the event. George Pizzar and Leonardo Fioravanti are out there next.
Margaret River has so much to offer. I mean, first of all, as a surfer, the amount of wave that it has, empty beaches, wine culture, which is big over here in Margaret River and Western Australia, And then the food, the people, I think it's just a really cool place to come and visit. There's bombs, contest or no contest, for sure it's one of those places that you come here and spend a lot of time.
Welcome back. We've got another big heat out there in the lineup. Two of the form surfers showing glimpses of brilliance this season already. Leonardo Fioravanti and George Pitar, and it's Leo who's going to get things started early. Taking this one right through to this final little section, kicking on the tail. And he's going to make his way through to the ski and hitch a ride back to the takeoff zone. Should be a good heat. George Pitar, Leonardo Fioravanti, both scoring well in each of their heats so far. Even when they've lost out, they've looked sharp. But George in a losing heat down there at Bells just looked at his best performance-wise, and big upset beating Toledo earlier in the contest.
Didn't he? What? He had Rich Lovett with a massive smile on his face at the start of that, and then Miggy just found this form that was incredible. It was undeniable, and it felt like George at that point in time didn't have much more to give with Winky and that day, but now he's come to Margs. He's kind of wrestling with this kind of battle of being more powerful, you know, and it feels like he's started to figure that out, especially with his rail surfing, and he's going to need to bring that power against someone like Leo, who is all class, is all flair. He's such a consistent surfer as well, and he got 9th here last year. I remember being on the stairs and he was so annoyed with getting 9th place, so we know that he won't be happy, you know, if he loses this heat.
No way. Well, here we go. This was the replay of Iago, and this was a 6.67. Huge blast. And that was the, you know, wrestling that final finish. But that was a big hit. We've been waiting for a huge turn like that. And then Leo on his opening ride here, Flick.
Yeah, just consistent, right? And just really good to get the completion. Smaller wave, but super challenging read on this one. You know, it is looking ugly out there, I will say it. You know, we were talking about it in the break, but, you know, the fact that Gabe and Jack, you know, those heat totals probably weren't reflective of what we thought we would see, you know, leading into that heat. And then even Iago and Connor in the non-priority heat not really getting that much score. It's like, I just feel it's speaking to the conditions, and it is a bit junky. It's super hard to read out there. But, yeah, judges appreciating that one single belt and the theatrics, I guess, of riding out in front of the foam. But yeah, that's a big, solid, healthy score for one turn.
Yeah, so much drama, free falling out of that one. I wrote him off completely. I was like, oh, Iago's done. That's a shame, that's going to hurt. And then he just pops up out of nowhere. And you can see it meant a lot to him too. He gave us a double fist pump. You know, 1 means good, but 2 means really good. So Iago, it's tricky to land those finishing turns, but the fact that he's holding on with that much water behind him shows that he's really strong this season.
Yeah, Iago, he has been so good ever since he came on the CT, of giving you those big individual turns. But, you know, we're seeing so many different versions of a big turn from Iago these days. The big airs, he's always had them, but now they're getting way more technical, but his power hits are just undeniable. The way he surfed in the WSL finals last year, you know, he really didn't need the progression. He lent into full bore rail madness, and that was a big backhand blast on a thick, ugly section that he just completed. And even though there was some recovery time, I think the judges, when you are that committed, will forgive you for wrestling in the white water for a bit, because you're surfing right on top of the bowl. Here goes Leo, looking to back up that first score. Came through at a 3.83, the first one. This one, medium-sized wave, starting to taper, but he'll find a section down the line here and cracks it. The Italian, such a consistent performer. And if you don't match him and put up some big scores, or you make mistakes, you'll be punished for it. So George will have to be note perfect. Let's hear from the man that wears the #1 on his back, and he's seeking out the top end of the ratings into the quarterfinals for the second event in a row. Vaughan, Gabriel Medina on fire.
Yeah, Gabby, congratulations, mate. That heat was wild and woolly out there. At times, you and Jack both reminded me of cowboys just riding these cranky old bulls in the rodeo paddock, holding on for dear life, just trying to get the scores.
Yeah, it was just hard to surf. I was trying to surf. I felt like I was trying to survive every wave, you know. And yeah, I'm happy with the win.
Jack is such a formidable opponent. We know that he brings, you know, a tense energy, I guess, a committed energy, but you're always up for that challenge.
Yeah, he's one of the best here, so it's always feels good, you know, to win a heat like this. He's an amazing surfer and a person as well. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Jack. That's all we have. I'm happy with the win.
Mate, just this campaign so far, first heat was pretty cruisy. That one was a little tricky. You must be looking forward to really, you know, letting your surfing open up.
Yeah, just it's hard when it's windy like this. Just the wave is just like, I don't know, it looks like we are doing is like snowboarding or something, you know, like even the snow is even glacier. But yeah, I was just wobbling. I don't know. Hopefully we get clean conditions so we can put a good performance. But you know, we gotta go through these tough conditions as well. I'm happy with the win and I'm in the quarters. It's already a good result, but I want to go more. So yeah, hopefully for better waters.
Yeah. We look forward to seeing you in some better conditions as well, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, it's been amazing. We know Medina's had a victory here, but if you look at the entire tour schedule, Bells and Margaret's have been kind of challenging for him, and he is on his way to solid results from both these first two events. As we see Connor O'Leary trying to answer back to Yago Dora, who dropped a 6.67 for a single move. Connor's got some of that similar power and commitment on the backhand. Can really explode and set the fins free when he finds the right section. Just needs to connect with that wave, and we could see a real heavyweight battle unfold here.
I also feel like with Connor, the bigger it gets, the better he gets. He has that extra height, that extra weight where he looks a lot more in control than maybe some of our lighter surfers, especially at Margie's when it's windy and it's solid too. So Connor, if he can kind of lean into that, similar to what we saw from Crosby, this could be a really great kind of moment for his career. Leo, this wave kind of tapering off a little bit, so forcing him to stick to his calves. They're great looking calves, but I just don't think it's going to count coming into the end of the heat. That, however, that end turn was a lot better, just throwing so much into it. And I love the fact that he lifted as that wave grew. And then Connor, this is what I mean, just having that little bit of extra height and weight behind him, it makes him look so much more in control. Comes into this section, doesn't even seem phased by the oncoming whitewater, where we see a lot of our other lighter competitors kind of battling with that oncoming section towards them. So Connor, on a bigger wall, you could see that score and that type of surfing go a long way.
Flick, when you go to that sort of, just forced to go to those rail turns, it's almost like a lullaby for the judging panel, isn't it? It almost puts them to sleep. But if you can put that big clap on the end of these rides, you can kind of save it and put a score on the board that's semi-respectable. 5.33 has gotten people through a lot of heats today.
Oh, totally. I think a couple of fives is going a long way today. I mean, unless you're Molly Picklum, really, and then you're dropping an 8, 5 and a 7. But it's been really hard work out there today. There's no beating around the bush. I think the thing for me is you're either going to have an exclamation mark at the beginning or the end today. I mean, both would be ideal, but look, just with the way the surf is, that's not just possible on every wave. And I think it's just, I go back to saying your positioning on the takeoff is so crucial, right? You don't want to be forced out into the face. If you're wide when you take off, it's just going to force, into that lullaby. Yeah. But if you're taking off on the peak or behind the peak, you're driving around the foam ball, you're able to connect with that section. But yeah, I think that's really the point of difference.
It's a bit like that Bells Bowl, isn't it? You want to make the most of that steep part of the ride at the start of the wave, and then you really need to finish it off. The finish here is a high-risk move. We've seen people, basically dry dock their boards. Kanoa Igarashi broke the fins out of 2 boards, one in a heat and then one in a free surf, just finishing off turns. And that's the commitment required to achieve success in this event.
Leo Fioravanti currently has stitches in his face. That's how much he's laying his finishing turns on the line. But, this is the emotional roller coaster of competitive surfing, that when the highs, they're super high, but the lows are really low. And you can see Jack losing in front of a hometown crowd. I dare say he's going to be down there for a while.
Well, props to all the competitors, those that have won, those that have lost, have really taken the time on that long run up the stairs, back to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, to chat with the fans, to, you know, really engage them and sign autographs. And Jack knows that he's got that ahead of him, but he needs a bit of time to just decompress, because he's going to be super disappointed with how these first two events that he's won, this one a couple of times, to not take a result from these two events. I think he understands is going to create some real challenges in chasing down a maiden world title this year.
Totally. I think it's always going to take time to process these sort of things, and when you got to face like a hometown crowd and walk up the boardwalk, I think, yeah, to Jesse, your point, he'll be down there for a bit. But look, it's not over, the World Tour. Yes, of course, you know, the dream of a world title, you know, the Tour this year's consecutive points. You know, I think you think back to when Joe was spitting out those statistics and the facts about Jack, and, you know, basically averaging an event win, I think it's every 5.5 events. It's pretty incredible, right? So you think to the events that he's got coming up, you know, Tahiti and Fiji, where he's done so well, as we see Connor.
Oh, he was thinking about getting back up there. He was trying his hardest to squeeze the two turns in and get the combination, knowing that that would score pretty well on a pretty chunky section. Here goes Leo, looking for a big finish. Launches himself into the final section. Wow. He threw everything at that. And, you know, that, I think, Fleet, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the approach that's required, because you almost need to get some projection out off that lip if you're going to clear that high impacting water and kind of miss the convergence. You need to get out in front of it. I think that's what Leo was attempting there, but he got absolutely sandwiched and pressed and grilled.
I think you just want to meet it with as much speed as possible. The more speed you can get, the more you can sort of, you know, try and overpower it. So yeah, let's see what he does. You know, cuts back to this section on this Stonewood slow-mo, and then yeah, really tries to meet it. Yeah, far out. Oh my goodness. Just just my ankles, my feet, my knees. When I watch that, you know, you just know what that feeling is like. The reverb you get through the board, the shocky that then transpires between your feet up to your ankles and then to your knees. Yeah, that would have been a pretty high impact.
Yeah, he's had some injuries too, so that's full dedication to his craft. As we said, the replay of Connor, just, you know, incredible explosive speed out of that first turn, maintained a bit of down the line flow so he could get another hit in, but the wave, it shut down quickly. Here goes George Patar, who dropped the 4.67 earlier, and he doesn't need a whole lot here to get himself ahead of Leonardo, but again, reaching for that final section and can't get the finish.
Gosh, that end section, it hurts your heart sometimes when you watch it, especially with Leo's there. It was really interesting as he was coming into it. Felt like the double pump maybe just hindered that a little bit if he had kept that line the whole way. But then again, there was so much water coming back down towards him, but he's going for it. You know, Leo, like I mentioned, had stitches in his face from a free surf out here 2 days ago. So he's not afraid to lay it all on the line. He's told me he's dislocated a shoulder at the box. He had stitches here last year, and then just before his heat, he was opening a can of tuna and had to go and get stitches again. He's like, I've really, you know, I put the time in here at Margs, but for the Bond University Athlete Health Check, he's feeling good. He's got a couple of little bruises on his face, but it's only one stitch. It's a singular stitch, and it's right below his lip there, but he's got nothing hindering his surfing here, but you know that saying, you got to pay to play? He feels he's paid.
Yeah.
Feels he's paid his dues and wants to start playing.
Is this the injury from the can of tuna, or is this where he hit his face on the reef?
This is the face on the reef, unfortunately. The can of tuna was on the thumb.
And this is the injury that Sophie, his wife, was most worried about. Not the face.
Not the face.
But no, he's in rare form. Leo's so due for a big result. He's had 2 runner-up finishes at Pipe. He's building. He's super consistent. Mentioned the challenges that he's had, just staying at full peak physical condition, and he's there at the moment, and he's clearly got great boards under his feet. He had one of the rides of the contest, upsetting Felipe Toledo down there at Winky, just surfing with remarkable speed. Hard to get that speed going out here at the moment though. I mean, they're surfing fast, but you can't go too quick when it's so bumpy like this, Fleet. You're in danger of disengaging, and it's hard to set that rail.
Yeah, I just don't think, you know, the scores we're being seen drop today, you know, it's not an accurate representation of where the level's at, you know, on
That's
the tour.
true.
Like, it is just, it goes to show just how hard it is as we see Leo giving way to Connor.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary, he's chasing here at the moment, finds a section.
Oh.
Pushes hard, just knowing that he needed to make something of that final move, and he's going to go down. So he's still after a 6.65. Connor felt like he was going to be one of those competitors, Flick, who once he got that championship tour win, and you know, with the surfing we've all seen him do over the years, that he was just going to get on that magic run. But you know, the tour can be cruel. I think there's a lot of surfers in the same situation who aren't taking good results from these first two events. Here goes Yaga on the left, catches a rail, driving into that first turn and gets out of there.
Yeah, it's tricky. But back to the point, you know, about Connor, I think now that he's cracked the code and he's got a win under his belt and he understands what it feels like, and I think we can expect some bigger things this year and some bigger, you know, more inspired performances from him.
Here we go, a bit of movement on the outside here. And George still in second spot, looking for a 4.5. And he is committed to search for that high impact section down the line, but it doesn't do much for him. Still got plenty of time in heat number 6 for George to turn it around. Oh, I can already hear the Groms down there at the top of the stairs calling for Jack Robinson. I think that's just what he needs at this time. He needs to be wrapped up by his community and just reminded that they have the belief that he can turn this year around.
But it kind of, Yago painted a new picture last year. He lost in the elimination round of the very first event. He lost at Pipeline and then went on to win the world title. So he showed us that the narrative can be changed, even if it's same as Griffin. He had a horrible start to the year and then he went on to be second in the world. So obviously we don't have the reduced field from after Margie's anymore, but I just feel like the narrative can be changed, and obviously Jack would have loved a big win at home. There's not a lot of people who can say that their home break is a stop on the championship tour, so I understand that would pull on his heartstrings, but there is such a long year, and now we're going to his other home, his other backyard on the Gold Coast, and he'll be able to turn this around, there's no doubt.
Yeah, just processing things there with his coach Luke Egan, his wife Julia, and his good friend Matt Bemrose. But yeah, I think you're spot on. You know, he can learn from the person that beat him in the heat, Gabriel Medina. He had a lot of slow starts to world title years and came home so strong and turned it around. So, no, I don't think the year is over for Jack. But I really do feel that there is a few surfers that, you know, you look at the events where their best shot at a world title is doing well at those venues, and for Jack, doing well here at Margaret's is you'd think is a major contributor to potentially get a mate world title. As we dive into the GWM heat recap here of Yago, love this blast.
My
it's the best score out there in the water at the moment.
So much drama on that free fall. He completely disappears from the sky. He's in the foam. I completely wrote him off, and I love that he proved me wrong. Came in 6.67, backing it up. Just a small score though, 3.67. So you can see classy surfing. Yago, you can see why he's the world champion. He's surfing smart. Didn't get the completion there, but Connor, yeah, he's kind of really fighting for it right now. 6.65. I feel like on that last wave where he didn't get the completion, he was just trying to get a 4 or something to bring that requirement back down. But yeah, with 90 seconds, unfortunately, he's really left to one final wave.
Yeah, intense moments here for Connor, but it's achievable. 6.65 for a single turn can get it done. The thing that's working against him is priority at the moment here, Flick. And Yago proved last year that he was very strong in every event other than that first one of the season. And here we go, a bit of movement. And Connor O'Leary giving way to Yago there, and Yago kicking out. He's just playing the chess match beautifully here at the moment.
Oh yeah, I mean, just, oh, as we see a little paddle potentially. Was that George calling for a priority change? I think so.
Yeah, 35 seconds to go.
and Iago on the outside. Connor O'Leary, you can see him there at the bottom of your screen, not really in position, and Iago's going to absolutely choke out any opportunity left in this heat and put it to bed. Iago swinging here, 15 seconds remaining. And will Iago clear the lineup here for Connor to potentially take a wave on the outside? Connor's going to fight his way into position. Can't see him paddling for anything at the moment though. And the world champ looks like he is going to survive this heat and make his way into the quarterfinals. What a stunning backup it's been to that world title. Couple of events, a grindy heat, and he gets the job done, Jesse.
And this will be his best ever result here at Margs. Previous to this, he was keeping a 9th as his best result over here in WA. So Iago improving every year. He comes back to this stop, and yeah, I'm gutted for Connor. He's one of my favourite surfers, but I'm looking forward to seeing him back near his hometown at the Goldie.
Impressive start from Iago. One big blast was really all it took. He backed it up with a high range 3, and that was enough to get the edge over the Australian. On to the quarterfinals he goes. We're going to take a break here. We'll have a change up in the booth. We're going to bring in Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, and the 2025 Rookie of the Year.
Where should I put it?
No, I'll take it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Today we got picked up in style. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky. And a lot of the coastline all around Margaret River. It's honestly the best way to see it. You don't realise how expansive and beautifully undeveloped a lot of it is. And just the blue water and the vineyards. It's honestly been one of the best days I've had in a long time.
Good, very exciting to have you.
Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that's just like, you can't get better than this.
Cody Simpson's been walking on a dream here in WA, flying around in helicopters, going to some of the best vineyards in the region. We got to hang with him the other day and had a big lunch at Lewin Estate. What a legend. And obviously his favorite thing is watching pro surfing alongside us as well. Thanks for joining us. Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, and last year's Rookie of the Year, Marco Mignot, joining us.
Thank you for having me, guys. Stoked to be here. ¿Ça va bien?
¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien, aquí estamos juntos.
Vámonos pues, the French-Mexican on tour. We got a little flavor of that right now, representing those regions of the world so well, Marco. And this year there's this comfort factor around you, I'm noticing, into your second lap. Obviously losing a little early, but I loved your post. You're like, I'm not going to blame anything. I made a couple of decisions with wave selection and I'm moving forward. That was powerful.
Thank you. No, yeah, definitely not the start of the year that I wanted, but at the end of the day, just learning from my little mistakes, you know, because in this tour you cannot have too many mistakes. If not, they get you in the heat. But yeah, I'm just stoked. I'm learning a lot. I have great people around me, and I'm just stoked to be part of this, to be here for another year and just learning.
Thanks for joining us for the call. Some big heats to wrap up the round. João Chianca just entered the lineup with Italo Ferreira, all Brazilian battle here. Italo's from way up north in Brazil. It would take over a day, or maybe 35 hours if you drove straight with no brakes to Saquarema, where Joao Chianca's from. And they did get started, Richie, during the break.
So as we see Italo up on the left, of course he did. The goofy footer, the fiery goofy footer, just taking to the lip there. Incredibly difficult to ride these left-handers, the wind going straight into the face of the wave. But Italo, well, we know he's one of the fastest, most dynamic surfers on the planet. He's won this event before, and he's given us some of the just craziest standout moments, big airs on that end section. Let's see if he can bring that today. He's got a tough one up against Joao Chianca.
Yeah, definitely. Joao Chianca's looking for his first quarterfinal appearance in a couple of years. Winner of this heat will get there. For you, Marco, how much of the World Tour do you study as far as your opponents, you know, in heats like this? Are you watching a lot of tape and trying to pick up little things here and there?
Where I study a lot of the surfers is mostly in the water and the free surfs. I like to study my favorite surfers and the guys who've won this contest by example. Yeah, I study the best surfers at each break. It depends how I know they've done in the past. So yeah, like people like Italo, I like the way he's active in the water, and then there's people like Ethan who chooses right place. Like he knows the lineup really well, and I like to just study a bit everybody.
What are those free surfs like? I mean, you have the lineup, but does it almost feel like the heat starting before it starts with everyone almost competing for the best waves in a free surf, and who's going to be the alpha that kind of takes over the lineup?
Honestly, no, there's a lot of respect. I think like if you wait for your like you have priority and the wave comes, nobody's going to be snaking you. We have some respect in the water, but I mean, you always want to surf as good as you can, but no, there's not much competition in the free surf, at least not for me.
Richie, it's been interesting how that's evolved. I remember going to Tahiti in the early days, and Andy paddled out, and no one was even sitting near him in the lineup. And you experienced that in your day. There were sometimes, even in free surfs, people that were already owning the lineup.
Yeah, the veterans and the older crew, they didn't really even pay attention to us newcomers when we jumped on the tour. They just pretended we weren't there. They used to just take off on any wave they wanted. So you kind of had to earn that. You had to climb up the ladder, but I think these days it's you know, there's a little more respect, I think, shown throughout the whole tour. But you know, I think about it. Imagine the 30 of the best tennis players all on the one court trying to warm up together. Kind of chaos. So,
yeah, and entertaining too, right?
Yeah, totally. But surfers figure it out. A lot of waves come through, and everyone gets a shot at it.
Priority heat is Leo Fioravanti, George Pitar. This is the Italian now, drawing off the bottom. Leans back into that arc in the pocket. Little section to play with there. A big section, always in main break, and always has clean rails and precision. Mountain of white water on top of Joao Chianca as he kicks out, and another set on the head. Marco, the story is always this cat and mouse game out there where you're trying to avoid getting smoked, but it's kind of unavoidable. You're going to wear some water on the head out here.
Especially today, looks really tough, the conditions. Then like you see some heat, some guys are just waiting, and the other guys who doesn't have the prior, they get like little waves under and they get big scores, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, it's tough out there. But it looks, if you find the good ones, it looks pretty fun.
Richie, how did Leo do here?
Yeah, pretty good. Silky little carb to start things off, and then that second turn, I loved it. Really blasting that closeout section, looking nice and stable on his feet. And of course, surfing with a bit of an injury now to the face, but he seems to have just washed that off, and he's getting to work.
Here we go, a little wrap to start from Joao in the heat with Italo. Not much of a section there, just trying to stay loose. Part of the Channel Islands family. He'll check his Apple Watch and reset out the back. Joao Chianca's big brother, one of the best big wave surfers on the planet. And as we remember, Joao's rookie year had highlights as far as performances, but he had to go back to the CS, and he came back better. These waves are sometimes hard to force scores on, Marco.
Yeah, no, it looks hard to actually pick the waves. I see some guys who are just been getting the good waves, and some others just wait the whole heat and they never actually catch a good wave, like in the heat of Jack. I felt like, yeah, it looks difficult. I feel like sometimes you gotta take opportunities, and sometimes the wave's gonna give you in the inside, and you never know. But yeah, it looks hard, but the boys are looking, looking good.
13:40 to go. Leo out front. George with priority. Let's catch up with the world champ. Iago Doras with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, Iago, before we get into the heat itself, let's just talk about that one moment, man, because if there's one thing surfers love to see, it's a goofy footer squaring up on the main break right and just clobbering the living daylights out of the thing. That wave was sick, but gee, you did well to hold on to it.
Yeah, exactly. That was a really difficult heat. Actually, in the end, me and Connor were like looking at each other like, bro, it's so hard out here. And I'm glad I had that one pocket to do a big turn. And me and my coach, Leandro, were actually watching the waves before. And they were like, if you have an opportunity to do one big turn on a wave, you'll probably score well, because the waves were like so broken up and hard to surf. And that wave, I knew I had the opportunity to do a big turn, and I just went for it. It was really hard to make it out of that, a lot of turbulence, but I was like holding for dear life, you know, I had to make that wave. And yeah, that was the heat pretty much. After that, Connor had a few waves, smaller waves on the inside, and we were just kind of lost at sea out there. The bigger waves started coming, we were getting wash-throughs, and yeah, it just got really hard.
Mate, it's been a near-perfect start to your title defence, like making the final at Bells, obviously. Now you're into the quarterfinals here. You know, is a back-to-back world title absolutely the main goal this year, or are you sort of just cruising through the start of the year, see how things go?
Yeah, for sure. It's my goal. Always when you win something, there's a new page that opens, and you can do something even greater. And yeah, I want to be better than I was last year. The start has been better, so I hope to keep going. Looks like we're gonna have a few late days now, so time to reset and get ready for finals day.
That's it, man. Well, another job well done. Congratulations on making another quarterfinal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good man, Vaughn. Great chat with Iago Dora, the reigning world champion, who's really acted like one, especially turning in his first final at Bells, starting off the year #2 in the world in his world title defense, and getting through heats at venues that haven't been as easy for him in the past. But it's a whole new Iago this season. And Marco had a front row seat to that world title campaign. We'll stick with this for a moment because a whitewater takeoff is in. Well, it's already proving to set up a nice top turn for Joao Chianca. Throwing another carve through the lip line. The man from Saquarema starting to get some good energy, building up his speed, and finishes with some flair. Smart move to kind of sneak that one in the whitewater takeoff and put together some big top turn wraps, and not an easy end section to deal with, Richie.
Wow, what a pickup. And Marco, you said it, you know, sometimes you just got to roll the dice and keep surfing, and it was an awkward takeoff, but instantly Joao gets to work, a beautiful carve. That wave had about 3 different lip lines on it, and Joao picked the perfect one in both those turns. And then he comes through to the inside. You can tell he's just so expressive the way he surfs, lots of body movement, but he puts a lot of power into the turns. And then George got a nice wave just before this as well. A couple of open face slashes, comes through to the inside, tags a little wobble on the final turn, but tidies it up and gets to the finish.
Wow, so much range in their carves. Just to note, George is in the Leo heat, Joao in the Italo heat. What did you see on George's performance, Marco?
Honestly, he's looking really good this year. He's like, even the free serves, he's so sharp, and he looks really calm and confident, which yeah, you can feel it. So yeah, he's looking really good this year, George. I'm looking at his carve, studying his carves too, because he's looking good. Here's Italo.
Italo Ferrer in the heat with Joao, non-priority heat, electric always with his energy, flying through sections and drills that one. Hard landing, but easy for Italo. And ends up just being ultra smooth through that foamy finish. Really, really reacting well to those sections. A guy that never rides polyurethane boards. They're usually always epoxies, no matter what the conditions look like.
Yeah, whatever's going on with those Timmy Patterson boards under Italo's feet, they look so special. Just the way they're sitting on the water, and he almost kind of hovers over these sections. And does it with so much momentum and speed and projection as he floats. It's actually incredible. Boards look at magic under his feet.
Let's take us through these points, Marco.
Yeah, he did good by going forward with this one. This turn is my favorite. It was really solid. I think that's going to be a really good score. Italo's backhand is so good. And honestly, I don't know how he does it with those epoxies. Every time, when they told me, I remember being in Leo
getting a finish.
Yeah, but yeah, I remember we were in Tahiti, and I was like, oh, what are you riding? And so, yeah, it's epoxy. And I'm like, what are you doing with an epoxy? He's like, yeah, I just surf only epoxy, no matter what. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Honestly, yeah, but it looks like it worked for him, so.
Yeah.
So it's impressive.
It's really unique. I was just as surprised when I found that out as well. As we see the start of Leo's ride, Rich.
Okay, Leo just gets a quick stab up into the lip. A wrap, gets the foam rebound. Brings it through to the inside, and a nice projection closeout floater to finish things off. And you can see he just ducks through the wave there, trying not to end up on that shallow reef.
Mark, you would have spent a ton of time with Leo growing up over the years?
Yeah, I mean, we grew up, when I was in France, you know, the first couple of years, he was with Quicksilver also, so I spent a lot of time. But yeah, we've had a few moments, me and Leo, like, it was like yeah, we traveled together to Manta-wise, and he's always been, yeah, here goes George.
Yeah, sticking with George, he's up and out.
But yeah, no, like Leo, for me, he's a warrior, you know, everything he's been through, it's crazy that he's come back even stronger, and yeah, just spending time when I was young with him, doing Lido trips, I've learned a lot from him. And
sounds like you guys pushed each other a lot on those trips.
Yeah, we did, because he was like the best European, you know, and I was the upcoming, so yeah, sometimes he was like a bit hard on me, and I was that like, I grew up in Mexico, you know, so I was like, hey, I'm not that little kid, I'm gonna just let myself go. But he teach me a lot, which I'm really grateful for, and I'm so happy to spend time with him, and I've loved what he's done over the years. A lot of respect.
Great speech, by the way, at the WSL Awards this year, accepting your trophy. How was that experience?
That experience I was kind of nervous, honestly, in the beginning. My heart was beating so hard. But no, it was special, honestly, having all the best surfers in the world, like Kelly there, and Mick Fanning, and everybody there. Was such a special moment, having my dad also, and just super grateful to live these experiences, you know, and just grateful for every minute.
So Kelly was there. The goat.
Yeah.
Not your dog, Kelly.
No, not Slater. I had a dog. His name was Slater.
Oh, Slater.
Slater. Yeah.
That was it. Epic.
Yeah. That's a long story. When I was a kid, we had a Chihuahua called Slater. Slater was my idol and still is. And it's one of the reasons I wanted to be a professional surfer, honestly, and wanted to be sponsored by Quicksilver and all of that. And it's like, Kelly's the GOAT. And thank you for inspiring me to be where I am today.
Amazing, inspiring Richie and his generation as well, and it will continue to be that way forever.
Yeah, I mean, these people come around once in a blue moon, you know what I mean? You see the Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, the greats of the sport, and Kelly was certainly leading the charge through, you know, 3-4 different decades, man. It was just incredible. So, yeah, we bow to the GOAT, always.
And we watch a nice setup for George Pitar, and has that range on that rapid cutback. One of the best on tour. Set up on the open face on the second decision. Third turn, he arcs it again, keeping that high line on the top of the wave. The wave goes flat, but job well done for George. Chasing a 5.47 for a lead change over Leonardo Fioravanti. We remember Leo upset Felipe Toledo over at Winky Pop. George upset Toledo in the last round at Margaret River. That is just gigantic for both these guys to be going head-to-head, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And you know, if you just look at the heat totals that George has had through the first couple of events, you know, he's been putting down some big scores in his heat against Miguel Pupo at Bells. He had a 15 heat total and still lost. So, you know, he's surfing really good. And I think you highlighted, Marco, you know, he's a different surfer than he was when he dropped off the tour, came back. He's got more power in his surfing. He's lower. Stance is shortened a little bit. The calves have got more sting. The rails set deeper. He's really worked on it.
4 minutes on the clock, catching up on a replay here. This is last of George. Biggest takeaway watching this one, Marco, on this performance?
It just is, I don't know if it's the timing, or because sometimes, like, it's crazy, like, some people are light, but they're so sharp and it throws so much spray. Like, I feel like those two cars were big. There's not a big finish, so I don't know how the score is going to be, but he's so sharp, and honestly, he has something special.
How have you've handled dealing with the bricks at main break and knowing that it's a looming and it's coming and you still want to get a big finish, but you could be dry docked on the rocks? How's that been for you in last year and then this year as well?
Yeah, I mean, last year was the hardest part because I was like, who's hitting this? And everybody was hitting it. And I'm like, it's just scary. Like, you see the rocks coming at you and you're like, I have to go and hit this section. If not, I'm not gonna get a score. But then I feel like you have to hit it, because after you hit it, the water comes in and it's easier. Yeah, but it's like kind of visual.
As we look at Fioravanti, 3 minutes to go, lays the rail down, has to lean back to recover the carb, and then lays back intentionally on the finish. And able to get the tail slide as well. Italo in motion now in the heat with Joao. He had a 7.5 already. And now checking that section, going up and blowing the board out the back. What a read. It's so tough to blow your tail out like that on demand here at main break. He's put another good number next to his 7.5, Rich.
Yeah, he certainly will. Really creative on the inside from Italo. See a bit of a paddle scramble here.
And it will be George, the man from Manly Beach, growing up in Vanuatu, will throw the wrap. Tracking down the line, big section, somehow pulls that one off.
Wow, this is going to be super interesting because the wave before last, George dropped that 5.77 and actually took the lead. And then Leo is going to need the 5.64 on his last wave. And then we've got another score for George coming through. So we may see a proper seesaw battle right at the final moments.
Leo always gets these tight heats, man. He has so many close decisions. This is Fioravanti. What'd you make of this first turn, Marco?
I don't know, he got stuck, huh? But this turn is huge. I mean, that was nice. It's gonna be interesting, like, because George surfed really well also. This last turn is big.
Yeah.
Here's the comparison for George, Rich.
Yeah, deep bottom turn, big slash on a very difficult part of the wave where there was a lot of foam, and this last turn really committed to the closeout section and in control. Watch the board, just the wave completely troughs out under him. The board's airborne here. George stays on top of it, compresses, takes all that shock and energy through his lower body. And you can just see him there, just a little hoot and holler to himself. Yeah, I made it.
What an explosion of emotion from George Pitar. When you hit a section that big on a critical heat like this, he's going to let out a roar. A man that was deeply hurt when he went back to the CS last year. He felt so down about it, brought his game back up, and he's had some like title type matches the last two events. Just reigning sevens, had an 8-point ride in the previous round, going toe-to-toe with Leo and waiting for scores with now 30 seconds to go.
Leo needs to just assume that he needs a score here. It feels to me like George may even improve his situation, but have a look at this, dropping in.
Richard Dogmarsh taking some notes on Leo's performance. Remember the 6.13, he recovered from getting stuck on the first section with a gigantic layback finishing move as I see the score lock in. So Fioravanti did get the lead change, and George Pitar now will wait for the answer. That big, crazy finish where he airdropped, left George chasing a 7.21. We've run out of time. Scores coming in for George on that last wave. Look at his name, flipped to first. A 7.33 on the buzzer. Those are the heats that are electric on the championship tour, and Pitar will move on to the quarterfinals as I see the score lock in. 7.33 on the average. What an answer, Marco.
Yeah, no, it was going to be a big score. That last section was heavy, and I thought it was a better score than Leo's one, because that section he hammered that last one, and like I said, he's surfing so good. So yeah, good on him.
What an amazing heat, and another close decision with Leo. He brings that out of his competitors. He's had so many heats where he's had the lead and it drops out from under him. Well, that one happens on the last exchange. Fioravanti will start preparing for the Gold Coast, and George is preparing for the quarterfinals. We're still going to hang out with Marco Mignot as we'll take a quick break. Back in WA for more after this.
My name's Chloe Deacon. I'm the Caring for Coast Program Officer for Nature Conservation, Margaret River.
My name's Zach. I'm a Wattandi man, a saltwater man of the southwest of Western Australia on Wattandi Budja here from the Cape to Cape region.
The Cape to Cape track is 135 kilometres long. It's a world-class hiking trail. There is a plethora of different landscapes and environmental types along the Cape to Cape track.
It's a great place to be immersed within the region, see the beautiful country.
You can start at either end, from Cape Naturalist in the north to Cape Leeuwin in the south. So one of the biggest environmental threats along the Cape to Cape track is us as humans and erosion from people not sticking to the trails. That has a really long-term effect. Our role at Nature Conservation is to connect people to country and community out in the natural environment, and we build respect through education and getting people out on country and actually doing the conservation work.
The Antelope Association works along the Cape to Cape track. We do track maintenance, restoration, rehabilitation and prevention of erosion.
We have several revegetation events throughout the year. We've planted hundreds of plants and we're building a resilient ecosystem to undo the fragmentation that's happened through human activity and bolster it for our wildlife.
What I'd like to see in the future for the Cape to Cape track is more people getting involved in looking after and preserving country, because collectively it's about all of us looking after country together. As our elders say, that if we look after country together, country will look after all of us.
We always enjoy our time here on Wattandi Budja, where the opening ceremony was incredible, and always great to get more knowledge from Zach Wallich-Webb. He's such a kind human, so welcoming, and blessing this entire event with his family and friends. As we see Ethan Ewing take on world number 1 Miguel Pupo for round 3, heat number 8. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett, who surfed in over 100 CT events, and also the Rookie of the Year, Marco Mignot, for the call. Boys, Miguel Pupo got started 5.33 on this one, Rich.
Yeah, and you can see where all the points came from. Those 2 opening blasts. And Miguel Pupo continues on just a silky roll that he's on at the moment. Obviously winning the event down at Bells Beach, the opening event of the season, and he is just full of confidence at the moment.
Oh my goodness, Italo's going left. He's done full rotes on these sections and tries to force one there. He's one of those guys, Marco, when he just gets up, you're like, okay, I mean, you don't know what he might do, and maybe he doesn't either.
Yeah, he doesn't either, I think. He's like always in the moment. You never know what's going to happen with this guy. But yeah, it's mostly in this win, you never know.
And he just signed up with a new coach after stop number 1. Rich, you see that as well? Leandro Dora. They had a meeting and they said, let's do this.
Wow, that's interesting, and a new partnership. And obviously, Leandro Dora, well respected as one of the best coaches that we have in surfing. So yeah, that partnership will no doubt flourish as the year goes on.
Yeah, just such a great surfing mind, great attitude. Marco working with Jason Aparicio once again. And one thing you did mention that I thought was really interesting, accepting your Rookie of the Year award, came with a lot of success to earn that. You're like, you're going to events for the first time together last year, and so now second strike on tour, you're like, wait a second, we've already started to build on a foundation coming into your second year.
Yeah, definitely. First year was a challenge because not only for me but for my coach as well. He was saying, oh, I'm a rookie also. And yeah, it was difficult just because we never surfed these waves, and it was like, we didn't know how the wave is gonna be, the boards and all sort of things. But I had a lot of insight by Jeremy Flores, so he gave me a lot of information. I'm really lucky to have Mickey Picon also, who gave me a bunch of good information. So I was pretty ready, but still, when you go for the first time somewhere, you don't know the place.
So this was your first time here at Margaret's last year?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? You know, in pro surfing, it's a common thing. You know, you're so busy trying to qualify. You get to the big leagues and you're like, I've never surfed here before, and you got to figure it out really quickly. Some events you connect with really well, and some you're like, okay, that's a work in progress. Looking back at last year, what do you think were your favorite events where you really felt a strong connection with?
There are some contests I was like, oh, I'm going to have a hard time, and sometimes I actually did almost my best results. Like, I thought at J-Bay, you know, I was like, it's going to be a hard wave for me. I've never surfed it. Everybody tells me it's hard to surf. And I ended up actually doing my best result. So then Chopo too, I thought I was going to be having a hard time. Ended up doing pretty well. I had a strong connection in J-Bay. J-Bay and Tahiti, just so special places. I love it there.
Yeah.
How do you feel mentally this year in comparison to last year? Do you feel a bit more confident and a sense of belonging on the tour?
100%. I honestly, last year you want to almost like lie to yourself, like, hey, I'm ready. This is like home for me, but it's just telling yourself. But yeah, this year I feel like I'm part of the tour. But yeah, you still have to stay humble because there's so many good surfers. But yeah, inside of me, I'm confident no matter what, and I'm ready.
Solid, Marco. Well done. Can't wait to see you do more, especially at the Gold Coast, which really fits your surfing as well. Explosive right-hand point break. You're going to throw down some big full roads, no doubt about that. Italo 7.5 and a 5.9 in the priority heat now. Joao 6.33 has priority. Miguel throwing down a 5.33, his first experience in the yellow jersey of his career. Here comes Ewing. Able to just grease that turn, making things look so easy. Picking off a nice wave to get started. He is just famous for dropping anchor and being very selective. Has a lot of heat wins where he's only caught 2 waves. But you always feel that's going to be tested in a messy, challenging lineup like we have today. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, it's proven to be beneficial to be active and really hunt down the good sections. But let's just have a look at this. Admire the technique of this man, Ethan Ewing, as he comes up to this section and just blasts it. Did you see his board actually vibrate? It was flexing once it hit the lip there. These stone and wood slow-mos, so good at breaking down the real intricacies of these maneuvers, and just in a tucked little ball right now. Ethan is just hanging on, just trying to really stay centered on the board and deal with all that whitewash behind him.
Not well done for Ethan Ewing. Winner of the last heat, George Batars with Vaughn.
GP, mate, are you kidding me? You're like the best bare knuckle boxer in the whole tour at the moment. If there's a scrap, you're just running towards it, ready to go. Amazing finish to that heat.
Yeah, wow, I don't even know how I'm standing here right now, to be honest. I felt like I just spent 40 minutes underwater. I was like, just getting so drilled there for so long. And then, I don't know, just, I seen the ones that I was like kind of looking at, it had a little bit of clean water. Like I seen Leo got one on his 6, I think, and then a few of the other lads. And I was just trying to get in that zone. And then I felt like towards the end, I got that one that was a little cleaner. And then, yeah, it was just kind of back and forth for the last 10 minutes. I felt like it was a 15-minute heat, to be honest.
Yeah. Mate, there's no doubt that your grit is just sort of come on in leaps and bounds, especially after, you know, getting knocked down to the Chang, the disappointment of having to go back there and get it done. We know how tough that tour is, but it's just something up, mate. Like, it's like you've come back to the tour and you just are ready to fight for, you know, the top end of the ratings.
Yeah, and I think that's something I really wanted to bring to it this year. You know, I felt like last year I just kind of shied away when there was those moments where I was really on the back foot, and just I felt like that's something I was working a lot on last year at the end of after the tour, and then coming into this year as well. Like, I don't know, I remember seeing like Marco last year when we were rookies, and I just felt like he was just up for any challenge and he was just nailing it. Like the pressure was on, he would just do a massive pun and land it, and I was envying that so much, to be honest. I was just like, man, well, I need to be able to do that, you know, to be at this level, you need to be able to be clutch in those moments. And definitely been something that, like, when I get on in that position and get in that stage where I'm like really on the back foot, I feel like I'm like, all right, this is like sort of where I want to, like, this is it, this is what I've been working for. And yeah, I had it with Felipe and then I had it Dan as well, so I'm frothing.
Yeah, mate. And this is somewhere you've been before here at Margaret's, your second quarterfinal here of your career. How good would it feel to go all the way?
Yeah, it would feel good. It would feel good. I don't know. I just love this place, to be honest. Everything about the West is so sick. Like, it's so raw, and you know, we've got a big storm coming this week. We'll be here for a couple more days, and yeah, I don't know. I've just been having a really good time, to be honest. And yeah, my biggest goal for this year was to win a CT. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Just want to take it one heat at a time, though. I'm cruising.
Unreal, mate. And Marco's in the commentary box, so he's probably up there listening to you right now, getting that nice big shout out.
Shout out, Marco. I respect it.
Good on you, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good man, Vaughn. Thank you so much, George. Marco, he had no idea you were in there. How good does that feel?
That feels good. And coming from a guy who just been surfing amazing, and yeah, it was nice to have that compliment. Thank you, George, and same as you, you've been ripping.
Yeah, it's cool when you come up with a good class in your generation that push each other, that respect each other. And those were some explosive moments last year where you dug deep. Sometimes it was a big full road, sometimes it was digging deep and getting barreled. And we'll talk more about that in a second because we've got Ethan Ewing checking out the left here against Miguel Pupo. Man from North Strati has always a comfortable pace, whether he's forehand or backhand. And he'll step out of there. So playing a little more of an active role, 5-4 start, basically almost matching Miguel, just a touch better. And now getting a second scoring right on the backhand. And he'll get a lift back. This one continues with more main break lefts. Italo carving back into the pocket. Quick check there and waiting for a big section. Going for a gigantic error. And he'll let go of it. Back to the right with Joao Chianca in the same heat as Italo. Pushing everything into that layback, and he pulls it. That looked like an impossible way to recover, but he does it, Richie.
Wow, that was incredible. A lot of theatre with that one. Man, I actually didn't think he was going to come out of that maneuver, and then he surprised us. So if we're feeling that, you know, the judges are going to be feeling that as well. Is there a tiny question mark around like whether it was intentionally done like that? I don't know, but I mean, he hang on, geez. That was a really amazing maneuver from Joao Chianca.
Italo going for a giant one, but Joao needed to get a completion here. We'll stop the replays with Joao's, Marco.
Yeah, that was interesting, the last turn. I don't know if it was intentionally. I don't know what the judges are going to think. Is that control? It's control? I don't know. But it was a lot of power into the last turn.
It was like freakish, right? Let's have a look at it. So he does the big layback hack. It kind of fins pop out. The rail of the board pops out. Full nosedive. Somehow gets centered back on his board again, and then he just manhandles it out of the front of the wave here. So it would have felt incredible when he made it.
And then what Italo was looking at here, Marco.
Yeah, you can see at the end. Actually, they gave a little ball in the beginning, and I just saw him wanted to go huge, but unfortunately I think he missed the grab and was not able to complete.
So with Joao's finishing move, it brings up the classic conversation in surfing. You know, when there's drama in a recovery, kind of like with Italo's there at Winky Pop, where he's kind of falling away and then picking himself back up. The conversation's like, well, if someone lands that air and torque out perfectly, you want to reward a perfect landing. Back to this one, world number one, checking that first section with the fins out on that JS surfboard. He will get into a messy little whitewater wall, but nice clean re-entry on the backhand for Miguel. 5-3-3 start. There's an answer to try to get the lead back from Ethan Ewing. Ethan threw down the 4.6. But yeah, with Joao, kind of when you slow-mo it too, you're like, okay, that's a mistake. You look at it's a fall, his board's underwater, but he recovered so well. It begs the question of how high will they go with that? Back to Miguel's wave, Rich.
Yeah, Miguel just tags that first section, kind of a projection floater, functional maneuver to get to this last foam climb. JS tells me he's on the 6-1 Monster. They've been working on his tail shapes. He's been on the squash tails. They've been working on those outlines, bringing them in a little bit on his step-up board. So I think he's on that 6-1 here today.
6-1. Board's feeling pretty good, Marco.
I thought he was on a Forget-Me-Not, but looked like he's surfing a Monster.
What did you ride?
I was riding a Golden Child. Felt really good also, but it looks like he surfed a Monster at Bell's, and I guess it's working really well here at Margaret's also.
So the story about that board he won on was a board that Sammy Pupo had actually really developed at the Challenger Series when it's Snapper. So younger brother kind of paving the way for a pretty good model that you guys have with JS.
Yeah, I heard that story while you guys were talking about it, and I was like, wow, that's crazy, good story right there. His brother must be like, hey, give it back.
Yeah, definitely. Thinking about, you know, this event and moving forward to Snapper, obviously rapid fire start to the season, you know, all the way through Raglan and making sure that your quiver was ready. You did have a long off season to think about it, so was that one of the biggest things you had to work on, setting up anything different for this year compared to what you rode last year, or is everything kind of pretty much the same for you?
No, actually we worked like in some boards in the off season. In the beginning, in October, I had a quiver that he made me. He's like, oh, I'm going to take care of it. Maybe somebody going in this way.
Here we go.
Oh, Italo.
Italo Ferreira, the world champ from 2019. Just pacing the start, waiting for something to look good through this inside track. Walls growing section. He gets under it, off balance, and he'll let go of that turn. João Chianca, his opponent, throws in a frontside wrap. Pushing on the open face. An emotional surfer that puts a lot of that emotion into every section and rides away over the bricks. He's been feeling it. Just to keep you updated, remember that radical layback to recovery? That ended up being a 5.53. So judges putting it in the mid-range, kind of showing us that they didn't get too crazy about that recovery. And so he's still chasing a 7.08 there.
I just wanted to go back to your point, Joe, about the judging. A part of the judging criteria is the word control. So they want to see critical maneuvers done in the steepest, most critical parts of the wave with control and flow, and there's a couple of key words there. So, you know, there was a little bit of question around the control element to that, and that's why the judges would have just kept a lid on it.
And that's evolved over the years too. I mean, there was events back in the day where guys would do a huge alley-oop, lay back in the whitewater and recover, and then it was like dramatic 8-point ride. But since you guys these days are landing things bolts or perfectly, the scale has definitely evolved. Last wave is João Chianca here, Marco.
Yeah, that was a beautiful carve. Unfortunately, the end of the wave didn't give him for a big finish, but he surfed that wave really well. That first carve, I liked it. It was really like pushed through all the way. Ethan.
And Ethan Ewing in the heat with Pupo, Rich.
Yeah, big wrap here for Ethan. Just rebounds off the whitewash, waiting for the wave to steepen up again, but nothing happening, so he checks out of it.
Marco, do you have a Stab Magazine premium account? Or
actually, no. It's interesting because I do watch surf clips, but I'm not like, I am a fan of surfing, but I'm not like watching surf videos all the time.
You have a balance of life?
Yeah, I like watching like UFC and stuff, but like, I don't know, I'm not into like watching surf clips all day long. But yeah, once in a while when John drops something, I like it.
Yeah, so Ethan started the Stab in the dark.
Yeah.
Rich catching the start of that?
Yeah, I've started tuning in. I've still got to get the last half of it, but certainly really entertaining. Having Taj there as well as almost kind of chaperone and bounce buddy off ideas and things like that. But the CI, I can tell you, looked pretty deadly under Ethan's feet.
Yeah, Brett Merrick was always impressed with the relationship of DHD and Ethan Ewing, especially that year where they developed that board where he finished runner-up in the world at lower trestles to Felipe Toledo. Probably one of the best matches I've ever seen at lowers. You know, from Felipe doing his thing, big combos above the lip, and Ethan doing some of the craziest power carves and with variety that I've ever seen.
Britt's said that that's the best surfing he's ever seen in his life. I was actually standing next to him. We were sitting there at lowers together watching that heat, and we were just mind-blown with what Ethan was doing. It was like the most connected between surfer and surfboard and wave, I think, that combo we'd ever witnessed in real life. It was magical time.
Magic. Lowers on the calendar in September this year. I know Marco's psyched on that one. Have you been to Raglan?
No, I haven't never been to Raglan, never been to New Zealand. It looks like a beautiful place, but it looks beautiful. Hopefully we get some good waves too.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Well, we've had some big numbers. Italo threw down a 7.5 a long time ago. Remember, these are 46-minute heats. The 7.5 wave number 2 is the Fat Boy right to the heat, Richie.
Yeah, and it was done on the right-hander. Big floater to start things off, projecting down the line, tags the lip with a lot of aggression, critical maneuvers. That one, the second, then all the way through to the inside. Just love this sort of levitation style surfing that Italo's bringing to the table here, nice and fast. This is live action at Ethan.
Always steps into the screen with that cool tempo and style as Ethan Ewing, even on small 1-foot sections. His style doesn't change. Can always keep that cool flow. Always calm on land and lets his surfing do the talking in the lineup. Got upset early by George Pitar at Bells. So he's looking for a recovery in the world title race and also for the GWM Aussie treble. as we check out the way he started off this last wave here. Big windup, connected out the back ridge.
Yeah, connects on the first turn, comes around this section, a quick tight snap. And then we know what happens down the line. Another little blowtail as he comes right through to the inside. Tidy 3-turn combination on that one.
He's in that non-priority heat with world #1 Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, really tight on their highest scoring waves at the moment. Miggy with the 5.33 and Ethan with the 5.4.
Down
super
to
close.
30 seconds for Italo and Joao Chianca. Joao hasn't made a quarterfinal in a couple of years now on the championship tour. Second season against the world's best. Picked up a huge win in Portugal and finished 4th in the world that year. That was after his rookie year where he fell off tour, came back and had that top 5 finish. Running out of time, Joao Chianca tries to get this wave up before the horn. He might have got it right at the last second before the horn sounded. Ripping this wave through his points. He's chasing a 6.94, but he gets bounced off his board. And Italo feeling comfortable that he's going to get through this heat ridge.
Wow, that was close, huh? Like, I'm pretty sure he got up before the hooter went, and if that wave just offered him one more clean sections on the inside, that could have gone there.
Wow, just in time. What a battle that was. Italo 7.5 made the big difference in the matchup, scoring their top 2, and Joao is not going to get enough on that last wave. Ferreira will move to the quarterfinals. We'll watch this one more time, right before the buzzer here, Marco.
Yeah, no, that was just right in the buzzer. That was a nice first carve. I thought the inside was going to give it to him, but it just kind of got a bit slow. And yeah, no, that's even if he landed that, I don't think he was going to get the score.
Yeah, needed to be a cleaner section there. But to be clear, you got to stand up. The surfer needs to get to their feet before the hooter sounds, not during.
Not during. Okay.
Yeah, Joao Chianca coming close, but ends up going down. Some good sections that we got to see him explode on, but it was Italo with that high-fi energy getting the jump on Joao in that all-Brazilian battle, and he will move on into the quarterfinals. A world champion last year and the year before, world runner-up. He is insane. Instead Griff last year. He's the year before that. More action to come. We're hanging on to Marco. Ethan and Miguel will have the water to themselves. We'll be right back.
Today we got picked up in style by our mate Jackson at Scenic. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. First winery we went to was Lenton Bray, which was beautiful. Got to taste a lot of their wines there. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky. We're here at Aravina doing a bit of a tasting. Currently on the Cab Sauv, which is I'm a red wine guy. This is my favorite.
We are at Lewin Estates, probably the best vineyard I've ever been to.
We got to do the tour of the barrel room and basically sample some wine straight out of the barrel.
There's also a challenge on who can guess the actual amount of barrels in this cool room. I think it's about 4,926 mark is what I'm thinking as I do my calculations in my head.
We've done an amazing wine tasting, about 4 or 5 Chardonnays in a row. That's the one. That's the one. My tongue is getting more educated. This is a glorious experience. I want to stay.
It's been an incredible day and it's an incredible venue here.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that's just like, you can't get better than this.
Feeling very lucky to be in the West and to experience this.
What a great time Lewin Estates is. Got to hang out there with Cody Simpson. What a lovely human. Just so cruisy, comfortable, easy to hang out with. An amazing singer, amazing swimmer. He actually joined us for a call here on game day, on opening day of competition. And it was fun sitting at the table. He was open to question and answer time with Richie Lovett, and we got to talk about music, wine, explorations around the world, surfing. That was a great lunch, Rich.
That was really cool, and Lewin Estate always really laying out the red carpet for us, and man, just getting an insight into just how they make their wines and getting the tour of, you know, the back rooms really, and getting to sample what is going to be kind of in the bottles in the next year or two is quite amazing.
Marco, have you been able to enjoy any of the vineyards locally here or the wine cellars?
Actually, yeah. Yesterday we went to have a little tour. I mean, not a tour. We just went to a winery and enjoyed a bit of wine. Not too much, just a bit of tasting. But yeah, it was great. I love the whole thing about the wineries and the whole process, you know. And it's beautiful and it's like an art, you know.
It really is, and what a great connection to surfing. You surf and you're starving.
Yeah.
And when you're at this event at Margaret River, the contest food is the best on the planet. Vaughn knows that. Let's see where he's at.
Oh my goodness, if there's one place that everyone wants to come on this tour to, nosh, it is the West, because Kat Lombardo, who is with me, the culinary queen, the purveyor of earthly delights, tell us about how good the produce in this place is.
The produce here is incredible. It's like such a food bowl. Everyone's always going, oh my God, Kat, it's amazing, but the produce speaks for itself. And we put a twist on it over on this side, and Mickey from Mickey's Open Kitchen puts his incredible Japanese twist on it.
He does. Now, we get the full mix, the full gamut of like exquisite, tantalising, mouth-watering, epic food. Look at this. We've got Katie Simmers right here, tucking into a poke bowl, some hibachi, and some beautiful stuff here. But like, what is it about the West that makes it so delicious?
Well, the producers are very passionate. The fishermen are very passionate. I mean, I collected the crayfish just the other day from Augusta. The hapuka was caught in Bremer Bay. We've got clear crystal water. We've got incredible farmers doing small farming. They're just at one with their earth and their vegetables, and it just speaks. Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to. The place is so alive, and on the back of that, all the produce and the food and everything is alive with it. And when you eat, it stays with you forever. I'm telling you, if you speak to all the surfers, this is the #1 athlete culinary stop on tour.
Well, we're stoked. We love seeing them every year. This is our 4th year, and it's lovely to see how happy they are, how they're just enjoying themselves so much, and they give us so much thanks as well, and we love it. Mickey loves it, Mel loves it, my right-hand lady over there, and we love seeing you all every year.
West really is best. Come on down, let's rip in.
Yeah, great.
I can't wait. That's fantastic.
Order up, Vaughn, order up. You are what you eat, you know? I've heard that before. Everyone's smiling here. They're well fed. It's so fresh and organic. And Mickey's is, he actually has a restaurant just in town. You've got to book ahead of time. It's an amazing experience, and he walks you through everything. And people are kind of baffled. They get out of the water from their heat. Caroline said they left, and instead of going to like somewhere else to eat, they just came back to the campsite because they knew lunch was on. Everyone feels so spoiled here, Rich.
Yeah, it really is incredible. I've been hanging around it all day long, and mate, I'm full, but I reckon I could squeeze a bit more in.
Yeah, definitely. Nowhere else in the place in the world like it. A lot of great places to check out. Vas Felix, Voyager Estate, Cullen Wines, Aravina has the Surf Museum in there and some classic cars to check out. If you go there, you can see some old boards from Jake the Snake Patterson, some Taj Burrow trophies, and a bit of surfing history as we see everyone getting smoked now. Whitewater on the head, and we get a good vision of that because of the Western Australia flight cam. We're into heat number 8 of round 3, so Ethan and Miguel have the lineup to themselves, and it's still really close here. Ewing with priority in the blue jersey, and Miguel wearing yellow for the first time. He came into the opening event of the season as the number 14 seed, coming into Margaret's the number 5 seed. So you're taking a majority of your results from last year and your seed from the start of the season. You slowly start integrating your results from the current season. So saw him move up pretty significantly up to number 5. And right now he wants to keep that yellow jersey to himself, knowing that Iago Dora has already moved on to the quarterfinals. Marco watching the entire tour from up close and personal, from being a Rookie of the Year last year, watching what Iago accomplished throughout the entire season and the final 5. How did you react to that, and what were you inspired most by?
No, yeah, what Iago did, it was so impressive, you know, staying super focused and staying super like resilient, because the first start he started pretty bad and just got better and better and better. And actually I was able to spend some time with him in Tahiti. We were like staying in the same place, and that was such a good time, honestly, just spending time with him and looking how he thinks, how he's just such a good human too. So yeah, just inspired the way how he did the whole year, just from barrels to huge airs to beautiful cars. He's a good surfer, honestly, and even better human being.
Fantastic. 12:25 on the go on the clock. Boys taking some sets on the head here.
Yeah,
Rich.
they were. That was pretty interesting too. Ethan was a little further towards the shoulder and chose to duck dive that big whitewater section, whereas Miguel actually just ditched his board and dove under, and that can be a good strategy sometimes. You can go for the duck dive and get dragged right in, but you can just, you know, ditch the board and dive under the whitewash a little bit easier without the board.
It's a time and place for ditching your board, right, Marco?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're in the heat, you're scared just because when you ditch your board, you have a chance of breaking your leash. So that was interesting, actually, seeing him ditch the board, because it was not such a big wave.
It's definitely, conditions have changed in the last 10 minutes. This wind has picked up about 10 or 20 knots. And I think this is the start of that new system that we're going to see in the next 24 hours.
Batten down the hatches.
Yeah.
This is when it's going to get real. We have gotten plenty of notes from Surfline anticipating this storm front. Contest officials like Renato Hickel keeping us updated that the weekend coming up has improved. So the goal was to get the quarters set up, and we've got 11 minutes to go to accomplish that goal. But there's a good indicator of what's been happening, Marco.
Yeah, no, it looks like the wind just picked up a notch, and yeah, looks like it's going to be a pretty stormy in the next couple of days. I bet the guys have to be careful with the wineries.
Yeah, exactly. So today is Sunday here locally. This will be the last heat for a couple of days. Monday is already called off. That's tomorrow with the storm picking up. Tuesday as well is going to be another lay day. And we'll get an update once we get through Tuesday to see what might happen Wednesday. But we could see that extend. We'll keep you posted. But definitely 2 days off of competition. And we'll go from there. So start making your bookings for all the local restaurants and vineyards. Chow's Table, that's an incredible one, down by House of Cards. And then for Marco, for yourself, what are your movements looking like, you know, for the next few days?
I'm actually gonna go have family in Byron Bay, so I think I'm gonna go see them, spend some time in the ranch. They have a little ranch there, and just maybe do a few trips at Snapper just to try just stay active. But yeah, just going. I think tomorrow I'm gonna go head to the Gold Coast and spend some time with the family, surf a bit Snapper, just get used to the environment.
Good call. Well, let's get lunch before you go.
Let's go.
It is WA.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what a great plan, and then plenty of time to prepare for the third stop of the season, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. We'll also be giving away the GWM Tank 300 for the winner of the Aussie treble. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, Italo Ferreras, with Vaughn.
Italo, that lineup was so full of energy. It was wild. It was kind of frenetic, which suits you down to the ground because that brings a lot of your surfing to the fore, man. You actually look like you had such a good time out there.
Yeah, that was crazy. It looked like wash machine out there. Yeah, it's waves everywhere and we take off and you never know. And I just try like to have like something, they have a little wall, you know, to hit the waves and then try to do that. And then yeah, I had like 7 points and then I tried to go high on the left, but I missed the good time. But I'm happy, yeah. I like when we have like waves so we can play, we can surf, and then we can try every single wave.
Yeah, your wave count is always at the high end compared to anyone else in the contest, but on a day like today, it really works for you because even though the left never really opened up for you, you got enough opportunities to get good scores.
Yeah, for sure, it works, and then that's what I did. I tried to like change the score every time, every wave, and then that's what I did, and then yeah, I'm so happy to make that one, and probably on the next one I'm stay a little bit more calm, and then okay, I hope there is not too much wind that we can surf a little bit more clean, you know, but it's okay. It's one by one.
For sure, and you know, quarterfinals, this is exactly where you want to be at this stage of the event.
Yeah, I always like surfing good on this place, you know, I always like trying to be on a good spots to have like good moments, you know, and then yeah, have like good results on the past. I hope that I can keep it doing that, and then yeah, so it's time to focus on the next one.
Congratulations, mate, great rhythm.
Yeah. Woo.
And we'll do one.
Well done, Vaughn, and happy Italo Ferreira, just enjoying his time on the glass, enjoyed the onshore lineup, eliminated Joao Chianca. And let's get caught up here with Ethan Ewing, Richie.
Yeah, good looking open face on this one, and that trademark roundhouse cutback from Eth, just digging the rails in, keeping all that power, just engaged through the ride, and a little rebound to finish off. So another tidy wave under difficult circumstances, difficult conditions here from Ethan Ewing. He's trying to get rid of that 5 through 7, which is low number. 7 minutes on the clock.
Ethan Ewing, as former runner-up in the world a couple of years back, missed out on the final 5 last year, so he wants to change that around. A big hope for Australia to win a world title every year that he's on tour. He used to get a ton of anti-iron comparisons because of his style and approach, especially that back arm, the way he just goes into a big frontside carve. Last score for Ethan Ewing comes in at a 6. So he uses that as a keeper, and now the new best number of the heat so far. And now Miguel needs a 6.01, so it's still incredibly close. Sammy watching on. What an emotional moment it was for both the Pupo brothers to see Miguel ring the bell for the first time and Sammy to have an equal 5th start. There wasn't a dry eye in the place, Marco. Brought a lot of emotion to not just the fans, but for the peers that he has on tour, and I'm sure that meant a lot to you seeing that.
No, that was special, honestly, to see Miguel win that one. It was, I don't know, this guy is so nice, and I feel like he's such a good energy, and just seeing him win, I think everybody was so happy for him. Like, but yeah, the 2 brothers are doing well, and yeah, having that moment at Margaret's, like what, 2-3 years ago, it was so emotional. I think a lot of people felt it, you know, and just looks like this year though they're doing really well, both of them, and Samuel looks sharp. So yeah, I'm stoked for them. They deserve everything they're doing right now.
Yeah, geez, you brought up that memory. A total heartbreak for both the brothers, and especially for Sammy when he knocked off his older brother off the tour. They ended up joining forces on the CS together. But just so much love. Sammy had a towel over his head in the dying minutes of at Winky Pop. He just couldn't even watch. It was just such an emotional moment for the whole family.
Yeah, as a sibling, I feel like you almost feel more pressure when your brother's out there than you surfing. But yeah, you can see the pressure is real.
Biting his nails, Sammy Pupo, who looked electric today, by the way, threw down an 8-point ride, and they'll both be thinking about a GWM Tank 300. This is stop 2. The car gets delivered on the Gold Coast of Australia. Miguel Pupo on the live rankings is still on top of the list. As we know, Iago's already made it into the quarters. Sammy sitting at number 4, still in the mix as well, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Griffin out of the event. George is still in. So we've got some real contenders. Italo's still going as well. But this is going to be great to watch this unfold as we go through this event and then into Queensland as things start to tighten up. It's always cool to give away a car.
Oh, yeah.
Treble.
It's kind of a fun tradition that's been around surfing for a long time. Remember Potts won a car at the Stubbies Pro, but he wasn't even old enough to have a driver's license. I think some of the older vets were like, you got it, Potts. And he showed up in the next event. They're like, wait, how did you get here? Anyways, that's another story. Aki's, I think, flipped a couple of his cars that he's won. There's some classic moments in surfing history. Stoked that GWM has put together the Aussie Treble for the 2nd season in a row. It was Isabella Nichols last year and Jordy Smith getting those keys. We'll find out who it will be this year. 3:30 left in the day. We'll have the Stone and Wood post show to go through all the major highlights and drama and some of the big names that have been knocked out of the event, and then make more predictions on when we might run again now that the final series will be ready to go. Things are cleaning up towards the weekend. Next 2 days are off for sure. We'll keep you posted on the decision for Wednesday. More info on that coming up next on the Stone and Wood post show. Ethan Ewing a 6 and a 5.4. And Miguel Pupo chasing a 6.01. And as we know, Rich, it was a tough Bells event for all the Australians, really. Knocked out really early. So this is a nice bounce back moment for guys like George. And now they're back in Ethan, maybe to upset world number 1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's no way safe at the moment, though, with 2.5 minutes on the clock and the current yellow jersey leader only needing a 6-point ride. We know he's more than capable of that. It's often his throwaway scores at the moment as he's moving through these heats. But yeah, it's good to see some of the Aussies bounce back. Bit of a bummer that we lost Jack Robinson, the local hero, who was expected to do very well here. But still, we've got a couple of men in the mix.
Alejo Muniz staying with the Pupos as well. He's been such a leader in the Brazilian Storm. He made the announcement early that this will be his last year on tour, so Alejo's going to eat anything he wants. He was always so dedicated to his diet. And he's like, hey, I'm staying with the Pupos. I'm going to have chocolate every day. And then he went into the house. He's like, what happened? They totally changed their program. They have a strict diet. And Alejo's going, what? This is going to be my year to feast with you guys. And he's cracking up because he loves their dedication. And he wants to give it his all as well as one of the true leaders of the Brazilian Storm, which you've seen it all go down, Marco, from Iago being the recent world champ, Miguel now being world number 1, starting with Medina in 2014. What a force it's been.
Yeah, no, these guys are a force. So much energy, passion, and yeah, no, these guys have been dominating the last couple of years, honestly. But yeah, good thing as a bit of John was there to be able to compete with them. But yeah, no, they I don't know, there's something special in there. They're drinking something good.
And then you see it with these packs, you know, like even the European force on the Women's Challenger Series, where you get not just one from Portugal, you get 2, and then France, you know, represented as well. You know, more representation than we've ever had. Like sometimes it's just infectious, Rich.
Yeah, it really is. You know, and you get these little waves of crew coming through, and sometimes they're all from the one country, and that really starts to perpetuate a whole movement. But definitely the Brazilians, they have been incredibly hard to stop over the last decade.
Well, a rare heat where Ethan's caught more waves than his opponent, just maybe due to the conditions and just trying to make sense of this really messy lineup where the winds picked up and got more severely on shore. But world number 1's in a bit of trouble. Sammy's standing up, looking for any opportunity. Pupo does have priority, but we're already counting this one down. No signs of bright yellow through that wall of white water, and Miguel Pupo looks like he got up just a little bit too late on this left, and he will be taken out here in round 3 against Ethan Ewing. We'll see what's going to happen with that yellow jersey since Iago Dora is still in the mix. There's the frustration from world number 1 getting knocked. And Ethan Ewing will continue into the quarterfinals. A very close heat when you look at numbers. So Ethan knows he really survived a close one there.
Yeah, that didn't kind of go to plan in terms of expectations. You know, these guys have been just some of the standouts, and we always expect that excellent rides are going to drop when these guys are in the water. This is just the final ride from Miguel Pupo, and as you can see, got up after the hooter, so this ride not counting. And yeah, the frustration just starting to boil over. You know, you get the win, there's always an expectation. I can keep that winning feeling. I can just come and win a couple of events in a row, but unfortunately for Miguel Pupo, it's not going to happen. But geez, he's given us some highlights over the last couple of weeks.
Well, we wrap things up today. We set up the quarterfinals, and we got to spend a lot of time with Marco Mignot, last year's Rookie of the Year. Thanks so much for the time, my friend.
Thank you for having me. It was a nice time. Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Appreciate it.
Great start to the season. Can't wait to see what you do on the Gold Coast. Safe travels. If we miss you for lunch, you got to go. No hard feelings.
No,
we'll catch up later,
I ate you for coming here. So.
Okay, good. Marco Mignot off to the next one, and we are wrapped up for the day. Coming up next is the Stone and Wood Post Show with Ronnie Blakey, Jesse Starling, and Richie Lovett. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. Another huge day of competition, the Sunday Scrap Fest, I think we'll call it.
And we saw the world #1 go down in that last heat of the day to Ethan Ewing. And Ethan, he wanted to rebound at a poor start to the year and happily signing some autographs here. He's one of the favourites at every event where that forehand can do its work, and he'll be hard to slow down once he gathers some momentum here in the West. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Richie Lovett, Jesse Starling to break down a huge day. As I said before, tricky conditions, Jesse, and as a result, we saw a lot of really close heats. It was a scrap fest.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of maybe storylines go the other way, especially today, just considering how hard it was. We saw a lot of people chasing pockets rather than complete rides, and those guys who found the best total pockets, they came out on top.
Yeah, we still saw surfers, Rich, having to really commit. We got the women's quarterfinal set, we got the men's quarterfinal set, but we did lose some of the really informed surfers today.
Yeah, we did. I guess the most notable is the local favourite, Jack Robinson, out of the draw, which a big blow to the crowd because the headland here was as packed as I've ever seen it and as vocal as I've ever seen it, and they were expecting Jack to bounce back. He's had 2 pretty crook results off the trot now, so he needs to really bounce back on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he does. You know, I think he could take comfort, though, in just throwing himself into this crowd. They absolutely loved him. They were actually calling him up the stairs, "We want Jack, we want Jack." So, like, you know, while it's a disappointing result, still celebrating his return to WA, and he's got his wife's birthday coming up in a couple of days, so they're going to hang out and enjoy this place for what it is.
Yeah, and this is his home, right? He spends a lot of his time on the East Coast now, but this is where he has so many childhood memories. You know, there's stories of him paddling up the Margaret River to go surf Margies. So he gets to lap up this local community that he doesn't really get to see too often anymore. So, yeah, it makes sense for him to hang around and watch the world's best do its thing.
Most definitely. We started the day with the women's third round to set up the quarterfinal bracket, and we saw the world #1 keep her place in this draw and still with an opportunity to win a 3rd Margaret River Pro title on the trot.
I said to Gabby in the post-heat interview, I was like, you have really proven that you can surf this wave in all types of conditions, and it's just incredible the power she possesses. I actually think, other than Molly's big standout combo, excellent scores, Lakey was best on ground. She is so smooth, she had impeccable wave selection, and she's looking like she could add another wine barrel to her trophy cabinet as well.
Yeah, well, 3 of the 4 former winners in the mix getting through, and of course Carissa came up against Isabella.
Yeah, so former winner out here, or winners I should say, and Carissa just found a couple little gems on the backhand, but it was sort of a nervous heat, that one. It was a little bit scrappy, and they went kind of wave for wave, and I didn't get the feeling when Carissa came in, she was like, yeah, I kind of killed that, and the flow and everything went right. It was like, oh yeah, I kind of got a little get out of jail free card with that one. That could have gone, you know, totally the other way.
Yeah, she was chuckling a little bit out of frustration and just not being able to find the waves. But here we go. The quarterfinal bracket is set for the women. And again, great matchups with some of the young guns like Sawyer Lindblad is going to be really tested in that heat against Gabriella Bryan, but she survived a big heat with Betty Lou today.
Oh, and she looks so sharp. Her and Micro, you could see there was great amount of tactics, great decision-making skill. I actually love the look of quarterfinal heat #3. Molly taking on Lulu. Molly's just had this incredible dominant run, but Lulu has been this absolute dream breaker in the first 2 events. She's taken down so many world champions, and I can't count her out just yet.
Yeah, the momentum she carried through last year, getting to a couple of finals, has certainly carried over into 2026. Quarterfinal #4, don't want to miss that one. Caitlin Simmers, Carissa Moore, 2 world champs, and, you know, Carissa's sat back and kind of enjoyed and been inspired by Katie's performances these last couple of years, so it is going to be on in Q4.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool matchup to watch. You know, that you've got the experience and the veteran style approach of Carissa, and from all kind of indication, she hasn't lost one bit. You know, at Bell she was sharp, she'd get a great result, but I mean the performances are there, and then Katie bringing that kind of new school energy, creative lines, and you know, it's just going to be an awesome one to watch it unfold.
Well, Vaughan is standing by. He's tracked down the winner of the last heat. Let's hear from Ethan Ewing.
Ethan, congratulations. You've done something that no one else has been able to do that this year, and that's take down Miguel Pupo, who's been on a hot one. But geez, the wind picked up as you guys were walking down the stairs.
Yeah, that was crazy. I wasn't sure if how it looked from the land, but out there it felt like it. Yeah, definitely got a lot harder, and Miguel's been on fire. He's like my favourite goofy footer to watch, and yeah, unfortunately the waves weren't that good, but happy to scrape through.
What were you looking for out there, mate? Because you have Jerome here, obviously, in your corner, sort of steering you around the lineup. Is there something on a day like this that he was sort of steering you into?
Kind of just, I don't know, like steeper sections. If you can see anything, you pretty much have to roll the dice out there. Like, so many different looking waves, and there's waves that start off bad and end up good on the inside, and the other way around. So just kind of wanted to roll the dice, and I've kind of had 2 heats now here where it looks pretty fun, and then it's kind of like gotten really bad. So yeah, another scrappy one, but hopefully I can open up on the next heat.
Yeah, next heat, chalk and cheese battle with Idolo Fria coming up in that one. It must feel great to just sort of get past Bells and get here and get your year back on track.
Yeah, Bells is hard forecast, and yeah, didn't really get to open up there. But yeah, excited to be back here, and sounds like we could get some good waves, so pretty exciting.
Nice one, mate. Look forward to seeing you in that one.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck at those things, mate. I thought the Seagulls were going to fly in and steal it.
Ethan Ewing, Rich, you heard him say 2 events now, and he still hasn't really had the opportunity to truly open up, and you know that's scary for the rest of the field. If he finds some big open face there, it is much like Gabriella Bryan against the field of women. When he finds that space, it's so hard to match him.
Yeah, and you've just got to get those scrappy ones done, though, and you've got to set yourself up to get to those heats, whether it's, you know, beautiful, groomed and offshore, and you get the benefit of having the open canvas to work on. And certainly he clearly feels like he hasn't even got the motor really humming yet. So look out when that happens.
Yeah, bring it on. It's going to be awesome to see. We're going to have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day now. And it was an easy pick. On paper, it was always going to go there. It delivered in the lineup too, Jessie.
I absolutely loved this heat between the 2 Colapinto brothers. Griffin, you know, being the older brother, was probably the pick for a lot of people to win. He went to be 2nd in the world last year, and he was surfing great. It's not like he wasn't holding back here, but Crosby, let's hear it for the little siblings right now.
Yeah, damn right. Amen.
Over his big brother, and you know what, fumbled a couple times, but made up for it for big, solid hacks here. And I just love the fact that, you know, they got a rematch from the man-on-man heat they had at Bells, and they both leveled up and lifted him. They were best friends by the time they made it to the shoreline as well.
Again. But yeah, Griff dropped the biggest number of the heat, Rich, that 7.83, but Crosby kept his cool in the dying stages to turn it in his favour with a solid performance here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a crazy last wave, big swoop, cut back, and really it was these final finishing moments here where he just totally blasted the back out of that wave. And that was the final moment. And you could see just how stoked Cros was to get the win. I mean, as you said, Jess, I think everyone kind of expected Griff to win it. So it was pleasing to see that, you know, Cros got it done, and I'm sure, you know, everyone was stoked. The sting, it wouldn't have lasted that long for Griff.
Yeah, solid numbers. Look how close it was in the scoreline. Love the post-heat interview with Crosby, Jesse. Just quick to say that Griffin's his hero, his idol, and he wouldn't be here without his brother sort of setting the tone. And you know that Griff will put the board in the rack or possibly pack it up now and pull out the pom-poms and try and cheer his bro onto a big result.
Absolutely. There was times, you know, growing up, I would come up against my big sister, True, and win, lose,
and smash her.
Yeah, beat her. No, win, lose, or draw. You know, if you lost, you wouldn't want to lose to anyone else but your sibling, and then you put the pom poms up and you go for them. And yeah, True was always very vocal. If I beat her, she goes, "You better win the comp now."
All right, well, we'll see. I think Crosby's got what it takes to win here. He's cracked the semis here just last year, so we'll see how far he can take this role. The big heat, Rich, you mentioned it earlier on Jack Robinson up against Gabriel Medina. That was the one that really saw the crowd turn out in force. They always do turn up when this event is on, but in particular, they turned up for Jack and they made plenty of noise for him. But Medina, he just so solid again. This was Jack's best ride.
Yeah, so Jack he was looking good, you know, looking ready to go. He'd put the work out. I don't think I'd seen anyone in the water in the free surfs as much as Jack. Really putting the work in, dialing in the boards, and like I said, it was kind of another scrappy one. And even in Medina in the post-heat interviews, he was like, "Oh yeah, I sort of just kind of got it done, stitching these little waves together on his backhand, but just looking very strong as always, Jess.
Yeah, I really just love that Gabby is back, and I would say back and better. You know, he is looking so strong and so powerful, and to come into that, in theory, as kind of the underdog, which is crazy to say for Gabby Medina, but he wasn't the crowd favourite. You know, everyone wanted to see Jack win. It's his hometown, but just the way he navigated these lines, his stop-start, and his capability to generate speed off nothing is scary for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Medina's got this really amazing way of presenting a manoeuvre with kind of little speed and with very little time. He reacts really quick, throws that board up, makes it look dynamic, and then he kind of weaves and flows to the next point. So yeah, it was you can see the score lines weren't big, but he did enough.
Yeah, the crowd was behind Jack Robinson, but just Medina doesn't care who the crowd's going for as long as there is a crowd there. He's the ultimate showman. He turned up, he figured out that tricky lineup, and he said it himself, you know, it's always a good contest with Jack, but you know, he was really happy that he survived that heat and is onto another big result here. Let's have a look at the finals bracket on the men's side. Great matchups and big turnarounds for some competitors that fell out of the mix in their first heat down there at Bells Ridge.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see. I mean, I can't go past heat number 3, quarter 3 with George and Yago Dora, the world champ. And I'm sure you're looking forward to heat number 1 too. But I mean, look, each one of those quarterfinals is just so stacked. Ethan Ewing back in the mix again, you know, and he's starting to warm up.
Yeah, it's looking like another strong event for the Brazilian Storm here in WA as well, and they're littered throughout the quarterfinal heat. So, you know, there's a really strong chance that we see a Brazilian chasing down the victory here in the West. But it's, you know, it's great to see the matchups that are coming together. And today on paper we had incredible heats, but sadly the conditions didn't come to the party. But the good news is, looking forward, the conditions look a bit cleaner, some more favourable winds.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to take a little hiatus for the next couple of days and perhaps go and visit some wineries and have some very, you know, rich lunches. But, you know, towards the end of the week, even Wednesday, things are starting to look better again. So we'll keep a close eye on the Surfline forecast, and, well, I guarantee you we'll get this thing done by the weekend.
We're always blown away by the emerging talent in the regions that we visit, but we're always super impressed when we come here to the West, because often those that feature in the rising tides are paddling out into some serious swell, and that was the case here in 2026.
We're here on Noonday for the Rising Tide 2026. Looks pretty hard, but hopefully us girls can find a couple and it should be super fun.
We're here to watch our best friend Lani surf, and my sister.
Rising Tides is super awesome just to see every year how much better the girls are getting, especially here in Western Australia. I swear they are a different breed. They're fearless, the waves are wild, and they're all out there having a good time.
Like when you catch a wave and you're on it, you get the best feeling. Yeah, it's a beautiful feeling.
We were all once those young girls looking up to the girls on tour.
The winner is Paige Hayward, custom lost surfboard. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
So coming on from being at Bells, like, what's your best tip of like staying on that 5-3 competition?
I think it's a fine balance between obviously celebrating the win.
I'd say coming here last year, being able to surf the box. And who are your favorite surfers?
I like Molly and Bronte and Jack Rodwell.
On the tour right now is Molly and Steph.
Absolute legends, and doing a fantastic job out there. Rich, let's have a little look at the forecast. We know we're going to have some off days, but we've got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, we do. We got a new swell that's going to fill in. You can see where we are. We're actually below Perth there on the top right corner, edge of Australia, southwest of WA, and these big purple blobs that are moving under Australia here, they're going to create all this energy over the next few days. And like we said, it's probably going to be like 20 feet and onshore, and just absolutely horrible. It's winery weather is what it is, and we'll take advantage of that. We might try and get a surf in somewhere, but yeah, it's going to have to be somewhere pretty sheltered. So next 4 days, Monday through Wednesday, you can see up to 20-foot faces. And then we are going to actually have a look at it on Wednesday, I think, and just monitor things as it hits us, and then on the way back down, that's when we can start to figure out whether we're going to get competition underway again. And then looking even further into the week towards the weekend, the winds start to go back round to the east. That means it starts to go back offshore. Things are going to be clean and groomed out. And that's when I think the contest organisers are really starting to froth.
Oh, we've got plenty to think about in the lead up to some huge clashes. These are our Hydrolite heats to watch. Quarterfinal number 4, Katie Simmers taking on Carissa Moore. And I think we can look forward to these two probably clashing quite a few times this season, Jessie.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like this is kind of Carissa v Steph, but all over again in the form of Katie Simmers. She is arguably one of the stylish, smoothest, classiest surfers that we have on the women's side of the tour. And then Carissa, she's undeniably powerful. So this is going to be a matchup between smoothness and grace and power, and who can kind of figure out Margie's best during that heat. And probably the first time that those guys are really going to get a good go at battle.
Most definitely. Quarterfinal number 2 is the Hydrolite heat to watch on the men's side. Rich, how do you see this one going?
A really good matchup, mate. Goofy v Natural. Medina obviously has all the experience and confidence. You know, this might play into the mindset of Crosby. There could be some intimidation there of some sorts in terms of kind of matching for their surfing. They're both so big and explosive. I think Cros is going to be able to match Gabrielle's power. It's just whether, you know, Cros can rise to the occasion and really take it to him. I can't wait for it. I can't pick a winner out of that one. It's actually too close.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Of course, on any day of competition at the championship tour level, we always have plenty of highlights to dive into. It's time for the BioGland Daily Dose. Starting at number 5, it was a very impressive performance from Caroline Marks, who went to work on the back end.
Yeah, looking so sharp, just big, solid hits up in the lip line as well. Not overcooking it, just belting it, keeping it really simple. And yeah, love her work.
Coming in at number 4, Medina eliminating the hometown favourite, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, it was a really cool matchup. And you know what? The local crowd, they do appreciate what Medina does out here. The former champion, he looked rock solid in tricky conditions and handled whatever pressure there was that the local lad brought. But he got the job done over Jack Robinson, who clearly disappointed. And he'll regroup, and we'll see him firing on all cylinders once we get to the Gold Coast.
Coming in at number 3, this guy's been in rare form in 2026. Sammy Pupo, razor-sharp rails, dropping an excellent score here.
He's got a clock faster surfer today. He was just looking so sharp, so accelerated, getting a big, excellent number here up into the 8-point range, and just surfing beyond a level that we've ever seen before from Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, completely different look to him this year. Molly Picklum, the world champ, went out there. I thought she'd blown her own mind on this left, but she just said she couldn't believe that she got the opportunity to hit the lip a couple of times vertically on the back end.
Yeah, she got a really good number on a rare left, but this was perhaps the most convincing win of the day. Molly just took control. She really only took off on a couple of waves, and she made it count on each and every one. Just that power, undeniable. This is that special left-hander. Watch this, draws hard off the bottom, connects with the first section, and then she goes, hang on a minute, there's another one here, and just straight up into the lip again. 8 points, thanks for coming.
When someone gets the 2 best waves, they've got a massive advantage. When they surf them like that, they're near unbeatable. She got the jump on former winner Sally Fitzgibbons in that clash. Coming in at number 1, it was the battle between the Colapinto brothers and Crosby. A bittersweet victory for him, but he's taken it right through to the quarterfinals.
Oh, he is just looking so strong. And I mentioned it before when we broke down that heat, the fact that they both, you know, got opportunities and Crosby still came out number 1. He would be taking so much confidence knowing that his brother was second in the world last year.
Yeah, it was a big moment for Crosby, a real coming of age moment for him, getting a win over his hero, his ultimate hero, and yeah, he's going to have to continue to stay super focused and be at his very best, because he's got probably the toughest draw you can get here or anywhere in Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to get any easier, but that's surfing at this level. Our competitors are just so good at the moment. I love the way this tour is really delivering for us, and we got a whole year of it to go.
Well, let's go drink in everything that WA has to offer over these next couple of days, you two. Thanks for joining us for the Stone and Wood Post Show. Tune in on Wednesday, and you can always check worldsurfleague.com for highlights and updates. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Watch out, here we come, let's go. Give it all that we got, unstoppable. Push forward in the unknown. Yeah, we running this town and we're doing it proud. Sweat, tears, we go out and put the work in. Smoke rings around everyone for certain. Hotness, hot damn, keep it burning. You know what you heard, yeah, please do not disturb. We are not your dreams are made of. We out here working while you sleep. Don't count on anyone to save us. You know that we're coming for keeps. We bring in the fire. Love is our weapon, it's taking us higher. We bring in the fire. The fire. We bring in the fire. Love is our weapon, it's taking us higher. We bring in the fire. The fire. Take us higher. Light a match, let it burn, world's turning. Set it off, up in smoke, yeah, you burned it. Don't look back, give your all, you got courage. Don't be discouraged, because you're worth it. We are what your dreams are made of. We out here working while you sleep. Don't count on anyone to save us. You know that we're coming for keeps. We bring in the fire. Love is our weapon, it's taking us higher. We bring in the fire. The fire. We bring in the fire. Love is our weapon, it's taking us higher. Bring in the fire. The fire. Take us higher and higher and higher we go. We never stop, yeah, we're taking control. Higher and higher and higher we go. We never stop, yeah, we're taking control. Higher and higher and higher we go. We never stop, yeah, we're taking control. Higher and higher and higher we go. We never stop, yeah, we're taking
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.